usually wait until 11 or 12 or so, then leave and drive somewhere. All of our houses had sloped driveways. We would roll the car in neutral out to the street and start it there to be sure no one would hear. Kill the motor and roll in on neutral when returning. Some nights we would drive half an hour to the next town over, a slightly bigger town than the one we lived in, to do whatever. One particular night, we grabbed takeout dinner at a small restaurant that stayed open late, then snuck into a movie theater and caught the end of the movie. Everyone knew almost everyone in these tiny towns, and the adults who were out late didn't care that the kids were out late. After the movie, we aimlessly drove around the town for a while, listening to music and talking. There was next to nothing to do there. That night we drove through some of the streets with houses, just chilling, killing time before heading home. We were a bit off the grid, but not too far. These were small streets with houses, front yards, street lights, and sidewalks, and some streets would just end, and you'd have to turn around and trace your way back down. Turning a corner, we drove into some shit that I'd never before seen and didn't understand. It's around 2 a.m., and standing in the street are maybe 50 guys, separated into two groups, facing each other, all armed with makeshift weapons and armor, one group advancing toward the other. Most are holding garbage and lids as shields. This is pre-city provided plastic bins, so almost every house had its own metal cans with removable metal lids. Some of the guys have other makeshift shields like hubcaps, and one dude had what I thought was a
This is how I keep my home smell-free while smoking 20 cigarettes a day. Introducing a revolutionary pocket-sized device that transforms...
Welcome back, everyone. Today, we're diving into the heart-pounding, spine-chilling stories of the scariest experiences people have faced. Got a story of your own? Drop it in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you don't miss out on future episodes. I used to live on the edge of a rough area. One day, my car breaks down on my way home, and I pull off the main road, leave it in front of a house in the rougher area, and walk home for my tools and a spare belt. I'm able to get it running again, and I'm sitting in it with the windows down while I find a song to listen to on my iPhone. A guy comes up, sticks his whole head on my driver's side window, and asks if I have a gun. I tell him no, and he flashes his gun and basically says, "Good, I don't have to shoot." I was terrified, but I'm really good at appearing calm. I think it weirded him out, and he starts asking if I know who's in the house. I keep telling him no, and he keeps insisting on FBI law.
Oh, let me get you some new water, baby. Well, you drink that water, and I'll get you. You want some water, buddy? You got enough water for a baby? Okay. You can do everything. Daddy loves you, buddy.
So I talked my way out of a carjacking/robbery, but was terrified to drive down that particular street again in case that crazy dude decides I'm an FBI agent trying to catch him or something. When I was like 11 or something, I was lying in my bed at night, just waiting to fall asleep. All of a sudden my door flies open but quietly, and a black figure very speedily comes up to my bed, takes something off the back of my bed where there are toys and such, then leaves the room, door left wide open. I was absolutely mortified during this that I didn't move a muscle, and afterwards I just stared at the open door for hours. At the time, I was under the impression that the intruder was waiting at the door with a gun pointed at me. After what was probably 20 to 30 minutes of not moving, I got the balls to sprint to my brother's room next door and woke him the fuck up. I told my dad about it a couple days later because he had left to go on a trip that same night. He told me it was him coming in to say goodbye before he left for his plane. In high school, in senior year, we all got to skip the first period of class, so everyone got an extra hour or so in the morning. It was pretty cool, but I still had to drive my younger sister to class, so I'd do that and then come back home. It was out in the country, so no big deal. Anyways, one day I'm coming home, and when I pulled into my spot in the driveway, I was facing east, so a rising sun. It was also right outside my bedroom window. As I'm parking, I see what I believe to be smoke pouring out from under the roof. It all happened in like 3 seconds, but it felt like forever. My first and only thought was, I have to go get Shiloh, our little dog, who was my best friend and would often go back into my room to lie down after I had left. Fortunately, the smoke cleared, and I realized that on cold spring mornings, when the AC unit starts, sometimes it lets off a bunch of steam. So no smoke, no fire, and no daring rescue mission to save the dog. I waited in the car for a few minutes while my heart stopped pounding and then went in to give him a big hug. The city I used to live in had a big problem with the gang carjacking people in 2020. It was always 4 males in a car that would park next to an empty car at a random shopping center and wait for the driver to return. They would then viciously assault the driver, usually until they were unconscious, and take their belongings/car. The news had reported the last car stolen was a blue Nissan Altima. The day after that news report, I went to leave it, and while walking out to my car, I noticed a blue Nissan Altima occupied by 4 subjects parked extremely close to the passenger side of my car. When I approached my car and was about to touch my trunk release button, all 4 doors to the car opened, and 4 men with guns, the 2 closest to me had guns, I don't know about the other 2, got out of the car and quickly moved towards me. My only move was to run back to the store entrance, about 50 yards away, so I did. I abandoned my cart and ran as fast as I could back to Aldi. When I got inside, I yelled that there were 4 people outside with guns and for no one to go outside. A staff member at the entrance locked the doors, and everyone moved towards the back of the store. 911 operator gave me instructions, and we all waited for the police, which took about 20 minutes. When the police came, they interviewed me and reviewed the camera footage and confirmed it was the 4 carjackers. A few weeks later, they beat a woman to death outside of a garden, stole her car, got in a police chase, crashed, and were arrested. A police investigator called me and let me know about the outcome. They're still awaiting trial. As many of us were back then, I was gaming. The first Modern Warfare 2 had dropped recently, and I had an entire wrestling team of friends with Xboxes. Great fun. 1 a.m. rolls around, the summer night air wafting in through both open windows. In between bites of pizza rolls and our UAV is online, I swear I hear someone say, "Help me." Freaks you out a bit if you're completely unsure, and that particular phrase isn't uttered often. I pause and listen, taking off one side of my Turtle Beaches. A good half of my nuke passes. Nothing. I tell my friends about it. They roast me, telling me I'm imagining. I shrug it off. Again, I swear I think I heard someone distinctly say, "Help me." I fully take off my headset and wait. Sooner this time, and sure enough, there it is, a third time, and I hear it clear, a voice I do not recognize. Can someone help me? Bone-chilling desperation in their voice. The bottom level of the house which I'm playing in is below grade, with the windows maybe a foot above the soil outside. Below the deck, I am 3 feet from that window, feeling my teenage soul leave my body in fear. I run upstairs in a panic and inform my parents. Dressed in bedwear and armed with an airsoft gun, we investigate. An elderly woman with dementia got lost a few hours before and had wandered into our backyard, fell, and became delirious. We called the police and she was taken to the hospital, confused but unharmed. Glad to have helped her that day. Also glad to prove my entire team wrong. Felt nice. There are 3 that come to mind. My home invasion, being tied up and then screaming at my mom they would blow my brains out if she didn't show them where the safe was. We didn't have a safe, so I literally sat there waiting for them to blow my head off. Second was when I was working in a shady part of town and had to get there early to get a parking spot, otherwise it was screwed. Well, I found this park right behind the place I worked that was a baseball field that wasn't used anymore, but it had a parking lot that no one used, and if I cut across the field I could go under the fence and leave and run my job done anyway. One morning I had gotten to work kind of late and had to park in that spot, and when I was gathering all of my stuff, I immediately felt in danger, and when I turned around, a man was standing right behind me and put his hands up against my car, basically blocking me. I was so startled I just said, "Oh, I'm sorry, am I parked too close?" And he kind of smiled and said, "Nah, you're okay," and leaned in closer, and I told him, "I'm so sorry, sir, but is everything okay? I feel a little nervous with you standing so close." I felt my hands grab my keys that had my pepper spray on, and I said, "Please, sir, don't make me do this." And it looked like he was unzipping his pants, so I sprayed him. He didn't even make a sound, he just wiped his eyes and said, "Oh, so you like it rough." Honestly, I don't remember the next second, but suddenly it felt like I was floating in the air and running as fast as I could. I collapsed once I got under the gate, and a coworker saw me and rushed over. Because I was so close to the guy when I pepper sprayed him, some of it flew in my face. But I think because I was in shock, I didn't notice immediately. But the minute I was under the gate, my eyes were burning so bad, and it all hit me at once. Third was witnessing a man get his head almost completely decapitated when some other guy kicked his car door in. Road rage incident. It almost looked fake when the head started to squirt out blood. I froze, and the guy started running up to other people's cars, pounding on the windows or front of their cars, screaming, He made me do it. He made me do it. When he ran up to my window, he stopped and just smiled and then ran away to the next car, saying, "Help me. Help me." The cops arrived like 5 seconds later. That was pretty nuts. I used to go to karaoke in a local bar, and there was this guy, Chet, who was like 30 years older than me and sort of cycled between aggressively hitting on me and insinuating that I was a whore. One night I'd had enough of him talking shit about me, so I talked shit back to him, on stage, over the mic, right before my turn, in front of the whole bar. Everyone laughed at it. I went home right after that and didn't think anything else of it until a handful of hours later when my friends called me to come to Steak and Shake with them. It was probably 2 a.m. by then. Stepped outside and got in my car, backed up to leave the driveway, and he was standing in front of my driveway gate. Just standing there. Didn't wave, didn't say anything, just staring at me through my windshield. I legit thought I was about to get shot. I felt frozen, but also, like, this 100% out-of-body preparedness to gas it and drive right the fuck over him if he tried anything. Either way, I was too scared to get out from behind the wheel, so I called my BF at the time, who was asleep inside but refused to come out and do anything. He told me to call the cops if I was so terrified. He had work in the morning. So I did. Chet realized I wasn't getting out to confront him and possibly that I'd try to run him down if he came on my actual property or menaced me in any way, and he left before the cops showed up. They couldn't do anything, of course, since it's not a crime to follow someone home. In the end, I never went back to that bar/never saw him again. I dumped the boyfriend and kicked him out over it. I remember how furiously helpless I felt, and these days I realize it's not worth it to have the last word, but I also don't hesitate to cut out people who excuse that type of toxic masculinity. It only ever escalates. The sad part is, it's not even the only time a man has been super aggressive to me or a female friend over simply rejecting an advance or returning the same energy they come at us with. Walking towards my car from across a public park at some time between midnight and 1 in the morning with a couple of friends after getting a drink across the street and then heading to the park for a smoke or two. Then walking up towards my car, around 30 to 40 feet, seeing a car halt in the street in front of us. Seeing someone stick out from the other end, and then immediately see 2 other dudes pop out and start firing rifles and pistol bullets. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was, but instinctively all of us dropped to the floor and then ran as the car made its way around the park block about 2 or 3 times and continued firing. Luckily, no one managed to get hurt in any way. To this day, what happened about 2 years ago, I still don't understand. My understanding of it was probably gang initiation or something. After a while talking to cops and detectives about it, 2 of them got caught. They were kids, no older than 16 to 17. The bullet count was over 50 across the whole park. A terrifying thing to happen. Seriously, I don't understand how people still aim for having guns around when something like this can happen to a group of normal 25-year-olds just hanging out at a park. I think the worst part was the cops we talked to afterwards were very nonchalant about it, like we didn't all just get traumatized for lifelong. But yeah, okay, that's enough rambling. Sorry about that, folks.
Right now at the Kia stores, take home a new 2025 Kia Sportage for only $199 per month. Plus, we want your trade, even if you owe $6,000, $8,000, even $10,000 more than it's worth.
You can use the codes for
Happy Halloween, everyone, and welcome back to Dr. Hollow. Tonight, we're diving into eerie stories of uncanny encounters and horrifying moments that defy explanation. These are the experiences that leave you questioning reality. If you love chilling tales, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a story. Let's get started. Not particularly scary but weird, and I still have no idea what it was. Years ago, I was playing games over at a friend's house. Not long after midnight, I walked home. On the corner of his street, the house has a garden that curves around both sides of the house. It had a high fence, feather-edge boards, which isn't particularly unusual. Probably to be expected on a corner with high foot traffic. Anyway, as I walked past the fence that night, I noticed a gap in the boards, just maybe 10 centimeters long. It drew my attention. I'm not sure why. But as I passed the gap, a hand appeared through it, fingers curling round to grip the fence board. I was pretty creeped out. I couldn't identify what kind of hand it was. It was human, but with markedly wrinkled skin, and it was small, child size. I hurried home, trying to imagine what on earth it could have been. I sent my mate a text, but he didn't believe me. When I was next over there, in daylight, I had a look at the fence, and I couldn't see anything unusual. It just looked like a garden behind the fence. I was staying at a friend's house who lived in an old farmhouse built by his great-grandfather in the late 1800s. So of course there were always stories of the place being haunted, but I never really experienced anything strange until this one night. We were chilling on his bed playing Madden on the Sega Mega Drive, and the door handle to his bedroom door, which was closed, started rattling. He said, "Go let our Jess in." Jess is his younger sister, who would have been about 5 years old at the time. So I went over to the door and held the doorknob in my hand, which was still moving in my palm, and helped by twisting it slightly more so the door latch allowed it to open. Opened the door, nobody there. Looked outside to see if she tried running away and hiding. Again, no one there.
It's like the
My
Sega
face must
version of
have
the
told my friend all
Dreamcast.
he needed to know because he threw the controller down and screamed wait for me as we both ran for our lives downstairs. My dad, my best friend, and I were fishing at a pond in the absolute middle of nowhere. It's weird how many ridiculously secluded ponds my dad knows about. We were at one of the most secluded. There are no houses nearby. It's a 30-minute drive through Appalachian back roads and then parking on the side of the road at a 1.5-mile hike back secluded. We get there and cast out some poles, and about 2 hours in without hearing any noises before or after there was suddenly an adult dead deer thrown into the pond from the other side. The trajectory was like that of a mortar. It was thrown upwards into the air, and then it came down, landed straight on top of the water. I actually thought it was a huge rock at first and was still freaked out. My dad casually said, "Well, it's time to go, boys," and started reeling up his pole. The deer was also whole and hadn't been eaten on or anything. And it was getting dark on a summer evening. The walk back to the truck was packed with crazy paranoia. I was driving home from a long trip while my friends were sleeping in the car. We were going through some mountains, old, coniferous forests. After maybe 30 minutes of not seeing another vehicle, we came around a bend, and something glanced toward the car and leapt into the woods. I was confused as fuck and felt I was maybe sleep deprived, but my friend in the passenger seat, after about 10 seconds, said, "Holy shit, did you see that?" We briefly exchanged about what just happened and had the same experience. The thing in the middle of the highway was a huge fox with ram horns. Exact coloration, exact proportions, and looked like a fox, but was extremely large, maybe the size of a black bear, and had the curled horns of a ram. We both grew up around all sorts of wildlife, and this was not an area where wild sheep lived. We shrugged it off as some strange night thing, but it still stands out in my mind. This isn't the weirdest or strangest thing I've seen, but the events that took place in the last 2 weeks are pretty far up there. I was walking down my steps the other week, and I heard footsteps clear as they walked through my living room right in front of me. I ran to my basement and yelled down to my daughter if she just ran through the living room. I knew it was impossible, but I had to ask. She said no. I ran upstairs and asked my son if he was downstairs or walking around in his room. He said no, and as soon as he said that, there were identical footsteps walking through the living room again. He looked at me and said, "Dad, call the cops." I ran in my bedroom and told my wife someone's in the house. "Get your gun." I ran back downstairs and searched the whole house.
Get your gun.
Every
See?
single
See?
room,
See?
every closet,
Somebody's in the house.
everything.
Get your gun.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Absolutely nothing.
Somebody's
I
got
was
common
100%
sense.
sober. I haven't taken any psychedelics or smoked weed in 20 years. I know what I heard. Then a week later, I saw a brown object float by me while I was at my office desk. I said nope out loud and kept saying, "I'm not even going to look." When I stood up, I could see my cat moving her head rapidly, scanning the whole room because she definitely saw something. Next thing I know, she practically flew up the steps as if something
And
touched
never
her.
leave a hole
I
in
didn't
the
even
Oh,
tell
wait a
anyone
minute.
except
Never
my
mind.
wife, who believes
Don't
me
ever
about
say that
both
shit
these
again.
things.
That don't
The
that
problem
don't
is
sound
that my
right.
son
My
has dismissed the
bad.
whole situation and has
But
asked me to get
still.
psychiatric help. He came to me crying, worried about my mental health, and asked if I could see a therapist. I saw my family doctor a couple days later, and he literally put me on an antipsychotic medication. I'm now in therapy.
Don't even
as well.
say bipolar,
I
bro.
wasn't
Leave my
exactly in a
people
good
alone.
headspace as it was, and
Sick
whoever
of
or
it.
whatever it was got me to finally
It's
go to
always
therapy,
bipolar
which I've been
people.
putting off for at least 2 years. So yeah,
I'm
a
not
ghost or
gonna
spirit
take
did what
it.
no one else could get me
No,
to do.
I'm not gonna take it
My grandma lived in a 140-year-old
anymore.
plantation home that she was slowly renovating. It was an amazing time capsule of what it used to be like, and even by today's standards, lovely with all of its wood and tile. But everything creaked, the house breathes, and you can just feel the history there. She moved into it 15 years ago. It was in a small town in Mississippi where everyone knows everything. Small town feel where neighbors are quite a bit away from each other and a massive river just 30 yards away. We have family that lies down this dirt path that the house sits on. My grandma told us they think the house was built on an Indian burial ground due to what they would find on the land. You could always feel the air being thick around you, but from being out of state, it just felt like Mississippi to us. I was maybe 10 or 11, but we were staying for Thanksgiving as we normally do every other year. I was on a blow-up mattress with my cousin, and it was in the middle of the walkway between bedrooms and the foyer. My sisters and cousins and I normally get a little anxious sleeping there the first night because we forget how
I gotta
creepy the
stop doing
house
that,
is
bro.
and how
Some
much
shit
it
is not
creaks.
funny at all.
But first night went fine, and we started warming up to being married.
Sounds funny, but the
The
shit
second
ain't
night,
funny.
however, just felt a
Maybe
bit
my
off.
news funny.
It didn't help that my grandma and uncle were talking about the history of the land and house, which is extensive because they've been familiar with the house
I
for
gotta
50
stop
plus
doing
years,
that.
but only moved into it 15 years ago. But that night I woke up about 2 a.m. and felt really cold. Feeling cold wasn't all that crazy there since insulation wasn't really a thing, but this felt different, like someone watching me. I looked up with my eyes and vision a bit blurred so I could clean them with my knuckles. Clear as day, but in the dark with the moonlight casting
Harley
down
Quinn?
the hall, I see a woman in an old-fashioned
You doing over
dress
there, little
from
girl?
the 1800s, walking down the hallway away from me in a swaying motion left to right.
What are you doing?
She was pale, translucent white, and she was walking
Oh,
towards
you're
the
going
bedroom
to the
with
cabinet.
footsteps
Okay.
that sounded like heels. I could see
Son of a
everything.
mother,
Down to
why
her
is when I
shoes
go to
from
this,
there,
it keeps
which
doing
is a
that?
style I've
Mother.
never seen before. I tried to wake my cousin up, but he
Y'all
sleeps
gonna
like a
make me
rock,
start
and
cussing. See,
realizing
I just
not
woke
getting
up.
up,
You know,
I
make a
slowly
nigga come
slunk
out.
back to bed. I mentioned it to my grandma the next day in the
Yeah,
morning,
it's the
and she
bipolar
just
and
smiled
like,
at me as if
say
it were
some more
normal and
shit.
never spoke about it.
Say it.
First of all, I don't believe in
Say it.
aliens, UFOs,
See if I
or
don't
any
break
of
up
that,
with your
but the
monkey
most
ass.
unexplainable thing I've seen was a green light in the sky. I saw it when I was maybe 9 to 10 years old.
Come around
I
and
think.
find out,
I
shorty.
was still in elementary school,
Huh?
so it had to be around 2010 to 2014. I think closer to 2013,
That's what you
14.
want? But back
It
up.
was late at night and I was watching
Back
South
in.
Park on Comedy
Carnagias.
Central with my
That is
sister,
your name,
who's
isn't
been
it?
watching a movie
Yeah,
with
but
my
don't
older
call
brother
me
and the
that.
small
But
guest
that's your
room had
name,
me
isn't it?
called me and my
Don't call
sibling
me that.
upstairs
Look
to
here,
show us
woman.
something.
Go
We
get
went
your, sit your
upstairs,
ass in the
and
corner.
when we came into the room,
Say
our
one more
attention was
thing.
immediately drawn to the window.
You got
As
one
we
more
looked
time,
outside, we saw a big, bright,
and you're through.
green light hovering in the air with no
I'm
sound,
gonna give you 2
roughly
minute
30 to
chances,
40 meters
nigga.
away, but well above the roofs of the houses opposite to ours. It stayed there for a couple minutes while we speculated what it could be until it suddenly disappeared. It had like a flashlight glowed to it and was an intense green. After it was gone, me and my brother went down to our rooms again and just forgot about the thing. But to this day, I still don't know what that was. Maybe some type of light, flare, firework, or something? I was driving to college on a fairly busy highway about 20 years ago. I was rounding a curve where there was, at the time, a skydiving company on the west side of the highway, to the north side of a small wood in the convex part of the curve. It wasn't unusual to see planes around there, the usual propeller-driven sort used in skydiving, painted bright orange. This one time, as I was approaching the woods from the south, there was this white jet, something of a size between a private jet and a 737, flying in an arc towards the woods at high speed. It had been flying southbound, but tilted to the left and down like it had some kind of mechanical problem. It looked like it was about to crash into the woods and maybe into the highway too. I pulled over quickly, as did the pack I was driving with, but there was no crash, and no plane flew past. We were all confused for a few minutes and eventually got back in our cars. There was nothing on the news about it, and all of my family thinks I'm crazy. The crazy thing is, that's the last time I saw the skydiving company. The next time, its sign was gone, and in its place was a semi-trailer that was being used as a billboard. When I was a kid, I saw a weird flying object in the sky, in daylight, that I assumed was a kite that had gotten its string cut and was flying loose. Maybe it was. It was weird that it never seemed to get further away or closer. No, a kite would be unpredictable, carried by wind currents. Make random dips or dart up if the wind is propelling it. It seemed to glide at a steady speed on a day that wasn't windy. This was the late 90s. So drones weren't a commercially sold thing. It was a white square with a red/pinkish dot. Maybe a light was the dot on it? Because it didn't seem like a red dot on fabric from far away. It seemed to glow. It didn't make any noise like an aircraft. It didn't look like an airplane or helicopter, nor did it follow that path. I lived about a dozen miles from an airport, a small town with only one flight path, to the next biggest city. We could always hear them if we were outside at the time. I can't to this day think it was some alien spacecraft. All the other accounts say they sort of zipped in and out of sight. No clue what it was. I remember it, that's all. I remember thinking it didn't make sense. When I was around 12 to 13, I am 19 now, and my dad had bought me my first ATV to take out to the desert when we go camping. I remember it was my second time taking it out there, and my dad would encourage me to take it for a ride. I went around the camp and up a hill near where we would usually camp. As I got up to the top, I remembered it was very quiet for it being only around noon. As I got close to a spot at the top, I knew it was good for doing donuts since so many people had tried it. This patch of sand is shaped as one with a little patch of sand raised in the middle. I see a girl in a dirty black dress sitting in the middle of it, drawing in the sand. I couldn't make out what it was. She had short black hair and was extremely pale. She didn't even glance at me. We were only like 5 feet away from each other at this point. I waved and tried to get her attention to see if she was lost or needed help. I shut off the bike, and I tried talking to her. I turned the bike back on, and nothing would break her focus on the drawing. I gave up and tried to talk to her and wanted to go around her, but as I creeped forward, she stopped drawing. She didn't look at me, but she just froze. I decided to back up, and she continued drawing again. After that, I just decided to turn around and go the way I came. And for some reason, I had that feeling of someone watching me and grew this urge to look back. I glanced over my shoulder as I left, and I saw her standing, staring right at me. I turned back and punched the gas all the way back to camp. After a few hours of thinking and being very confused as to why she was up there barefoot in the hot sand alone, she couldn't be any older than 9 or 10. So before it got too dark, I asked my dad if I could take my bike for one last ride for the day, and I got back up there. She's gone. It's like she was never there. Her drawing was gone. There were no footsteps in the sand. It's a long walk to the nearest camp. From there, I couldn't imagine her walking alone or covering up her tracks all the way. Who was she? It was all just really confusing. Maybe she was just a kid looking to freak people out or something, but it's always bothered me. I worked a late shift and got off at 3:30 a.m. I also lived in a relatively small city, so there just wasn't any other traffic around that time, which made for a nice straight shot home down the highway. As I was driving along, the radio suddenly cut out. Not like dissolving into a buzz of static, just plain music, then silence with nothing in between. I even glanced to make sure the radio was still on. A few seconds later, there was a column of light stretching from beyond the horizon to farther up than I could see from inside my car. Then a few seconds after that, the radio continued playing as if it had never stopped. I never found anything in the news about it. None of my friends saw anything, which wasn't surprising given that those still at work would have been on the wrong side of the building, and those who got off when I did live much closer to work and would have been home by the time it happened. I have no idea what it could have been. The radio thing must have been related because the timing was just too coincidental otherwise. But if it had been a transformer blowing or weird uniform lightning interfering with the station, I would have gotten static, not silence. When I was 16, I punched my bedroom door to shits. The hole was big enough to get in and out without opening the door, so I could look straight into the rest of the attic. The washing machine just finished its wash, and its light blinks on every 2 seconds for half a second. At one point I was lying in bed, and as my eyes looked into the darkness of the rest of the attic, the light blinked on, and I saw a rather short, 130 centimeters plus slash, and very skinny figure with a large head-to-body ratio. It had skin comparable to a naked mole rat, but no texture at all. It seemed very smooth. It walked from the left side of the attic by my door to the right side with 2 steps. This all happened within one light blink of the washing machine. I do not believe in supernatural shit, nor do I believe aliens are anywhere near our solar system, let alone my room. I believe this must have been some kind of hallucination or something. I can still vividly imagine it, though. Very strange. Anything past midnight I feel like weird or creepy things happen, but this is what happened to me. Me and my girl were coming back from a party. We got into a heated argument, and I decided to get out of the car and walk. I'm drunk at this point, and it's about 2 in the morning, maybe later. I start walking by the freeway because I'm not that familiar with the area, and I thought it'd be easier to find my way if I walked on the side of the freeway. Right away, a white truck comes to the side of me, and one of the guys pops their heads out and stares at me, and I'd probably have been sketched out But again, I'm drunk and I have no fear at this point and just stare back, waiting for something to happen. He looks back at the driver, and it seemed like they said something. And he looks back at me again, and they decide to leave. At this point, I decide maybe I should get out of the freeway, so I see an opening where I can get out and hop the fence to get back to the streets. So I'm walking for a while, and I'm thinking maybe I should get an Uber, but there's no cars for some reason. And throughout this time, it's like every homeless person is out and about, and everyone that I've seen stares at me like I don't belong here or why am I here. And the part that gets me is I can see the gradual change. I guess I can put it of homeless that you can tell don't want to be in the position that they are in to the ones who completely gave up and lost it. It's probably been an hour since I started walking, and my goal is to go to my mom's house because I don't want to be around my girlfriend. And I get to a point at a spot where it might be 20-30 more minutes of walking to get there. And I'm in a neighborhood walking in the middle of the street, and it gets really cold at this point, and I get a weird urge to run for some reason. And I'm still drunk, but it's wearing off, so I'm getting spooked. I continue to keep walking, and almost at a point where I'm going to get out of the neighborhood onto a main road, I walk, and that's when a ball behind. I remember hearing the ball bounce, and I turned as it rolled onto the middle of the street, and I booked it and ran as far as I could. I want to say I remember seeing the street light flicker a little when it happened, but that could just be in my head. I'm not sure if that happened. I did decide not to go to my mom's and did another hour of walking to my apartment, but I still remember that night, and I'm never going to do that again. When I was a kid, I used to swim in a little creek that ran through the properties of many different landowners. There were spots where little metal wires were attached to poles on either side of the creek, marking the boundaries of the plots. My cousins and I would hang onto these wires and feel the running water flow past us. I remember one time when I let go to swim to the shore, likely to start over again, but my foot got stuck on something heavy. I opened my eyes underwater and saw a white figure there. At that moment, I got really freaked out and managed to free my foot by kicking and splashing until I reached the shore. I genuinely believed that there was a white kid holding onto my feet, trying to pull me downwards, but none of my cousins believed me. What it could have been is that a piece of wood was drifting in the water and touched my body while I was underwater, causing me to get scared out of my mind. However, I still feel like that's just an excuse because I distinctly remember feeling extremely scared, as if someone or some animal were holding my ankle. I was around 10 years old when this happened to me. It was the middle of the night, and my bedroom window was right beside my bed. The window was on the front of the house facing the street. I couldn't sleep. My window was slightly open to keep the room cool, and I was up all night playing on my Nintendo DS. I suddenly hear someone walking outside and the faint sound of someone whistling some song. I get up to look outside my window and there's a black figure of a man in a long coat walking across the street with a top hat on. I couldn't see his face, just blackness. Yes, I know this was a dark shadow person now. He stood there for a few minutes. It freaked me out, and I thought this man must have seen me peeking through my window, so I turned away from the window. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps getting closer and closer to our house, and my heart starts to race. I peek outside my window again to see him, and he's standing right on our sidewalk, just looking up at our house and staring, and then he starts walking closer onto our front lawn now. I immediately jump out of bed and run out of my room to wake up my mom. My mom and I look out the window, and he is gone. I still think about this night years later, and I know for a fact I was wide awake when this happened. It wasn't a dream. I used to carpool with a friend to college in a military town. It was really common to see the airborne guys fly over training with helicopters or C-130s. One day I had just dropped him off and was driving through the farm fields on this little county road when a plane and 2 helicopters refueling came over. I slowed down to watch because it's cool, and something grabbed my attention. In the distance, just floating in the sky, was this teardrop-shaped metallic thing. I couldn't really tell how far away or how large it was because it was just this featureless shape up there, like an inverted balloon. As I started to stop to look at it better, it just stopped existing. It never seemed to move or shoot off. It was just there one moment and gone the next, as if someone flipped the light switch. Part of me was like, oh yes HD, I saw a UFO, and the other part was like, it was just a reflection or balloon or something, so I wrote it off. A couple of months later, I had just dropped my friend off again and was driving in that same area when again a plane came over refueling some helicopters. I kind of jokingly thought, I wonder if that weird thing is over there, and sure enough, the exact same thing was in pretty much the same spot. I practically slammed on my brakes this time and rolled down my window to properly stare at it. It was just the same featureless metal teardrop floating there. Again, after a few seconds, it just winked out of existence like it had never been there. Friend had never seen anything like that and said it was probably a UAV or something they were using to monitor the pilots. However, The way the thing disappeared has always stuck with me. How can something be there one moment and gone the next? If it was some sort of cloaking system, why would it ever be off? And why in the same spot? When I was in the military, a bunch of my friends, 9 people in total, 6 of them women, decided to head out into the middle of the woods and go camping for a week. We hiked 2 days out and got about 10 miles into the woods. We set everything up, and the first night is fine. The next day we hiked another 5 miles deeper. That night around 10, some dude popped out of the tree line about 30 feet away and just greeted us like, "Hey guys." I've never been so shocked in my entire life. We were literally in the middle of nowhere in West Virginia, around 15 miles deep in the woods. 2 of the guys went over and talked to him, and after a while of talking, he left. When they came back, both of the guys loaded their handguns and kept them on their person. The dude had told them that he was out hiking and just wanted to hang out. Our guys told him it wasn't going to happen. Nothing else crazy happened, but we ended up cutting the trip early. The layover night before actually leaving the woods was tense, and everyone was paranoid. I'm not sure if we stumbled on a meth lab or something, but I feel like that guy would have been a little less friendly if so. On a night drive in the middle of winter, 2 of my closest friends and I were driving on a back road until we hit a dense wall of fog. We slowly kept driving through, until the fog suddenly disappeared entirely after a few minutes. The road and area were clear again, until we saw it. We look up in the sky, and to our gaze, there is a giant red blood moon above us. Light, seriously red and super big. We started freaking out. We kept driving on the back road under the red sky until we were met with another dense wall of fog, honking our way through. After exiting the second dense wall of fog, the red blood moon was gone. It didn't appear for the rest of the night. All 3 of us remember this story vividly, and nobody believes us. We have created zany theories that we were probed or unknowingly abducted. Or even more realistically, something was in the sky or the clouds gave a different coloration of the moon from where we were driving. But we don't know for sure. One of the strangest things that I've ever seen with my own eyes. I wouldn't believe it myself if my other friends didn't confirm it. I went to our local mall with a friend, which I had been to many times in the past. I had walked through every part of that mall and knew the map like the back of my hand at that point. Inside of the mall is a Dave & Buster's that we were going to meet my brother and his friend. We entered the mall on the very left side through Nordstrom's. The Nordstrom's was the end of the mall from that left side. I knew that the Dave & Buster's was on the middle floor somewhere to the right, obviously. So me and my friend continued to walk all the way to the right, even looking at maps on my phone since we both had never been there before. On the very opposite end of the mall is a Macy's. That's the end of the rightmost side of the mall, and you can tell just by looking outside of the mall. As we are continuing to walk right, the modern look of the mall started to fade. The ground turned to carpet. The stores became more antique. The smell turned to that musty old smell that's hard to explain. There was not a single person in sight. All of the doors to the stores were open, but nobody was inside, not even cashiers or workers. We hadn't passed the Macy's, which was 3 stories, the amount of stories the mall had. Neither I nor my friend had ever seen this part of the mall before, and nobody knew what I was talking about when I relayed the story to friends and family. We continued to pick up the pace because the vibes were insanely off. We are met with the Dave & Buster's sign and run inside. When we walked in, everything seemed perfectly normal. When asking my brother which way he came in, he just told me they came from the other side, which was the outside parking lot. I asked him if he had ever come in through the mall entrance, and he said yes. He had gone a lot, but I had never been to that specific Dave & Buster's. Me and my friend just looked at each other weird but brushed it off. When we ended up leaving, we needed to go back out through the mall entrance since my car was parked in the front parking lot. But when me and my friend both opened the doors to exit, the mall looked the exact same as it ever did. When we turned, we both saw the huge Macy's sign, probably no more than 50 feet away. I thought I had gone crazy, but my friend said she saw and felt the exact same thing about everything that changed. To this day, I cannot explain it. After going back the next time, I walked in that same direction with another friend to see if I'd experienced the same thing, but it was all perfectly normal. The ground was tile, people in stores and walking around, nothing vintage related, no weird smell, bright natural light. So effing weird. Didn't really freak me out much, but me and my friend stayed at her grandma's house and did some spiritual shit. I can't remember the name of the activity we did, but basically her grandma thinks that she can speak to spirits and sense them, etc. Anyways, to get to the point, she did all this mystic type shit, telling me I had a spirit watching over me, etc. I've never really been a believer of these sorts of things, so I just brushed it off as BS. Anyways, skip like 20 minutes later, and we were stood in her kitchen at around 11 at night. Suddenly, both the clock handles dropped as fixed. Kitchen was small and quiet, that's how we seen Flash heard it. And when we were looking at it, the fucking kitchen lights went off for about 30 seconds and came back on. It was super weird. I'm the type of guy that always sees
You've got mail.
So, I've never been that guy to sit and think ghosts are around me. But for sure, if they do exist, that was likely the most convincing thing I've ever seen in my life. Unidentified aerial phenomenon when I was 13. Freshly out of foster care and packed away like Trex to move to a rural New Mexico town, though that town got some notoriety recently for a tragedy, to live with my aunt, who I barely knew at the time. Her ex-husband worked on oil rigs out there, and she would take him food around dawn before she'd head to work. One day she decided to take me because I was a shitty who refused to go to school for some reason. I just did not want to go, piled me into her new truck, and we were off. We had to take a side road to get there, so there was no usual traffic. No other cars, no trucks, just flat land and a slowly lightening sky. It happened so quickly, but I can still remember when the truck stalled. It stopped with a sudden jerk, and I remember thinking, is it a dog? When I turned to look at my aunt, but she looked confused as hell as she tried restarting the car. All of a sudden, everything goes quiet, the type of quiet where if you have tinnitus, you can hear the ringing, and then it's like the air started to vibrate. My eyes were locked onto the road at this point, but I couldn't lean forward or at least felt like I couldn't move around. Something smooth and pale and metal-looking came into view just barely in the windshield, and I could tell something was above us. The truck was then flooded with blinding light, and then everything stopped. For a few seconds, there was nothing but silence, and then the truck roared back to life. I let out a yell that caused my aunt to shriek, but I tired out of the truck and made myself dizzy, frantically looking up into the sky and turning in all directions. I got back in the truck when my aunt started yelling at me, and when I asked her what she thought happened, she basically brushed me off to act like I was imagining things. To this day, she refuses to think about it. She is deeply Christian, and I think she had a crisis of faith for a moment before shutting down. We were chilling with friends next to the train station. Some of my friends were a little drunk or something, but I was sober at the time. While we were sitting there, we heard the signal of an approaching train, which was unusual because trains are no longer running at that hour. A few minutes later, we see a common-looking train to our region. But what was weird about it? It had no headlights, rear lights, or basically any light on it, even inside. It was pitch black night, so there is no way it could run like that. We were stunned. Then it stopped by the platform, but so that the entire train was off the platform except the last two doors. Normally, they should stop before the end of the platform. Then these two doors are opening and some red lights are lighting up inside this train. This weird feeling comes in that you want to get into that train to see where it's going. Stays for a minute, then the train is starting to run again to be never seen again. The next day I was asking my friends if they remember what happened last night. Only one remembered this situation. They were not that drunk to forget it. They just were like it didn't happen. Me and that friend who remembered wanted to know what was that. We checked arrivals, and there was nothing about such a train. Even the person closing the railway crossing didn't know anything. Also, I remember there was no living soul on that train. Maybe because it was dark, but it was weird and kind of spooky. The Hat Man. Yeah, that dumb thing. I'm 40 now, and when I was around 11 to 13, me and my friend were playing in the basement of the church. It's a finished basement, and at the time it was set up with a long community room and two small nursery rooms about 10 by 10 apiece. The long room isn't very big, maybe 20x100. Each nursery has a single entry door and a door that connects the two. Their entry doors are from the community room, and there's a small sliding window about halfway up the wall where you can see in the nursery. We were down there practicing sharpshooters and sweet chin music on the mats used for the church daycare when all of a sudden we both stopped dead in our tracks, staring at the nursery window. My buddy looked at me and said, "Black cowboy hat?" And I said, "Yeah." Both of us saw a figure in a black hat walk past that window in the nursery. Perplexed at what we had just seen because we were the only two downstairs, he went in the door on the left, and I went in the door on the right because those are the only two ways out of there, and there was nobody there. We bolted out of that basement so fast. Still to this day, we occupy that church, and any time there's a function downstairs, we talk about the black hat guy. It blew my mind just 2 to 3 years ago when I discovered that that guy was actually a thing. I immediately texted him information about it. When I was a kid, we moved to a new place. Everything was fine, until one night I heard some weird, faint noises. It was almost like someone was crying somewhere far. I was fearful. In the morning, I told my parents. None of them heard anything. A few days later, I heard this weird noise again. Was thinking that it must be someone in agony or some spirit that is hurt. Maybe some alien signals. The imagination ran wild. I couldn't explain the voices to my parents. They never seemed to hear anything, and none of my friends whom I used to play with heard any such thing. The mystery got solved a few months later, when one day while going for my afternoon teach, I heard the sound again. It was a mosque, which was a bit far from my house. It was playing azan. During the daytime, I never heard anything because it was sufficiently far. But in the quiet of the dawn, I could hear it faintly. My room being on the closest end meant that it was more audible to me than the rest of my family. The relief I felt all the way back from my tuition was incredible. The haunting was over. So in the bathroom of my house, I have two mirrors facing each other. This is known as a spirit portal. I didn't really believe in the paranormal until these three things happened. The first thing happened years ago, and I have a photo of it somewhere. One of the two mirrors that were glued to the wall had fallen off. This isn't completely impossible, but what was weird was that it was just hanging at a 45-degree angle from the wall. Nothing was holding it up. Nothing was stopping it from falling. It just chilled there for days. Fast forward about 2 years or so, and I was at a garage sale looking for jewelry. I found this really pretty chain bracelet with a single watch charm. The watch wasn't functioning. It was cast metal. I bought the thing, and since then, weird things happened with it. It has moved on its own on 3 separate occasions. One time, I swore I had it clipped to my purse as I entered a store, and about halfway through it, I noticed it was missing. I searched everywhere, but I thought that I had lost it. I gave up on searching and went back to my car. Lo and behold, the charm was laying on my center. My purse is always kept in the back seat or on the floor, so I have no explanation as to how it got there. I have come to the somewhat logical conclusion that a spirit is somehow connected to the bracelet. He is a good spirit, though, and I have named him Carn. Now we come to the worst one. A few months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night. I would say it would be around 3-4 inch. I felt a weight at the foot of my bed and looked down, thinking it was my cat who likes to sleep with me. My cat was there, but she was staring at the corner of my bed and hissing. Looking over, I saw a small girl, maybe 5 years old, staring me dead in the eyes. She had long blonde hair and 2 braided pigtails and was wearing this pink Victorian child outfit. When she noticed I was awake, she said, "Oh, good. I woke you up." Then I jumped off the bed and fucking disappeared. I was so fucking scared, but I thought it may have been some hallucination or something, so I went back to sleep. The next day, I was opening the blinds in the kitchen when I saw a child's handprint on the window.
Well,
I sent a photo to my friend, who was fucking horrified. The child still comes up to me sometimes. I'll spare the details, but I used to have a bunch of animals. 5 dogs and 3 cats. My 2 young dogs were each about 1.5 years old. I owned the one that whole time and the other for about 6 months. They had lived with the cats that entire time, no issues whatsoever. I have rescued and fostered my whole life and wasn't afraid to move a foster dog if I thought they were too interested in cats. But I had experienced no warning signs from either at this point. Well, one night, both of those young dogs attacked one of my cats and killed him. I still have no idea why. I wasn't there to see how it started, but I fought them off and threw them in the house where my other cats were. The dogs had no reaction to those cats at all, until I was able to find them new homes. Way easier to rehome young, trained dogs to homes without cats than old cats to any home. I'd let the young dogs out individually and supervised, and they never showed signs of caring, let alone aggression, towards either of the remaining cats. I still have pictures of those 2 dogs and that one cat all lying in bed with me 2 days before it happened. It was such a peaceful moment. Never saw it coming. We'll never know how it began. But I will say, to their credit, neither dog ever turned on me while I fought them for her. Now, they each live in more suitable homes and do not have cats around at all. Marfa, TX, lights, you see them over where the road in the mountains is. But then some appeared closer and not off in the distance. We left, as did the other car there in the viewing area. They went toward Alpine, and us back to Marfa. The lights were on occasion next to us on the road too, off a ways, but they had dimension and were not off in the mountains. My best guess is static electricity among the plants. Like, at the motel, you could run your hand down the sheets, and it was like painting with green lighting from your fingers. Shuffle your feet a bit in the old motel carpet, and you had a finger-mounted Tesla coil if you went to touch someone. So the static electricity / wall lighting / whatever kind of fits, at least that instance. I'm guessing if it was that, a few instances of that rarely in the right condition, plus usually cars on the road, add to the mystery around it. Or we could have been freaked out kids seeing what we wanted to see. But the static electricity in the motel that night was insane as nothing else. and it wasn't nearly as strong the next night, and haven't stayed in Martha since. This was 1998. In the late spring of 2010, I had just finished work and was waiting for a bus with a small huddle of other people. It was just after 5 p.m., and it was broad daylight. I was looking up the road for the bus when all of a sudden I saw a black silhouette of a squat, chubby-looking propeller airplane moving from right to left in the middle distance, slightly behind a line of trees. It was moving pretty quickly and was so close to the ground, in a place where I knew there wasn't an airfield, that my heart jumped and I assumed the pilot was in trouble. There was no engine noise, even though I'd have expected to hear it, given that it wasn't very far away. I enjoy World War II history, so although I'm no expert, many older aircraft are familiar to me, but this one wasn't. I wondered if it was a Halifax bomber, but the tail was wrong and there wasn't a gun turret on the back. Instead, the plane looked almost like a drawing of a vintage plane. It was unusually squat, with what looked like fat, exaggerated features, an unusually large tail, squat wings, and a bulge in the cockpit area. I cried out, "Holy SHT, look at that." And true to form, most of the other people casually turned to look at me and then slowly turned to look where I was pointing, so slowly that the plane had gone out of sight by the time they reacted to it. The only exception was an elderly South Asian man who looked where I was pointing straight away and acknowledged that he'd seen it as well. I have since seen a photograph of a plane that looks exactly like the plane I saw that day. I can't remember now, but maybe an aircraft expert can help me. What's a plane that looks like a mosquito in profile, only with a larger, fatter tail, a more squat, chunky fuselage, and a bulge under the cockpit/nose? The name will come back to me, but it escapes me at the moment. Frustrating. Edit. I remember the type of plane it looked like. I didn't know what they looked like at the time and had in fact hardly ever heard of them at the time, but I've seen images of them since, and now I can say that the plane I saw very closely resembled a foe-fighter. Google for images, just with a smooth /no middle turret as far as I could tell, like a Douglas Dakota. I live out in the country in upstate NY. One late night about 10 years ago, my dog all of a sudden lifted its head and jumped off the couch. I was just sitting there on my phone and chilling, figuring she had to take a leak. I met it at the door with a leash. I go outside, and the dog is acting weird. I hear this strange wind coming from only my left side and walk the dog over to investigate. The dog looks up. I see just the tops on the trees to my left swinging around weirdly like it was icy. I hear a light buzzing sound that was very eerie. There was no moon, and it was very dark but cleared out. But I could see one big low-lying cloud in the sky right where the wind and buzzing were. As me and the dog are looking up, my dog slowly growled. All of a sudden, the cloud slowly evaporated, and I swear to God, a huge, slow-moving craft appeared. It was like looking at the bottom of a Millennium Falcon. There were a couple small lights on it, pretty big size, jagged but round and about the size of 2 football fields, moving slowly. I was in disbelief. I shook my head, blinked, and looked again, and it was still there. My dog even barked at it. I had about a minute of staring at it, then slowly it began to cloud up all around it like a cloaking device. I could still kind of make it out in the cloud. It moved quicker to my left and out of my range fast as the sound and wind died. I was like, did I see that, or I'm going mad? I can still picture it in my mind and wish to God I had my phone to take a picture. It was very tough to convince me about UFOs and all that, but that unbelievable moment had me convinced I had seen something that was out of this world or something like that. I know what I saw, and it was unreal. It gives me shivers thinking about it to this day. Now, that was really weird. I was traveling through New England with someone. Everything was fine until I went to bed. As I was drifting off to sleep, I felt the bed shake. Then it shook again. And again. Like some invisible person was giving it a sharp nudge each time. Being the only person in this strange room, I was terrified. Finally, I got up the courage to turn on the light and have a look around. No one in the room. Nothing under the bed. The closet was empty. There was nothing I could see near the bed that could be causing it to shake. Reluctantly, I crawled badly into the bed and turned off the light. The shaking continued throughout the night. It was random, sometimes a single small shake, then half an hour later a series of big and small shakes. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I met my friends for breakfast. I wasn't planning on saying anything until one of them asked if I'd felt the bed shaking. They'd had the exact same experience and were as bewildered as I was. This happened probably 20 years ago, and I still have no idea what caused the beds to shake. There is probably a logical explanation for it, but I don't know what it could be.
At what point does a salad become a salad? Is it when you add fried chicken, wontons, citrus vinaigrette? Or is it when you top it all with an egg roll? Clearly the egg roll. The Zaxby's Sensation Salad. Zaxby's.
When I was 10, I had a really weird experience that made me believe in the paranormal. It happened while playing outside with my 12-year-old brother at our uncle's house. I saw a strange thing, a small bone about 3 inches long near my brother's feet. I told him, and as we watched, it started moving into his pants. He panicked, lifted his pants leg, and the bone stabbed into his knee. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any pain. I ran to tell our dad, and the whole family came out to see the bone stuck in my brother's knee. Dad tried to pull it out, but it suddenly went into my brother's knee with no blood, scar, or injury. We rushed to the hospital, and although my brother wasn't in pain, he was scared. Explaining to the skeptical doctors was hard, but since my dad is a policeman, they eventually believed it. After the first x-rays with no bone evidence, my dad insisted on another, but it still showed nothing on the second x-ray. The hospital staff thought it was made up. Desperate for an explanation, the doctors suggested a spiritual healer. Dad went to one, who gave him water to put on my brother's knee before another x-ray. The third x-ray showed the bone, and they did emergency surgery to take it out. As the skeptical nurses and doctors at the hospital fell silent, as everyone at the hospital stopped doubting and got quiet, the doctor gave my dad the bone they took out.
Heroes of the Horde, the Dragon Isles have awakened and beckoned the dragon flights home. Meet me in Orgrimmar, where I am about to present the aspect's invitation to the Horde Council.
Come, shop, browse.
One, when I was probably 16, 17 years old, I was prescribed ADHD medication again. I was prescribed it as a kid, like at age 7 or 8, but for whatever reason ended up on it.
You got mail.
I can't remember, now in my 30s, why I was prescribed it again at 17, but I was. So, I'm on my way home from basketball practice. Where I grew up was in the middle of nowhere, out in the country, far from the city where I went to school. So, my drive was about 45 minutes. I'm about halfway home and driving on this canopy road covered by oak trees. As I got to the end of the road, it led to this straight road that turns into a small bridge and crosses into the next county. I'm on the straightaway for maybe 30 seconds when this black helicopter comes down really low. I mean, it was at the level of the trees. It scared the shit out of me. I hit my brakes but keep moving. I remember looking around, out my windows, in my mirrors, to no avail. Just as quickly as it was right above my truck, it was gone. It didn't make any sense. My first thought was I was seeing things. I quickly threw that out of my mind because I could see the details of that helicopter. But at the same time, if it was real, then where the fuck did it go? I told my mom and girlfriend, who's now my wife, about it, and they both said that I likely hallucinated, caused by the ADHD medications. Who knows? 2, as I said in my first story, I grew up in the country. We lived in a neighborhood that used to be a huge piece of hunting land. To give you an idea how rural it is, the town 5 miles south of us got a Burger King when I was in high school. The whole damn world stopped. Something as huge as DK was just 5 miles away. Who are we, NYC? So, needless to say, there was nothing for us to do other than be outside. At the time, I knew my friends, and I bitched and moaned about being bored. I went to a buddy who I grew up with's wedding last month. We just sat and talked about how great our childhood was. I'm rambling. So, our neighborhood was in the middle of the woods and surrounded by crop fields. We'd constantly explore the woods. It was so big out there that we'd always get lost and discover new huts in the woods, streams, ponds, tree forks, etc. One day, when I was probably 11, my friends and I, there were 4 of us that day, were doing what we always did and wandering around the woods. We weren't too deep, but we also didn't quite recognize where we were. We weren't even walking in a specific direction. We were just walking and talking. We eventually go up a slight incline, which leads to this super old, rusted, barbed wire fence. We knew everyone who lived out there, so whose property did we just happen upon? It wasn't abnormal to come across really old, abandoned, and dilapidated houses or hunting camps in those woods, but we were surprised we'd never found this before. Thinking it led to some abandoned property, we found a way over the fence and kept on. A short time later, we come to a clearing. It's a dirt road. Not one person drove on. There were no tire marks. It was just a random dirt road in the middle of the woods. It's not covered in leaves, so it gets used a bunch. But who's driving out here? Rather than just cross over it and continue through the woods, we begin walking on the road. I couldn't tell you how long we walked, but we realized the road was turning. We began wondering if it was just a big circle. That's when my buddy, let's call him Tim, asks, "Who's that?" We turned to see an old man walking towards us. He's probably a good 30-ish yards behind us, but he's coming straight at us. He isn't running. He isn't saying anything. He's just steady walking.
May your
I
feet
think it was
find
because
good
we thought we
trails.
were in trouble or because we had never run into someone in our explorations. But we freaked out. We took a headlong flight down the path. Keep in mind, we are 11, 12 years old. We were quick and motivated. I remember being at the front of the pack. What gives me chills to this day, 21 years later, is the fact that as I ran, I looked back periodically, probably 3
Here
or
is
4
the
times.
hero I spoke
Each time I
of.
looked back, I remembered seeing Van. He was still walking at his leisurely pace, not running or even power walking, but just casually strolling in our direction, but he was getting closer. Each time I looked back, he was closer. What's worse, my friends saw the same exact thing. In fact, I don't even know if I was the first to look back. I think I might have heard one of my friends who yelled, "He's getting closer." And he was. At one point, I remember considering stopping because he was right behind us. Being the fucking geniuses we were, we finally noticed that either the fence is down or there's a break in it. Either way, we bolted right, back into the woods. There was no stopping us. We ran for what felt like an hour, probably a few minutes, through the woods. We eventually realized we don't see him behind us. We end up finding a way out of the woods and realize we aren't far from my house. We bolt there and just lay in my backyard, catching our breath. I remember us discussing what happened. We all saw it. We all remember a tall man, in dark clothing, just strolling along towards us. At different times, each of us would turn and notice that he was closer. We couldn't see details, like facial features, but we all agreed he was old. How was an old man, walking at a regular pace, able to not only keep up but continue to close the 30-yard gap between him and 4 11-year-olds in an all-out sprint? I'm in my early 30s now, and I sure as shit can't tell you. Like I said, one of my buddies that was there that day just got married last month. Another buddy of mine that was there was also at the wedding. We sat there hashing stories of growing up, and someone brought that story up. None of us can come up with an answer that makes sense. I bet it ever will. It happened to me and 2 other friends. We were all like 21 years old at the time. We were smoking weed in a small park next to a supermarket when suddenly we saw 2 guys dressed like bakers running across the park, from the left side to the right side, with these big wooden spatula-like things in their hands. They looked angry and acted like they were chasing or searching for someone. Sure, that was weird, but it gets weirder after the 2 bakers get out of the park because a 3rd guy appeared running in the same direction, from left to right of the park. This 3rd guy looked like a stereotypical thief from cartoons. I mean, he used black and white stripes in his clothing like the hamburger from McDonald's. This guy was running like he was escaping from someone and carries a big white bag in his back. Shortly after the thief left the park by the right side, another guy appeared, dressed in guard uniform. Apparently, they were chasing the thief, so they followed him in the same direction. After some minutes, we saw a guy dressed as a butcher, with a big-ass knife in his hand, entering from the right side of the park. He looked very angry. Finally, we saw the thief again, this time running away from the bakers and the guard who were chasing him. Behind the group was the butcher, who yelled things like "catch him and kill him right now." All of that was very weird, and I still did not comprehend what was going on. One time I had the worst
I
insomnia,
have
and I
many,
couldn't
many
sleep for hours.
wares.
I feel like shit when I don't get much sleep, worse than others. And since I know this, I get anxiety that I can't sleep and I'm going to feel like shit tomorrow, which just exasperates the insomnia. I didn't want to feel like shit at work in the morning, so I knew I had some Benadryl, so it should work. I took 2. An hour later,
You've got mail.
I get a bad panic attack about getting no sleep, so I take a bunch, a whole lot. I woke up sometime to go to pee, and when I do, my bathroom floor is covered with ants swarming the floor. It's like the floor was made of ants. What the fuck? Somehow pee and go back to sleep. I wake up the next day. My muscles feel very stiff and hard to move. I couldn't even text properly on my phone. It's like I just couldn't make my fingers do it. I feel nauseated, so I throw up some red stuff. Feel better. The world sort of has a darker tint. I'm hearing people screaming randomly. I hear some random music and sounds.
Oh God, that's
My
weird.
memory is pretty
What
bad,
the hell is
and I
it
feel
called?
extremely
Bro.
dumb, and my thoughts are scrambled.
That really scared
I
the
need
hell out
money,
of me.
so I can't call it. As I'm walking to my car, I see someone staring at me through a car window. They don't move at all. I look away. He's gone. I look back. He's there. Weird. I decided to drive to work. I'm on the freeway, and suddenly I can't remember where the fuck I am or what I'm doing. I know I'm driving, but why? Where on the freeway am I? And where am I going? And how do I get there? I remember. I know now. So I get to work. I think that I must be both seriously sick and have a really fucked brain right now due to a lack of sleep. I'm still hearing random screams, sounds, and music. I see shadows out of the corner of my eye. I keep seeing a face with a hat on, but when I look closer, it's just a duster. I'm on break and walking to the lunchroom, and I see just like a little ball of gnats/bugs flying around. As I get closer, they disappear. Things like this are happening the whole time at work. I start to freak out thinking that I've developed schizophrenia and this is my life now. How am I going to tell my wife her husband is crazy and won't be normal anymore? How do I raise my daughter? I start to feel scared, depressed, and like my life is over. Work is done. I'm driving home at night, and I occasionally see things run across the road. I try to ignore it and tell myself it's not real and I'm just mentally ill. I go to sleep immediately. I wake up in the morning. I'm not hearing things anymore. I'm not seeing shadows and faces in inanimate objects. The world isn't a darker tint anymore. Everything is normal. A few days later, I'm reading Reddit, and I see a comment about people addicted to Benadryl. I find out they trip on it. I read the DPH, or whatever, subreddit for an hour or two. Suddenly it hit me. I'm not schizophrenic. I was just tripping, possibly overdosing on Benadryl. I think I threw up blood. It was a huge fucking relief to me, though, to know that it was just from Benadryl. I'm scared to even take two to help sleep again. This was unexplained to me for a few very confusing days. When I was in the military, I was a gunner for the Lab 25. During our training in 29 Palms, it had gotten dark out, so we decided to stop and post security with the vehicle set up in a rounded 360-degree formation. During my fire watch, nighttime security, I was looking through my scope with the night vision enabled for enemies, and at times I'd enjoy watching the wildlife roam around occasionally to keep myself awake. While looking through the scope, there was a figure moving pretty slowly about 4 kilometers away, and I realized they were stopping then walking and stopping then walking. Interested, I zoomed in as much as I could and saw that it was definitely a human, but the outline showed that they were wearing no gear and didn't have a weapon either. This was a training ground, so everything was cleared out, and if someone was here, they would definitely have been in some form of PPE. I watched them for another 10 minutes before they turned and started walking down the hill towards our vehicles, so I radioed in that someone was on the training grounds that I didn't believe was authorized and had another vehicle look at the area I was surveying. They saw it too. So this other Marine and I were watching him the whole time just slowly walk his way over, in a kind of unusual way, sort of like if he was walking stiff, but also kind of bending backwards with their arms loosely tossing around from their steps. He got down to a dry gully before being concealed by the terrain height difference. Eventually, they were able to roll a vehicle to the individual spot, but when they got there, they couldn't find anyone. I was so fucking confused because 2 people saw this oddball walking around 4 kilometers away in a weird manner. However, no one was there. I don't even know why they would be out there if we found them. Though no one ever did find anything or anyone that night. It was creepy for most of us, especially since we never saw them leave the gully. I was on the phone with my girlfriend a few years ago. We were on FaceTime, and I was gaming while she was falling asleep. Suddenly I hear a loud woman-like shrieking and remove my headphones. I notice it's coming from my phone, so I know it's on my girlfriend's end. I assume it's her having a bad dream, so I call out her name and get no response. But I know it wasn't my girlfriend because I hear her panic breathing at the same time the screaming was going on. The screaming was also intensely fucking loud, as in it sounded like it was in the exact same room. I asked her what that was, and she had no idea. Now the truly puzzling part is that none of her family heard it. Her grandma, dad, and siblings were all home and in different areas of the house, but nobody else heard it. I don't believe in anything paranormal and think even the most unexplained things have rational explanations. And I know there are animals that sound stunningly human. And I spent hours researching all of the ones I could find, but none of them sounded remotely like what we heard, and none of them are even endemic to our area. There was clearly nobody else in her room either. Just fucking puzzling, man. When I was a child, we went to a cemetery, and when my mother and grandmother were visiting the grave of my martyr uncle, she asked me to go back to the car and bring a bottle of water. The road between the grave and the car was long, and as I was going, a very old woman stopped me. She looked terrifying and asked me to bring her some water and told me that I would stand here until you brought me water. I got to the car and brought water for the mother. And the old woman. I searched for the old woman and did not find any trace of her. I am sure that she was cleaning her son's grave, but there was no trace of her, and I ignored the matter. On my way to my mother, I heard the old woman's voice saying, "Give me water," and I was terrified because I did not see her when she looked back, and her voice was loud as she ran as fast as possible to my mother. My mother asked me, "Why were you afraid?" I told her I saw a rabid dog because I am sure that if I told her that I saw this thing, she would never believe me. I can remember the details of this situation clearly, as if it happened yesterday. So something I heard, not seen, but still weirdest thing that's happened to me. Me and a buddy of mine were bored one night, so we snuck out the house to go skateboarding. We were 15 to 16 at the time. It was about 1 in the morning, and we were walking along the road on our way back to the house when this all happened. To the left of us was a golf course with a tree line between us. The other side is just a church and a couple houses surrounded by more trees. It's pitch dark, no street lights or anything. This is in South Carolina, BTW.
You've
No
got
drugs were
mail.
involved. So we're walking on the road, talking about whatever teenagers talk about, when my buddy says, "Hold on a second," and as soon as he said that, I noticed what he noticed. There was something jumping in the trees following behind us, probably 20 feet or so away, and it sounded big, like a chimpanzee or something. The limbs of the trees were cracking and creaking, and you could kind of see the trees swaying as it jumped on them, so it was definitely heavy. It scared the shit out of us, so we ran for it. I could still hear it though. It was chasing and keeping pace with us. Eventually, the tree line stopped, so it couldn't chase us anymore without leaving the trees. It didn't follow us after that. We ran the whole way home, though. It's been 15 or so years since then, and I still don't know what it could have been. We don't have apes, monkeys, or big cats here. Even if we did, why chase us? How was it able to basically keep pace with us in a dead sprint while jumping through trees? I've walked up and down that road many times since then and haven't seen/heard it since. Shit still confuses and creeps me out. Two things, one of them spooky and one just downright terrifying. When I was in middle school, my dad was driving me to school, and we got a flat on the way. Then some random man came out of nowhere and helped us change the tire. But when my dad went to offer him some money for being so kind, since nobody was stopping to help us for a while, he just up and vanished, and there was nowhere to go since we were kind of by the freeway and there weren't even bushes around or anywhere for him to have ducked into. Earlier this year, a few months ago, I believe, I was upstairs hanging out on my roof, watching the stars since we have a nice rooftop in our apartment complex, and I would normally go up there around 2 to 3 a.m. just to see the stars and scroll read. So anyways, out of nowhere, I hear the most blood-curdling screams of a woman, and she's screaming like she's running away, but when I looked down from the roof, I couldn't see her anywhere, and the streets were pretty empty, so if there was someone, I would have seen them in the 5 seconds it took me to realize someone was screaming. I still have nightmares about her screams and watched my neighborhood to see if any cops passed by to investigate. I still don't know if it was my brain playing tricks on me or if I actually heard a woman being attacked in the area, and I guess I'll never know. I used to have a spot at a multi-vendor craft store owned by a married couple, Anna and Daryl. We were like a big family at this store and shared details of our lives with one another. The owners were in their early 40s and had always wanted kids of their own but never could, so they had a few adopted kids. One day, Anne came into the store and announced she was pregnant, and we were all incredibly happy for her. We also knew Anne had a bad relationship with her mom and had been raised by her grandmother, Carla, with whom she was incredibly close. A few weeks after the pregnancy announcement, Carla suddenly passed away, and Anna was absolutely devastated. A few days later, a handful of vendors, Anna, Daryl, and myself, were all standing around in the store, expressing our condolences and talking about the sad event. My eyes were wandering as people talked, and I noticed a dark, person-shaped shadow that looked like it was standing between Daryl and another
You've got
vendor.
mail.
I looked around to see if anyone else noticed the dark shadow, and I saw 2 smaller dark shadows sitting on the bench that was in front of the register area. In the center of the large circle everything was standing.
Well met.
I started looking for any explanation for why these shadows could possibly be there, but under the bright fluorescent lights of a mall store, there simply wasn't one. After a few moments, the shadows disappeared, and no one else seemed to have noticed a thing. The next day, I was at home doing my dishes, and I couldn't stop thinking about the shadows. I felt silly, but I'd met Carla before, so I said out loud to the empty kitchen, "Carla, if that was you that I saw in the store yesterday, can you give me a sign?" I was suddenly overcome with a huge wave of sadness. My knees buckled, and tears started streaming down my face. In my mind, I heard, "Please tell her I'm okay. Just let her know I'm okay." Then, the sadness vanished. A few days later, I was in the back of the store with Daryl, and I was like, "Look, Daryl, this is going to sound crazy, but, and I explained the whole weird scenario. His mouth dropped open, and he's like, Shy Blonde 83, you have to tell Anna. So, next time I saw her, I did. She started sobbing and hugging me, saying she'd been begging her grandma for a sign that she was okay and had been considering going to New York to see the Long Island meteor because she was so desperate for a sign from Carly. I awkwardly laughed and said, well, there you go, I guess, and mentioned I still didn't understand the two tiny shadows. Turns out, Anna miscarried, and her cousin, Carla's other granddaughter, had also miscarried just 2 weeks prior. So mine would probably fall under the Mandela effect, possibly, but it still trips me out to this day. Back in high school, my little circle of friends consisted of my close friends and then mutual friends. There was this one girl named Aubrey, and she had 3 friends all named Kristen. Kristen A, Kristen B, and Kristen H. I knew all of them, but knew B the most. I had naturally curly hair and I'd grow it out, so I basically had a fro in high school. So my close friends lovingly called me Fro, especially Kristen B. One Monday. We found out Kristen B and her sister were in a horrible accident on the way home from church. A car had run a red light and T-boned them. Kristen B. died at the scene, and her sister went into a coma. I remember hearing their parents were out of town, and my heart broke thinking about their parents coming home to that news. I remember all the prayer circles around the flagpole and thinking, man, I'll never hear her call me Fro again. I remember all of that distinctly. The thing is that it never happened. I didn't know this until pretty recently, when I brought it up to a friend, and they were like, dude, WTF? Kristen B is married with kids. Here is her Facebook. Yeah, she's alive and married with kids. My friend insists on confusing the story with a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend who went to a different school. But even then, the stories don't line up at all, and the details don't match one bit. I carried these memories with me for years. Was this simply a reoccurring dream that I held onto and mislabeled as a real memory? Is this my own Mandela effect? Did a time traveler fix the past? Who knows? I have a couple of weird things from my early childhood. I lived in a small flat with just my mom when I was really small, like 2 or 3. I woke up one night and a strange, mouth-like opening was in the ceiling above my bed. It spoke to me and told me my mom was at the shops and to not panic. I of course panicked. The ceiling just spoke to me. I remember running around the flat so upset, crying for my mom, who was nowhere to be seen. A neighbor heard me and came to the door to check I was okay. At the same time my mom arrived at the door. She had just nipped to the shop, which was literally next door to our flat. It happened, and I can't explain it. The second thing was at our second home. Again, I had woken up in the night, needing to use the bathroom. In our hallway, there was a single window that looked out into the street, and on my way up the bathroom, I saw a man walking his dog. But I could see through the man. He was large with a top hat, and the dog he was walking was actually dead. He was dragging the dog, and I could see through the man. Then he just kind of faded away. Both of these things are 2 of my earliest memories. Both happened before age 5, and I'm now 36. Still clear as day in my memory. I was outside my apartment complex with my dog. She was sniffing around and off her leash as there was no one else around, and she is very well trained. This older woman and her dog come out of the other building next door, and she immediately starts complaining about my dog being off the leash. This woman is old. Like, she might not make it through the night. Old. Her dog is just as old, if not older by dog years. This woman will not stop complaining and is getting ruder and ruder by the sentence as I try to explain that my dog is nowhere near her and is well trained, and she has nothing to worry about as she is a 30-pound terrier who looks like Benji and is about as aggressive as an angry butterfly. The woman is getting more and more belligerent, and I am out of patience. I turn to her and open my mouth with every intention of saying the worst thing I can come up with, and instead I aggressively screamed my own name in a voice I didn't recognize. It wasn't me. Whatever it was. Whoever it was. It felt like it was screaming at me, stopping me from yelling at this older, horrible woman. It was like someone shoved me out of the way in my own body, took over, and yelled at me, through me. I had zero control. The woman and I both froze in place staring at each other and eventually just walked inside without saying another word. It never happened before, and it hasn't happened since. I don't know how to explain it. When I was much younger, my brothers and I would ride our bikes down to the creek to play and explore. To get there, we would have to ride down a long gravel road that had trees on either side, making a tunnel all the way down. There was rarely any traffic that would pass on this back road, and we could be there for hours and only see a car or 2 pass by. On this day, we were throwing rocks into the creek. It was a common game to try and find the best rock and create the biggest splash until we got bored. We were only there for about an hour before we heard a vehicle coming down the road. We climbed down from the road to the creek to let the car pass. As the car was approaching, their speed decreased. Once they passed the creek, they sped up again. Maybe that's the sheriff seeing if we were okay. Climbing back up the hill to the road, I could see it was a truck and trailer with a pile of something on the trailer. I wasn't sure what it was as the truck kicked up quite a bit of dust on its departure, but in this rural part of town, people were always moving things around in trailers. It didn't seem out of place. Once the dust settled, we went back to throwing rocks into the creek. I went to go pick up another rock, and I noticed a drop of blood. I thought it was odd, but continued looking for a big rock. I took a few steps and found another drop of blood. I told my brothers about it, and we started looking for more. We noticed that there were drops of blood in the exact path the truck had taken. We got on our bikes and decided to follow the blood trail from where the truck had come. We pedaled for nearly half a mile while the blood drops became closer and closer together. We turned a corner, and the blood trail became more of a trickle than drops. We continued over a hill, and the blood trail turned off into an overgrown driveway. The driveway had a rusted metal gate with chains and padlocks latching it closed. The trees lining the barbed wire fence almost acted as fence posts as they had enveloped the oxidized barbed wire through age. On either side of the gate, the blood had cooled up enough to see your reflection. The trail continued down the gated driveway, but the nature taken no trespassing sign kept us out. The sun was reaching the tops of the trees, and it meant trouble if we came home after dark, so we ventured back. We passed the creek, noticing the blood spots becoming more and more spaced out in the opposite direction. On the street, there was a blood drop every 5 feet or so. At the stop signs, there were a few spots in a small area. The spots became further and further apart, and soon we lost track of them completely. To this day, I have no idea what was killed on this person's property, but I believe my brothers and I prevented them from dumping whatever it was into that creek. I assumed they had seen our bikes up against the trees near the creek and decided to keep it moving. I used to go fishing from 12:005 Amish and sneak a 6-pack of beers between 4 of us when we were about 16 or 17 near my friend's parents' cabin. Did it for 2 summers. There was a long walk through the woods, about a mile or a little further down a trail to get to this big creek. One night, we got there, and before we started, 2 of us went walking back to grab some ice when our flashlight died about 5 to 10 minutes into our walk. Couldn't get it back on. My friend decided to light a branch with leaves on fire to make sure we didn't end up on the hard path, and as soon as the leaves lit, we realized we were standing in front of a big old white house. It looked rough. It had a busted wrought iron fence in some spots about waist high. The front door was open and looked abandoned, but windows weren't busted or anything. It was just a super old house, and we were standing right where the fence meets the front yard. So we stomped out the branch quickly and walked back to the creek, thinking we must have gotten lost. We got back to the creek in just a couple of minutes and told the guys, who said there were no houses out there anyway. Their cabin was the only one for miles and miles since they owned the land out there. Our flashlight was working again when we got back to the creek, so we took our 2 friends back to the spot since it was so close and no damn house. Just a big empty flat area. They thought we were messing with them, but we both saw it. It was only a 5 to 10 minute walk from the creek, and the place off the trail to the house was unmistakable. We knew the path well. The burned branch was even still there. My friend looked like he was going to pass out when we found it and sat down like he was going to cry. They called us crazy and gave us hell forever. Couldn't explain it, but we both saw it. We flew near it a few months later in a 4-person Cessna with family who's a pilot and told me. He looked over the area forward then backward, and he was right. Not a damn house out there at all. We could see my buddy's cabin, our spot by the river with our colored chairs, and the path and miles around with trees and clearings, but no house anywhere. We both saw it. It's always bugged me. 2 things. Both can be chalked up to some sort of hallucinations.
When life plays dirty, water wipes. Pure, clean, healthy skin.
The first one almost certainly is. The second, I have no clue. The first, I was probably 8, woke up in the middle of the night, and looked towards my window. There was a very faint glowing light from the corner going up towards the ceiling. I followed it up and saw a shadow on the ceiling. Like a very small man, sideways oval head, no ears, but otherwise normal-looking body, maybe a foot or so tall in total. It was in a walking motion, but because I could see the whole body, it was more like it was swimming through the air. I kept a fairly strong nightlight on in my room as well, which projected light all over the room so I could see fairly well. But that exact spot was slightly covered by boxes or furniture or something. Only time something like sleep paralysis happened to me. But I had agency. I wasn't stuck. I flipped over and looked around. I couldn't bring myself to get out of bed and walk over. No. The second was way creepier. 10, 11-year-old me liked to force myself to stay awake at night until my parents went to sleep so I could sneak around and use the computer. Way past my bedtime, but I was pretty alert. I don't remember what I was doing, but suddenly I hear several piano notes. Fairly loudly, slightly muffled, all fairly close pitches like somebody accidentally bumped it. Scared the living shit out of me. We had 2 pianos in the house, a nice, newer one on the main floor about 20 feet from me, and a 100-plus-year-old one in the basement that rarely got used. I carefully got up and saw nobody was by the one near me. In order to get to it, someone would have had to have gone through my sight. That left the basement, which is what it sounded like, and that's some horror movie shit. I woke up my mom and told her what I heard, the longest minute of my life, when she went to check out the basement. But nothing. The top was even down over the keys. Most likely explanation is an auditory hallucination, but I never had one before or since, and I wasn't that tired yet. It took me a few weeks to go back to sneaking around at night and solidify how freaked out I was by the basement. I didn't see this, but I heard it, so here it is. I was 15 years old, and I lived on Fort Meade in Maryland. I had a job bagging groceries at the commissary, and it paid crazy money for a 15-year-old in the 80s. I got off in the evening, and since it was fall, it was already starting to get dark. I start to unlock my bike to ride home when I see my mom pull up in our van. She says that she is going to decorate her classroom at our church and wants to know if I want to go with her. I said sure and hopped in the van. The church is in Bowie, Maryland, so we are just chatting and driving, and everything is perfectly normal. We roll into the parking lot, and I grab the box of decorations. We are the only people there, and she unlocks the door. I walk in, and she walks in and immediately locks the door behind us. We are in the foyer, and we walk down the hall to the left and enter the first door on the left, her room. Still, so far, so good, and nothing is out of place. We start to take items out of the box and figure out how we want to decorate. We hadn't been in the room for 3 minutes when, from somewhere deep in the church, a woman screamed. This was the most blood-curdling scream I had ever heard, and I can tell you, just typing this out, my eyes are starting to water and my breath is getting short. This kind of fear is not pleasant to revisit. It felt like all of the blood in my body had turned to ice and ran directly to my feet. I grabbed a metal folding chair WWE style and hid behind the door. My mother asked what I was doing, and I said if anyone came through the door, they were getting a face full of chairs. She thought that was a good plan and looked for a weapon of her own. She settled on a rubber baby doll, which made me laugh, and she told me to be quiet. If there's a maniac in here, we don't want them to know that we're here, she said. Seemed like sound logic. We wait in the room for an eternity. We whispered back and forth about what to do. Getting back to the front door wasn't an option as we would have to walk out there and get the door unlocked, and we didn't know who or what was out there. Suddenly and without warning, my mother abandoned the let's be quiet plan in favor of a very unsettling let's scream weird shit about Jesus plan. We are protected by our Heavenly Father, and in His name, I smite you, she screams out at the top of her lungs. I nearly jumped out of my skin, and I was very unhappy about this change of plans. We finally decided to open the window and run to the van. We made it to the van and started driving home in silence, both of us shaking. My mother told me that I was never to talk to anyone about this, and that seemed reasonable to me. In hindsight, I wonder why she didn't stop somewhere to call the police. During my freshman year in college, I resided in a shared dorm room with 3 other guys, and little did we know that this would be the backdrop for one of the weirdest stories of my college days. It all began with a ringing telephone one night. The call was from a young woman, a wrong number, but our jovial roommate who answered decided to engage in conversation with her. She introduced herself as Win Upjohn. Yes, Upjohn, as in the renowned pharmaceutical family from Kalamazoo. She had a sexy voice that would keep us on the line, and soon she became a nightly fixture, calling us almost every night and many days, engaging in lengthy conversations with whomever was willing to talk. She was a unique individual, always lucid, funny, inquisitive, and rather charming. To our surprise, she sent us modeling headshots from what we believed was the Ford agency, showcasing a model named Wynn. These photos were of a pretty, youthful black girl, leaving us pondering the question, why would an attractive and affluent model be so invested in maintaining a phone relationship with a bunch of random college boys? Curiosity got the best of us, and one of the roommates attempted to arrange a meeting with her on multiple occasions, but each time there was a new excuse as to why she couldn't make it. We never had the chance to meet her in person, and the story remained open-ended. As time passed, we learned through the grapevine that other dorms on campus were experiencing similar phone calls from this enigmatic woman, and this had been going on possibly for years. As we pieced the puzzle together, it seemed that she might have been calling from the state hospital in town, a patient dialing random phone numbers to campus phone exchanges as a way to make connections. The truth eluded us, and even today, I can't help but wonder about the mysterious renown in the story that left us all perplexed. I can offer no definitive ending, just a mysterious chapter from college that I'll never forget. Almost 25 years ago, my ex and I were driving on a familiar highway along a long stretch of road. We were at least 10 miles to the nearest exit in either direction, and flat, empty fields surrounded both sides of the road for miles. As we neared a bridge, we both silently noticed a car approaching from behind. She saw it in the side mirror, and I saw it in the rear view. It looked like an old Ford, possibly from the 1940s, but it was its speed that drew our attention. Several seconds went by, more than enough time for the car to have reached and passed us, and just before I rechecked my mirror, she said, "Where did that car go?" We both literally turned around in our seats to confirm, but there was no car. I pulled over just before the bridge, and we both looked around and debated about going back. She said, "You saw a car, didn't you?" And we both went on to describe the very same vehicle, down to the chrome on the hood, but what we were describing did not exist. We talked about ghosts, and it was so unnerving that I spent the next day not only on the internet, but at the library, using the bridge as a reference point, trying to find out whether there were any fatal accidents around the bridge in the 1940s.
Greetings, traveler.
I picked up a hitchhiker last summer in the wilderness about 25 miles east of 29 Palms. He was napping under a bush when I pulled over. Young man, quiet, relatively clean, and well-groomed, going to Reno. I said I'd take him as far as Havasu City. Nothing about him made sense. He said he'd been walking since he left Los Angeles, and I was the first person to offer him a ride. But he was way too clean for someone who'd been hoofing it and sleeping rough that long. He had nothing with him except a tiny day pack and a single bottle of water. If he'd walked all that way in the desert in the summer heat with no water, he should have been dead from dehydration, not just a bit overheated. Plus, that stretch of road is deserted. To get where I found him, he had to walk past a sign that says no services 100 miles and keep walking. That's crazy. And he didn't seem crazy. Maybe he was lying and someone had given him a ride. But leaving him out there with no water is practically murder. And he didn't seem upset like someone would be if they just got stranded. He was very calm and just thanked me for the ride. He said he was a prophet. He was not acting manic or out of touch in any way. Didn't try to preach to me. Just said he was a prophet, like I say I'm a garbage worker, and said no more about it. That was really weird. I've met a lot of people who say they're prophets and they always
Be
preach.
careful.
But the weirdest part? When we got to Havasu, I let him off at a gas station. An old guy sitting on a bench that greeted him like an old friend. While hitchhiking dude was off having a smoke, the old guy came and thanked me for giving him a ride. I asked if they knew each other, and he said, "No, but I always know when I'm going to meet another prophet." Hitchhiker dude had not said anything to the old man about being a prophet. To this day, I cannot think of any rational explanation for how the old guy could have known. There have been a few weird, unexplainable things happen to me, but one that really sticks out is from when I was living in this small 1BR apartment. You know how when you live somewhere for a while, you basically have the place memorized and can walk around in the dark? Well, I had lived in this place for almost 5 years, and my routine before bed was basically turning lights off in the living room, going into the bathroom to brush my teeth, turning the bathroom light off, and walking across the hall and getting into my bed without turning the light on in my bedroom. I always did this. Well, one night, I walk into my bedroom, and right as I'm about to climb into bed, a spider pops into my head, as if someone said it to me. I thought, that's weird, but I turned around and turned on the light, pulled the comforter and sheet back, and there was this big spider in my bed. I got the chills wondering why the spider popped into my head like that. I didn't have a spider problem in my apartment. I didn't find spiders in my apartment, all the time or anything. It was really weird. Last year, my partner and I lived in a friend's carriage home, which was an old miner's cabin after we were rehabilitated, and we're trying to find a new place to live. The cabin was built in the late 1800s, before the house/main property was built. It's incredibly small, all one room with an extremely tiny bathroom. Place could hardly fit a bed, couch, and TV in it. I woke up one August morning, 5:30 a.m., 15 minutes before my morning alarm, and saw someone in a ratty flannel and dirty blonde hair standing in the living room, looking out the window above the TV. Now, we would keep the door open/ajar for our cats to be able to go outside, and it helped with the summer heat, so my first thought was, shit, someone got in. Nanaimo has a pretty rough opioid/homeless issue, so I see someone in the cabin, and I grab the nearest thing to me, a guitar, as a weapon. I'm gripping the neck, still lying in bed, and looking. I pass the point of this being wake-up fog, and as I'm holding this guitar, staring at this man standing 4 feet away from me, looking out the window, he vanishes. Within a second. Not like in the movies, and not just gone. There was a fade. I don't know how to best describe it. I walk over to the same spot he was standing, and it was ice cold. It's August, and it's absolutely hot and humid, even at 6 a.m. I never felt fear of a ghost when I saw it. My first and only thought was an intruder, and even then, there was this air of calm. It didn't feel threatening. My partner and I did some research on the cabin with the help of our friend who owns the property, and it turns out the miners who lived in the cabin died in Nanaimo's worst mining disaster in 1887, where an explosion killed 150 miners, and only 7 survived. That experience was so vivid and real, it discredited any experience I thought I might have had in the past. I've got 2. The first one I'll never forget, and it sounds ridiculous, but the emotion that followed it is something I can never explain. Back in high school, we used to gather in my basement with our Xbox 360s and TVs and play Battleground Bad Company 2 every weekend. Multiplayer online matches. Nothing predictable about an online match. One night while playing with a friend who was over, I had this incredible sensation that I had been in this exact moment in time before. I looked my friend dead in the eyes and said, "We've been here before." He asked what I meant, and I said I can feel everything that is about to happen. It's so hard to explain, but every moment of the match we were in and everything he was saying to me, I had experienced it and could remember it in vivid detail. He laughed, and I said I'd prove it to you. In the next couple minutes, I called out every single kill and movement that would happen. Again, very hard to explain and not sound batshit crazy. The moment that really sold it for both myself and my friend was after calling out each kill 10 to 20 seconds before the enemy player was even visible. I told my friend, after this next kill, there will be a guy underneath this ledge that I jump off of and knife in the back before I land. Get the kill, spin around, and jump off the ledge behind me and knife a person 2 stories under me right before my character touches the ground. There was no possible way for me to know someone was there. No possible way I could have gotten that kill without having seen it so vividly in my head moments before. At that point I dropped the controller, clicked off my Xbox, and had this insanely overwhelming sensation that my life was on a loop and I had just tapped into a past memory. Tears were streaming down my face. My friend was looking at me with disbelief, and we both had this unexplainable moment ingrained in our minds forever. That was back in 2009, and I reconnect with that friend every few years as we live thousands of miles away, and that's something that gets brought up every time we do. I've also seen a glitch in the Matrix on the highway in the middle lane, an 18-wheeler in the lane to my left, and a white car in the far left lane passing the trailer. Both myself and the white car were about the same speed. As I get past the trailer, I look left to merge towards the passing lane, expecting to see the white car in the passing lane, but it was nowhere to be found. I merged into the passing lane and figured I would see they slowed down and were just behind the line of sight, but nothing in my rear view either. The car just vanished. No white cars in the slow lane, nothing in front of me, just poop. So, I had lost my college class ring for about 2 weeks at this point. I always put it in the same jewelry box by my nightstand. It was a legit habit I had formed, even when drinking, etc. I had called family I visited recently, but they couldn't find it, and I know if I didn't put it in my jewelry box, then it was in an obvious place, counter next to the shower or the sink, etc. So one night my wife and I took my buddy out to eat using my car. Normal night, nothing unusual. The next morning my class ring is sitting out in the open plain as day in the back seat. My friend should have seen it. It wasn't even obscured, and he didn't even know it was missing. Only my wife and family knew. I thought maybe it somehow slipped off my finger or something while driving, and I landed back there with no one noticing it and didn't think about it again. Until about a month later, this time my wedding ring had gone missing. Same situation. I have the same ritual with my wedding ring, so I couldn't fathom where I could have put it and not remember, as I only put it in one spot. So I ordered a replacement as the ring wasn't expensive. I get it and slip it on. A few weeks had passed when one day, as I'm getting into my car, my missing ring was sitting in the back seat, as day, impossible to miss. My wife and I share a car, and both of us got in and out of it several times a day for work. After my class ring incident, I checked the back seat for my wedding, and it wasn't there. Yet it appeared there weeks later. To this day, we both have no explanation for how both missing rings that I never misplaced managed to wind up there weeks after losing them. I used to live in a camper in my parents' driveway in the middle of abso-fucking-nowhere, NA+EU. Now yes, of course I know there are plenty of things that could have done these, but it just doesn't feel right. Had to be there. Every other night I would hear rustling in the foliage around the camper. Usually it was normal, but sometimes I could tell whatever was out there was moving on 2 feet. Like, not reaching up for something above them or sauntering around, but I mean full-on sprinting at breakneck speeds with the unmistakable thump, pause of a bipedal animal. And it would knock, too, every now and then on my door, but usually on the side I sleep on. Regularly intervaled, evenly spaced knocks of 3 every couple of minutes for an hour or so. Moaning and groaning, far enough you could miss it, but close enough to be ominous. Quiet cackling, blood-curdling screams quaffle suddenly. Sometimes there was a smell. The classic putrid rotting musk you hear about in stories like these. It wasn't always present with other things, though, unlike most of the other things, most things would coincide, so I'm hesitant to call it a Wendigo even though it is the Appalachian Mountains. One time, while having a bonfire with my sister, there were some animalistic noises coming from the tree line on the bank of a little river in front of us. The river starts about 5 meters from the fire pit and is a hand or so across. A wheezy, wet, low snarl backed up by labored breathing. With a plunk, a curse splash, whatever it was just dropped into the water and was walking towards us. We only heard 2 splashes. Noped the fuck out, went back inside the cottage, and watched the fire from the window to make sure it went out. And as we were walking away, I shined my light over, and neither of us could see anything. There was a tree and a small bank it could have hidden behind though. And our dog would bug the fuck out all the time. She's one of the best behaved dogs I've ever seen, but sometimes she just would not move. Hair standing up, legs tensing into third gear, staring into woods with intent. When you finally managed to get her attention, she'd turn her head back agonizingly slowly with the most confused, innocent, and dreadful look on her face. You'd have to pull her for a few steps to pull her out of whatever it was. And no, I really don't think it was another dog. She usually just runs away from or barks at other dogs, but would be silent here. And not a squirrel or something either. She's only mildly interested in me.
You've
Still
got
listens
mail.
to us around her, and looks excited and happy when she sees it. I hated that place. I always carried my sword for the 3 meters walk from my camper to the cottage. Thanks for the opportunity to tell this, though. I don't think I have yet. I have more stories of similar happenings and a sighting or 2 of something I think is the same kind of creature, if not the same creature, and it followed me, if anyone would like to hear more. Some of these next stories aren't quite as exciting, but still spooky. Apologies for the length. The spook is in the details, and I like telling these and also have ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive autism. So I mentioned I think these are all the same kind of creature, if not the same creature itself. I think this is because the 2 that I saw, while I saw them very briefly, looked the exact same. The occasional stench was always the same. Any weird quiet vocals hit the same notes, and the one I saw run cleared like 1 to 200 meters in fucking seconds. As fast as if not faster than what was running outside the camper. Location 1, behind our PNQ in Greenwood, Nova Scotia. Small town. We're sort of on the edge of it between the next town over, Kingston, so the patch of woods behind the house is only a continuous couple hundred meters squared or something. If you know the area, it's just behind the dog park and plains. Past the tarmac behind my house there was kilometers of woods, as far as I know. I really want to link a shitty map, but the tarmac doesn't seem to be on maps, and I don't know if there's a reason for that, so I'm not going to do it. First encounter, having a smoke out back one day. Yes, it is marijuana. No, marijuana doesn't tend to make me hallucinate. Even when it does, it's only ever olfactory and tactile, mainly tactile, and I have a pretty heavy tolerance at this time. I'm sitting there having my smoke, watching Altered Carbon on Netflix, and waving at the neighbor's dog. It's about 10 p.m. dark, but not pitch. I start to hear something that sounds like raccoons fighting. A little weird though. If you've never heard raccoons fight, it's fucking wild, so I just wrote it off as being paranoid and hearing wrong. It starts getting closer. This is before the dog park was made, so the fence there now isn't of impedance. It starts slowly moving to the right behind my neighbor's wooden fence. I no longer have a direct line of sight towards it, and slowly the sound muffles out. I figured it was fucking weird, but not my business. About 5 minutes go by, and I get a weird smell. Ammonia sulfur crosses sort of smell, but not that intense, just present. Then a sort of clicking. No, tapping, nails on concrete. Soft footfalls on grass. I'm about 2 meters from the corner of the house, staring at it, getting ready to throw my bong and run inside. I see nothing, but the noises don't stop. Fuck it, let's finish this bowl. Flip. Bubbles. Stop. Something scurries back behind the corner. A blur of pale white. Fear. Tears. Shaking. All I can do is watch, stand there, and stare as I watch it slowly peer around the corner again, hand first, fingers curling around the cement foundation. It got when I passed the corner, saw me staring wide, and darted back again. Somehow shaken out of my freeze, I decided not to test my luck again and book it inside, leaving my bong but taking my iPad. Instantly so.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
then began talking, but I couldn't understand a word it said. I could just see the lips slowly moving on the otherwise dead-looking face, but I couldn't make out any words. I only remember hearing a deep and crunchy static sound from the TV, and I think also some muffled sounds of voice. The dream just kept going like this for a while before I finally woke up. I mentioned the nightmare to a friend. They didn't know anything about what I had seen in real life, and they asked me if the head I saw was the man, but I said it wasn't, that the hair was similar, but otherwise it looked nothing like it. I have never experienced anything like that before or since then, and I have absolutely no idea what any of it means or why it happened. So, I suppose that was something I could never explain. Sorry in advance if I made any mistakes in writing this. Feel free to comment if you're confused about something, and I'll try to explain it. I had a very realistic dream about aliens once. In my dream, I was walking outside on the sidewalk in front of my house. I remember hearing the sound of my steps on the pavement. I walked up to my car and looked up at the sky and saw 3 stars spinning in a circle growing larger. My hand was on top of my car, and I was trying to pull away, but it was like my hand was losing its. This light came on shining on me, and the light just flooded everything until all I could see was the color white surrounding me so bright. I was looking up into the face of this alien, like I was frozen and couldn't move, but I wasn't scared. The alien didn't say anything out loud, but asked if I wanted to come with him. I said I couldn't leave my sister, and it ran a finger over my forehead and around to just behind my ear, and I felt this pleasant sensation that grew stronger and stronger, but it didn't. I remember giggling as my hand was still on top of my car, and then I woke up in bed still giggling and could still feel the buzzing behind my ear for about a minute. The thing was, the shoes I had on in my dream were right there next to my bed, and I didn't remember having worn them near the time of the dream. Within the same week, I lost time. I woke up, checked my phone, and it said 12:46. I got up to pee, washed my hands, laid back down in bed, checked my phone again, and it said 4:04. I double-clicked my phone, thinking no way. I didn't zone out, didn't fall asleep, and was very awake. No idea what happened. Growing up, my bedroom was located in the basement of an older house. As a child, I was constantly hearing noises at night, which my parents would blame on my imagination when I kept. Nighttime noises, papers shuffling on the desk, things like that. But there is one night I vividly remember and 100% know I was not dreaming. This night has stuck in my memory for 25 plus years. We decided to move out of the house when I was 12, and on the last night in that house something happened in that room I cannot explain. All of our stuff was packed in the moving van. We would be leaving in the morning. The only thing left in my room was just my mattress. When I fell asleep, the light in the hallway was on, as per usual, and I could still mostly see a dimly lit empty room. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, and it was pitch black. Like when it's so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. I sat straight up, no blankets over my head. It was all just black. I remember blinking my eyes multiple times and turning my head around. I remember the fear I had when I realized my eyes were open and I was completely awake, but all I could see was black. So I did what any 12-year-old would do. I could not see the door to run, so I hid my head under the blankets and pillow and eventually fell asleep. I woke up a little while later. It was still night, dark outside, but when I woke up this time, everything was normal. The hallway light was on, and I could see the room again. We left in the morning, and I never saw that house again. And I'm convinced that there was something strange happening in that room that I cannot explain. So I was a manager for a custodial company that supervised cleaning and maintained relationships with the school staff and whatnot. This particular account was a private school and had the primary through high school buildings all on one campus. Over spring break, at this particular account, we were stripping the floors and throwing down new wax. The principal of the elementary was talking to us in the hallway, just chit-chatting about her day. She had mentioned that at the old early childhood center on campus, one of the ladies mentioned the water in the toilets wouldn't stop running and she had to go turn the water off. My boss at the time mentioned that I could go over and do it for her. I would normally not have a problem with this, but that building always made me feel off, not to mention it was a walk from the main campus and scary to look at. So I of course obliged and walked my happy little ass over there. To get to this house, you have to walk to the far end of the gym building's parking lot and then take a 100-foot path through a row of trees. Once you're through the path, it opens up to the back of an old house. There's a chicken coop in the backyard next to a huge tree, an old rotted fence around the back perimeter of the house, and a rotting staircase that will not support any weight of any kind that leads up to the attic of the house. There is a long driveway that goes to the back of the house and turns into a little bit of a parking lot. The gate you have to go through to get to the back was closed for the day because all the ladies had already left for the day. I come up to the back door, and it's an old 4-panel window door that rattles when you open it, and it opens directly into
You've
the
got
counter.
mail.
So if you push
Well,
too hard, you'll slam the door, and the glass will rattle inside it. I should also mention this is old hardwood flooring. I come in and lock the door behind me. I always do this so as not to get murdered in this old creepy house. You come into the kitchen with a doorway on the right and left and a wall blocking the back of the house, so you can't see where I need to go. I don't turn on any lights because it's still light enough outside that I cannot trip over anything. I go to the 2 bathrooms she mentioned, and the water is already turned off on the toilets and nothing is running. I step out of the bathroom, and I hear the door that I had come in swing open and hit the counter, and I can hear the glass panels rattling in the door, followed by what sounded like a large cabinet being dragged into the building. It sounded like with scrapping. I assumed someone had walked in to drop something off, so I want to ask them if they know where this running toilet was or if I'm missing anything. I shout out below and get a response. I walk back around the wall to the kitchen, and there's nothing there. I walk to the door, and it's still locked behind me like I had it not solely in the parking lot of the driveway in the front of the house. I promptly open that door, and being the gentleman that I am, I shakily lock back that door. I sprint back to the elementary school building, feeling like I'm being watched. I let the principal know that there was no water running anywhere, but told her I'm not going back as I informed her of my findings. She gives me a small chuckle and tells me I'm not the first person who told her this. I'm sure this can be explained in some way, but it's always stuck with me and still gives me the chills to this day. I was lying in bed, looking at my phone. It was around 11 p.m. This was around 2010. I set it down and laid there for a few minutes, thinking about the day. I had a bright bathroom nightlight that lit up the bedroom. I could see the room, but mostly shades of gray. Here comes the weird part. I literally watched a man appear a few feet from my bed. He wasn't solid, more like featureless, but definitely a man. I could see the shape of his nose. He was average height, flat-chested. He stood there for a second or two. I remember having this thought that if he looked at me, I'm going to shit a brick. I made a mental note of what I described above. Male appearance, height, standing still. I had the time to think and act on those thoughts, which means time was passing. This wasn't a fleeting glance. It was real and happening. After that time, he turned and walked towards the closet and disappeared. I lay there in disbelief for a few seconds, then announced to the room that I was trying to sleep, in an annoyed tone. What else was there to do? I didn't get up to investigate, but laid there for a bit, then went to sleep. I wasn't afraid, and I remember thinking that as long as he doesn't look at me, I'm okay. He never did, and it's almost like I wasn't there. From his perspective, it was truly surreal. There were other things that happened around that time, and it wasn't just me that experienced the events. I hate telling this story because of how authentically I believe what I saw. But okay, fuck it. I saw a UFO/unidentified aerial phenomenon with my sister in our backyard. The same thing the pilots described. An orb that was a little larger than star-sized from our perspective, but was clearly flying around in the sky with zooming forward and back distances and angles that I perceived as something that literally couldn't be any other flying object that we know of. Like traveling what had to be like a quarter to a half mile or more across the sky in seconds. And then it zipped from one side of the sky to the other and then shot out of sight like a shooting star without a tail. The entire ordeal lasted like 25 seconds. Drone could be plausible, but this was like 2013, and I just don't think some Brookstone drone could have done that. It was casual. We were just like, what the fuck is that? And we kind of discussed what we had just seen and were like, was that a UFO? And pretty much both concluded that's exactly what it was. As a person growing up in an old house, I remember a few things. Water slowly flowing out of the walls with no openings. Just flowing out and then stopping. Just once, never again. Suddenly smelling the smell you have when you use a hairdryer and your hair gets too hot in the middle of the night. And the creepiest for last was looking out in the yard. My brother left inside. However, I did not know that he left for inside. There were some audible lunches on the punching bag while he was already gone. I did crunches, so I did not see the bag. Well, I stood up and see that my brother is not there. What I saw was a white figure of the proportions of my brother, hiding behind a tree. I did not have my glasses on, so I called for him. I suddenly felt a sense of panic and ran inside to find my brother. I called him, and we went outside. The creature, for the lack of a better word, was gone. The punching bag, however, was still swinging as if somebody had punched it just a moment ago. My brother was inside for 2 to 3 minutes already. We were like, fuck that, closed the door to the yard, and went inside. Later we had the courage to look around. It was almost completely dark. No traces of whatever was in the yard. I was often sleep deprived and had hallucinations because of that, but that does not explain the punching bag still swinging. Or the water or smell netted earlier, as in all three cases at least two people saw it. Was not technically there, but I still want to share. Background: after my grandma passed away, the relationship between my mother, my brother, and me was weird. I got into a double agent scenario where my mom and my brother both trusted me but accused the other party of lying. My mother thought I had no real contact with my brother because before my grandma died I cut contact with him, but that changed after my grandma's death. So she would tell me lies about what my brother had done and wanted me to side with her. She couldn't back up her claims. My brother, on the other hand, showed me the SMS exchanges. She didn't know that I read them. Story: so for weeks she would call and tell lies, while my brother listened in without her knowing, and afterwards, me and my brother talked about what was said. And often enough, it would result in us talking badly about our mother. And for a while, about 1 to 2 months, the kitchen light in my brother's flat would start flickering heavily whenever we would rant or talk bad about my mom. It came to a point where my brother's wife went into the kitchen, saw the flickering light, and asked my brother in the living room if he was talking to me again. He assumed that our grandma didn't like how we talked about our mother. She tried to always keep peace in the family and often protected my mother even if she was in the wrong. And when my brother calmed her down, the light would stop flickering. And yes, I didn't believe it myself. I would laugh about it and say it was maybe just a light bulb or whatever. But they checked it, and it was
got mail.
And I tried with another light bulb, still flickering. He even sent me a video of it while we were talking. After weeks, it suddenly stopped and never happened again, like she just went on. I'm still kind of unsure about the whole situation. I try to think rationally, and I normally don't believe in ghosts or such, but it couldn't be a coincidence either. Too often. Timings were too specific, causing the flickering and making it stop by literally talking. I still down want to believe that ghosts exist. In too many situations, I would not want a ghost seeing or hearing what I was doing. Seriously. Especially not of someone I know. I used to live in the flight path at DFW Airport.
Introducing the Cup 357, America's most futuristic handgun. Now available for purchase with a...
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In today's video, we're diving into something incredibly profound and mysterious. Experiences of death from people who have been clinically dead and came back to tell the tale. Make sure to subscribe, and let's explore these extraordinary stories together. I underwent brain surgery to remove an abscess that had formed after sinusitis that had caused septicemia. My parents were told the procedure would take 4 hours. When I woke up, I had vivid memories of watching the operation be performed on myself, even in enough detail to remember the faces of 2 of the surgical assistants. I believed this to be a dream and only remembered around 2 or 3 minutes of panic surgery until it went black again. I later found out that the operation had taken nearly 8 hours due to a complication, overhearing the surgeon say to my parents that telling me might be too upsetting. After being drugged for a few days, I woke up, and a week into my stay, I was allowed to stand up and walk around. I saw the 2 surgical assistants in the hallway. I can't confirm it as my parents never told me and I've never wanted to ask, but it would seem that for those 2 or 3 minutes that I viewed my own operation, I was actually clinically dead. I have end-stage renal disease, and it was before I received my transplant. My kidney function was around about 20%, and I wasn't on dialysis. I ended up making a poor decision to go to Mexico with friends. While I was there, I got Shigella and started getting really sick right when I got back home to Arizona. I had non-stop diarrhea and vomiting and ended up getting so dehydrated that my heart stopped while I was at the doctor's office to get checked. The doctor immediately began giving me CPR, and I was only gone for 30 seconds or so. I slipped from alive to not in an instant, with no fanfare at all. No pain, no struggle, nothing. I remember it being pitch black. No visual information at all. But I felt like I was in a crowded room with a lot of happy people making noise. It was wonderful. I knew that nothing we humans had invented to worry about actually happened. There was no religion, race, rich or poor, just peace. Then I woke up with the doctor giving me chest compressions, and I remember feeling so disappointed that I was back. I felt like I had been gone forever, and I couldn't believe I was back. I wanted to go back to being dead with every fiber of my being. When I was a teenager, I landed in the hospital as a result of falling off the back of a speeding motorcycle and alcohol poisoning. I had no helmet or any protective gear on, so I banged my head really hard. At least that was what I was told. I remember slipping in and out of consciousness while I was being rushed to the hospital. Then I felt nothing. The next thing was darkness and me floating in the water. I really can't fully describe it because I have never experienced anything like it before or since. It was like I had become disembodied, part of the darkness. The closest thing I can think of is when you are sitting in a pitch dark, noiseless room. There was no sense of time. There was no sensation at all. No emotions. I really did not feel anything emotional, to be honest. Then I saw lights. The lights were from the hospital room I was in. I remember waking up confused, not knowing where I was or what had happened. I was told I was out for a few minutes and slipped into a coma for approximately 2 days. I've only told a few people about my experience because, even now, I still have a hard time processing it. I had a similar experience with my father, even though he was not dead. He was in intensive care, and he could die at any moment since the risks were so high. After he got out of the intensive care unit, he told me that he went to another location, district, which was about a couple hours away from our current hospital, and he got washed there with cold water like he was dead. We told him we saw a dream that it was not real, and so on, but he was convinced that it was real. I saw the look in his eye, and I almost even believed what he had said since he was really serious. After a week, when he got out of the hospital, he got sick again one morning and had to go home again. We called an ambulance and wanted him to go to the closest hospital there is, but no, almost every hospital was full at that time, and they couldn't transfer him, so he had to go to one of the furthest hospitals in my city, which was actually outside of the city. That night we lost him, and during his funeral, I connected the dots. The hospital where he died was in the same location he mentioned he went to a week ago. I couldn't believe it was happening, and no one at that panic moment could realize it was about to happen exactly as he said it was. Later on, my family and I thought that he wanted one more week to spend with his family before his death, and that was his last wish, which was granted to him. We will never know what it was all about, and I am not a religious person at all, but this is something that I am never going to forget for the rest of my life. I guess fate is something we cannot run from. I'm pretty sure I died in a car accident 2 weeks shy of my 19th birthday. I say pretty sure because there were no doctors on the scene or anything. I only remember this now because I told my then girlfriend and the nurse that night in the hospital. But I remember getting out of the car and turning and looking at him, and the other guy that died was there.
You've got mail.
I could see us in the car and standing outside. He said something to me that I didn't understand, and I could hear sirens coming and watch people gathering along the road. Everything started getting dark around the edges, like tunnel vision, until there was just one point of light in my vision with rainbow-like colors at the edge. The other guy slapped me, and my vision expanded again. He yelled at me to get in the car and started to walk up the road. I remember looking at this one lady in blue jeans and a bright red shirt with the most crystal blue eyes standing at the others. She had this look of horror on her face, and she was looking right at me where I stood. And then I was in the car trying to breathe, like when you get the wind knocked out of you. I gasped at that first breath. It took them a while to get me out of the car. I had to use that big circular saw thing to cut the door off. When they got me on the journey, I was looking for that lady, and I didn't see her at first. When I finally did see her, I smiled, and she smiled back and started crying. It wasn't until the next day after the surgery that they told me my friend had died. When I died, I was suddenly in front of a mirror in a dressing room. I had a mid-colored long dress on and walked through the mirror like a door. I was in my father's firehouse. It was the corner of it. There were shelves
You've
of
got mail.
boxes, like old heavy ammunition boxes, that were painted gloss black. They had white, hand-painted names on them. I didn't know the person present. He asked me if I wanted to know the good deeds my father had done. When I said yes, he opened my dad's box and took out tags bound by a wire. Each tag had my dad saved as a fireman. Hundreds of tags. I walked through the back door of the firehouse into a beautiful, endless garden. My dog was there waiting for me. Off to the right, there was a small pergola covered in white cloth, and there stood my miscarried daughter, gorgeous. She was a mirror image of me. She said she'd been waiting for me, and that I was beautiful. I'm alive, and my great niece owns the mint green dress, and I revisited my dad's firehouse and checked out the back door. I OD'd and went into respiratory failure last year. I was pronounced dead for around 45 minutes before being resuscitated. I remember I was in the passenger seat of the ambulance taking me to the hospital, looking back on myself as I lay on the stretcher. I watched the paramedic administer the Narcan and do compressions. The sound of the monitors got really loud. I tried to cover my ears, then woke up and realized what had happened. I fell asleep a couple more times and saw my parents and brother standing over me whenever they gave me a room in the hospital. It was definitely a crazy experience, and it changed my perspective on a lot of things. After going through that, it definitely changed my way of thinking. I went from always being really pessimistic to optimistic over time, and I think it's from seeing the way my family reacted to seeing me how I was. Depression is no joke. I have a rare disease that causes extreme muscle fatigue and occasional muscle failure, including respiratory muscle. During a recent crisis, I went into respiratory failure and ceased breathing in the back of the ambulance en route to the hospital specializing in my disease. It's a 2-hour ride. I was bad when we left, but I crashed on the way. The last 20 minutes in, I stopped breathing completely. I was bagged and technically unresponsive for a small amount of time. I was intubated and placed on life support immediately upon arrival. I knew I was fading fast and could feel my body tiring and giving up, and in the moment, I was okay with it. I had been fighting so hard. The overwhelming feeling of starving for air is both terrifying and exhausting. I said a prayer to myself and was okay with it. I was so tired that I stopped trying and accepted that it was going to be okay. I remember closing my eyes, and then just darkness. Nothing else. Some time later, I woke up. I felt the breathing too, and I could not move at all. I was completely paralyzed. My eyelids would open. I could look around, but nothing else. I was able to think. I was terrified. I knew I was alive. I didn't know if I had locked-in syndrome or if I had suffered some type of brain damage from a lack of oxygen. I could hear my family talking, nurses, and doctors around me. I had no idea what was happening, and they had no idea I was somewhat awake. Finally, my husband came over and saw my eyes open. After several hours, my feelings returned. I was still on paralysis medications to keep me intubated so the life support machine could be more effective. I had indeed stopped breathing entirely in the ambulance and had to be intubated immediately upon entering the ER. I was out for 4 days. During that time, I saw or heard nothing. And when I felt that death was coming, I was calm. I was too tired to continue the fight. It was a peaceful feeling. The calmness of it may have actually helped me. Had I panicked, I may have caused my breathing to be further compromised and been too far gone when I got to the ER. I am thankful to the staff at UNC Chapel Hill for saving my life.
You've got mail.
I T-boned a low loader trailer on a motorcycle and got thrown down the road like a rag doll. I saw it all happen in slow motion. The headlight went into the trailer, then my thigh hit the cluster switches. As I lay on the road, I could tell my right leg was bent in ways it shouldn't bend, but my biggest worry was the hot blood pouring across my face like a cat. I figured I'd fractured my skull because I heard an almighty crack when my head hit the road. The thought of inevitable brain damage from a bleed on the brain is the greatest fear I've ever experienced in my life. I then blacked out, and it seemed when I opened my eyes that I was staring directly at the sun, as the light was blindingly bright. So I closed my eyes and laid back. I literally thought I was sunbathing. As I lay there enjoying the warmth, I could feel I was surrounded by my family and everyone was happy, and this filled me with a feeling of absolute contentment and love. I can only describe it as pure bliss, and it is my happiest memory. As I lay there, every so often I would remember the accident, but I would dismiss it and push it out of my mind. It kept coming back, a little more of the accident each time and more vivid, until eventually I thought to myself, I'm glad that was a dream. No sooner had I thought that. My next thought was, no, that's reality. I better go back and make sure everything's okay. And I woke up to the sound of someone running towards me. She looked down at me and gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, and said, "Oh my God, your nose is broken." That was the greatest sense of relief I've ever experienced to this day. The next person on the scene was a diver with deep sea search and rescue. He put me in the recovery position, took care of me, and helped the ambulance crew when they got there. To every first responder, rescue worker, paramedic, doctor, surgeon, and nurse, I sincerely thank you for your service, for the comfort and care you give, and for every life you've saved. And also, thanks for saving my leg. Mine is a basic training story, Air Force. Halfway through the second week, I started having trouble talking without losing my breath. After multiple trips to the sick hall, they told me I had bronchitis and gave me amoxicillin, which makes no sense, but they were trying to shut me up. Week 7 comes. I start hacking up what I can only describe as a jelly all through the night. Everyone is yelling at me because I am ruining their sleep, but I just can't stop. The next morning, I was unable to get out of bed. The TI is screaming at me to get out of bed. I roll off the cot and slowly pick myself up. He's still yelling at me, but I'm in a dazed way. I'm just not feeling anything. Everything is surreal. They make me march down to the sick hall. Two T's yell at me along the way because I haven't shaved. I stare at them in stupor. Sick hall and basic training is about a 4-hour process. At hour 2, as I'm sitting at the end of the aisle in the line of individual chairs, I fall off my plastic chair onto my side and into the main aisle. Everything is getting darker, and all I can feel is how nice and cool the floor feels on my face. After a period of time, not sure how long, a major kneels down next to me and asks me if I'm okay. All I can do is shake my head. I'm comforted that someone is with me, holding me. I close my eyes. My world shuts off. I am no one and nothing, but the darkness is real. Someone starts speaking to me in the darkness, and I let go. I'm dead on the floor, and I'm okay with leaving the world behind. Something shoves me backwards, like I'm on a hyper roller coaster going backwards, in the darkness. I open my eyes. I felt blissful and did not want to come back. The major who found me on the floor, 2 captains, one of them being the one who diagnosed me with bronchitis, a second lieutenant, a SMSGT, a technical sergeant, and an A1C are all in a half circle at the foot of my bed. The captain gasped, put her hands on her mouth, and got teary-eyed. I'm soaked with sweat. No one tells me what is going on, but I feel like a human when the technical sergeant gives me a new shirt. I thought it unbelievable that they could be so kind, which is fine. They are having a conversation with me, but I'm still in unfeeling, death mode. I had peace. I was trying to stay there. The room clears. I finally started coming back to life. I asked the A1C, who was tending to me, what happened? She said,
You've got
"They all
mail."
thought you were dead. She shows me my vitals. Blood ox of 84%, heart rate of 218, BP of 8662. They couldn't feel my pulse, and they thought I was gone. Pneumonia. I can't help but cry when telling this story. The emotion of death is the ultimate letting go. I wish I could feel that peaceful again. I definitely changed. My anger from the past disappeared. I take solace in knowing my mom and sister didn't get a call saying I died on a cold tile floor because of inadequate care, but I long for that feeling. The soul is real. I have never been clinically dead or close to it. I've never known anyone who came back from that either. I have, however, experienced what I believe to be only a piece of the other side. After the sudden death of my grandpa, who raised me as his daughter, he had suffered multiple heart attacks, open heart surgery, back surgeries, cancer, PTSD, and the list goes on and on. He was having surgery done, went into cardiac arrest, and passed away without me being able to say goodbye. The last thing I said to him was, "See you Monday." He passed around 5 a.m. Monday before I made it there. A few days later, I had a dream of it. Actually, it wasn't a dream. It was real. Very real. I walked into a room with nothing but a metal table and a white sheet up to the center. Someone led me through double doors into the room. I was immediately taken back by the brilliant, warm, peaceful glow he had about him. There were a few very tall human-shaped, sort of, lights of the same color standing over it. I walked up to him, and I just remember him looking at me in the eyes and saying, "I love you, baby. I'm tired, and I'm ready to go home now." I told him I loved him too, and then he smiled, looked back up, and then I woke up. He was him, but he looked so much healthier and younger. And he had his voice back, the one that cancer had taken from him long before my birth. I woke up and felt the most amazing, warm, and peaceful sensation. To this day, I still feel that warmth when I think of that night and when I think of him. Knowing he was able to tell me goodbye before crossing over and seeing how happy he was comforted me in so many ways. These comments also make me feel this way. Death is one of the biggest anxiety causes I have. Okay, so my near-death experience sounds like a movie, so I'm sure most people won't believe it. After work one night, me and my buddies decided to go to the casino, which was about 2 hours away. When we finally are heading home, it's about 7 a.m., and none of us have slept since the night before we had work. I fall asleep in the back of the car, and my buddy in the front passenger seat is asleep too. I'm dreaming, and in my dream, we are on a corner, and there is a semi coming from the other lane. I look and see the semi, and I see that we are drifting into the lane right into the truck. I look over and see that my buddy driving is passed out, and we are about to hit the truck. I finally wake up from the dream, and when I do, I look out the front window and see that we are on the same road with the same curve and the same truck I saw in my dream. I look over at my friend, and he is asleep and slumping down in his seat. I yell at him to wake up, but he doesn't, so I grab the wheel
You've got
and thrust to
mail.
avoid the truck. So you had a premonition that we were about to be crushed by a semi and wake up in the same exact situation. When I tell people, most people think I'm just making up a story. I still don't know what made me dream that or what made me wake up, but if I hadn't, I know I would be dead. Well, I went to SCA, and they told me I was dead for 25 minutes. I have learned that when you die and the oxygen and blood are cut off from your brain, you pretty much immediately get brain damage, and within 4 minutes you are brain dead, so who knows what's real as far as remembering. Also, everyone should learn CPR. So yeah, when I was woken up, apparently I had to learn to walk and some other things, but it was not a big deal as I had lost my ability to use new memories, so I don't recall any of those things. As my recovery has gone on, I have learned to appreciate all the little things, as it seems life is mostly a sequence of small things. I'm going for a walk, reading a book, going to the coffee shop, conversing with people, making breakfast, buying groceries, and yes, even sitting in traffic during a traffic jam. You know what sucks more than a traffic jam? Not having the ability to drive a car and being stuck in a traffic jam. Apparently, this is what life is. When I got my license back, the first thing I did was go to the drive-thru and get a coffee. I didn't have anywhere to go, but having the ability to go get a coffee was one of the highlights of my recovery. So, I think what I experienced in death was gaining a bigger appreciation for all those little things that seem to make a day.
You said beautiful?
While I was being treated for leukemia when I was 18, I spent a couple months in the hospital, and after a few chemo sessions, my lips got super chapped and dry from being in a constant AC environment. They got so chapped they dried and cracked, and I ended up getting an incredibly bad infection on my lip when I was in remission after a chemo session. That basically means I have literally no white blood cells in my body to fight off an infection of any size. I had a room full of doctors who all looked terrified, and one of them asked everyone to leave, yet he remained. He gave me the talk that there wasn't much more they could do for me, and there's a good chance I might not make it through this. He had one last trick up his sleeve, some really expensive, super strong antibiotics and some other blood transfusion combo he hoped would keep the infection at bay long enough for my body to strengthen and fight it off. I obviously agreed to the treatment. When the transfusion started, along with the fourth antibiotics, as soon as the liquid passed through the fourth line into my body, I felt an immense chill. I vocally said, "It's super cold," and it kept going, and I kept getting colder. After 2 minutes, I was shaking uncontrollably and then started convulsing. My temperature shot to 106 degrees, and I could hear the panic and shuffling in the room around me. I didn't clinically die, but I remember at one point time slowed down and I felt cradled by something really warm and tingling, as if I were floating in 85-degree tropical ocean water. At that time, I felt I was literally given a choice. I could choose to ease this pain and suffering and let go, or I could choose to stay, fight, and live a full life. Believe me, I was starting to lean towards letting go. At that moment, my mother was in the room. She said my first name. That's all she said, and I stopped, woke up from this trance, and passed out. I couldn't die in front of my mother. No way. I'm unsure if this was something my mind created in that moment to help ease the pain of my body dying, or if it was something real. All I know is what it felt like, and it certainly felt real. This happened 22 years ago, and it was an experience I'll never forget. It's not a cliche. It really happens. When I was 12, I got up on the cabinets of our house to grab something from the top shelf. I was probably about 6 feet high, slipped, and fell head first on the hard tile floor. I remember my last thought as I was falling down being OSHT, then waking up in pure blackness. Nothing around me, not light, nothing, just pure darkness. Yet somehow I had a glow where I could see my hands and feet. I still to this day remember that feeling. It was pure peace and calm, and that feeling you get when you are in a deep slumber and just feel like a buckman. I never want to wake up. I want to feel like this forever. So then I start walking, and suddenly it changes into a lake. I'm literally walking on water towards a bright light in the corner, where a hand comes out and starts calling me, "Come here." So I start walking towards it, and right about as I'm about to get there, I hear my mom screaming in the background, just mad screaming and crying, telling me to come back. I remember thinking, why should I go back? This is an awesome feeling. I want to feel like this forever. Then, boom, I wake up and see my mom bawling her eyes out with my sister. She told me my heart had stopped and my lips were purple. She said she saw me dead. I also kissed myself, so there's that. Anyway, my biggest takeaway from the whole thing was that feeling of peace, of calmness, euphoria, feeling like I never want to leave this place. It definitely makes you re-examine your view on death. I had a massive aunt on heroin, and when I died, I could see a window above me and my body laying on the kitchen floor. I was also in my own body, which sounds paradoxical, but I could see my hands and I could feel it. And I was floating downward, descending, if you will, towards a massive desert full of holes. The mud was cracked like it had been wet and then dry, and there was a mountain range in the background, and a very dim light lit the entire landscape. A dark light, if you will. I then headed towards a very specific hole where I was lowered, and I was screaming for somebody to help me. As my feet lowered into the hole, I stretched my arms out as wide as I could to get them to grab onto the hole. Before I went into it, I could feel small roots and dirt underneath my fingernails, and as soon as it got up to my neck, I lost my voice. I was descended deeper down into that hole. When I died, I had one boot on and one boot off, and I remember being lowered down into the hole. As I looked up towards my body through the window, I could see my brother, my now brother-in-law, giving me CPR, and everybody else around me was screaming that I was dead, and my friend Louise was crying. The further down the hole I went, the smaller the window got. The further down I went, the more I realized that the light at the end of the tunnel was not a tunnel at all, but it was indeed a hole, and the light, from what I could understand, was the last of my human existence. When I reached the bottom of the hole, which felt like it went on forever, I could feel dirt beneath my one sock that I did not have the boot on. I was done showing everybody I had ever known in my life, and they all had forgotten who I was, almost as if I had never existed at all. When somebody spoke to my mother and told her that her son had died, she looked very confused and said, "I don't have a son by that name." My little sister was told of my passing, and she seemed to shrug it off and just say, "No big surprise." This went on with everybody I had ever known. I was shown more of life, and as it moved on without me, I realized this was my hell, to be forgotten. The time there was different. I spent what felt like years there, although in reality I was dead for 23 minutes being ventilated by my brother-in-law. It took 5 doses of Narcan to bring me back to life, and when I came back, it was instant, and I was strapped down on a stretcher with one boot on and one boot off. I will never forget that, and it helped me remember that there is more to this life than what I was spending and wasting it on. Today I am almost a year clean, and I vow I will never return to that place. I believe I have a different destination today. Hey, I almost forgot the last part. When I was being revived, I remember being transported to a pitch-black space. My sister was there on her knees, almost as if she were praying, and I was trying to get her attention, but she could not hear me because I still had no voice. It looked like she was looking at something, and I couldn't see it. Suddenly she turned to me and said, "This is the last time he will pluck you from the darkness. If you want to save your life, throw yourself at the foot of the cross." Then I was revived instantly, and I was back in my body on that stretcher. It makes no difference to me if you all believe this or not. I can say with complete confidence that this is what happened to me when I was dead, and it is a miracle. I suffered no brain damage, and I'm here to tell the story today. I had one last dot after that, and then I turned my life completely around. I died twice, and quite frankly, I'm wondering what's keeping me here. Lol. For the first time, as a teenager, I was in this place. It's hard to describe. There was this really soft light and mist, and you don't have a care in the world. Any physical or emotional pain that you previously had is gone. Previous people have mentioned how it takes so much energy to stay alive. That's kind of true here. It's this feeling that nothing hurts anymore versus going back to pain that is overwhelming, and you fight to not go back. The second time I was in the hospital, the doctors didn't check the charts and gave me oxycodone and morphine in the same 15 minutes. I learned that later, and I went into respiratory failure. I was comatose for 3 days, with a breathing tube in me. I saw my dad, who had been passing away for 10 years at that point. I remember telling him how much I missed him. He told me that it wasn't my time yet. I woke up with that damn breathing tube down my throat, gagging. What a rude change that was. The nurse said that I wasn't supposed to be awake. I've had people tell me that NDEs are inactive your brain while dying. I had a SPO too, oxygen content in your bloodstream, of 70% after coming out, had agitated dementia. I highly doubt that my brain was in a good place after the 2 doses of opiates. Anyhow, not me, and this might sound cliche, but my elderly great-uncle, Mom's uncle, in his last moments just as he was dying or close to death, in a kind of 50% conscious, 50% unconscious state, told us that there were people in the distance yelling to him, "Come, come," and beckoning him. His son and my aunt were asking me, who are they? And after a long pause, it seemed like he was trying to see who they were in that other place. He said they were his deceased wife and close relatives. They even had one of his deceased dogs. But the thing that puzzled us was that he said there was also a man carrying a bag of onions. It was not until months later that I was thinking about that man, and it struck me that it was probably my dad, who passed away himself a couple months before. My dad worked the field from time to time, and he would always bring home sacks of onions that were left over from each harvest. To this day, I still think about that. I don't think there was any chance that he knew about that specific little detail himself, or that my dad would need onions in the afterlife, but I like to think it was indeed. I drowned once, a long time ago. I got caught in a riptide and couldn't manage to find the right way out, or if I was going the right way. I didn't get close enough. I don't really remember. What I do remember is my lungs and my throat constricting more and more right when I reached the edge of how long I could hold what breath I had. The inability to stop myself from breathing in. Then the sharp pain and very cold sensation of the water filling my lungs. There's this desperate sense of seeking relief right when you draw breath underwater, and then an immediate instinctual panic when it's water instead of air. You kind of take your lungs for granted given that you don't really feel them there aside from the motion of breathing. But when they're full of what feels like ice-cold water, you become very aware of them and how excruciatingly painful it is. That pain and the panic involved in drowning, probably one of the scariest things I've experienced, lasted maybe 10 or 15 seconds, if I had to guess. It felt longer than that, but after all the times I've tried to think back on it, initially I couldn't remember much of anything, but over the years it came back. I don't think it took long at all. Anyway, you abruptly reach a point where you rapidly stop. I don't know. Being aware of is the only way I can think to describe it. You reach a point where you rapidly stop being aware of your limbs. Not like they're numb, but they just sort of stop being there, bit by bit. You just lose sensation from each part of your body, and it works its way to your chest and then your chest as well. By that point, you don't really feel the pain. I couldn't see much at this point, just the vague color of the water, and then sort of just drifted off. It was the complete opposite of the sheer, frantic panic and sharp pain that preceded it just a few seconds beforehand. It was as gentle as falling asleep in the back of the car on a road trip as a kid. It was oddly soothing. After that, I don't remember anything in particular. No bright lights or whatever. If you've ever been woken up abruptly, right as you were 90 to 99% unconscious when trying to fall asleep, it's a lot like how you felt right before you were woken up. That's the only way I can think to describe it that seems relevant. So, based on my experience, death is easy and is in no way worth being scared of. Dying, on the other hand, can be absolutely fucking awful in the worst way you can imagine, but in this case, only for maybe 30 seconds. This may not be what you're looking for, but it's my experience. I was driving and had my 3-year-old daughter strapped into her car seat in the back, who'd been asking for her pink baby, a pink teddy bear, since we pulled out of the driveway. I retrieved the pink baby from the front passenger seat and handed it back to her. The paramedics tell me that as I reached for the bear with my right hand, my left hand, which was on the steering wheel, compensated by dipping down just a little bit. We were driving on a narrow road with storm drainage ditches carved into each side of the road, essentially rendering every driveway a makeshift ramp if one were to go off the road. So yeah, my little left-hand dip took us off the road, directly onto a ramp, launching us airborne and headlong into a utility pole. I must have been knocked out, but I remember waking up to the sounds of my daughter screaming from the backseat. Odd as it sounds, her screams were almost comforting because they meant she was alive. I, however, couldn't breathe. The front end of the car had folded up essentially into the dashboard, and the impact of my body against the steering wheel had broken each rib and collapsed my lungs. I'd also suffered a fair amount of head trauma. I thought maybe I could breathe if I could lay down, so I pushed the driver's side door open and slumped out onto the road. I woke up to a paramedic telling me that I'd been in an accident, telling me that my daughter was okay, and asking me my name and where I lived. I can't breathe was all I could try to say. We'll breathe for you, she said. My daughter was taken to a local hospital via ambulance, where she was treated for bruises from the baby's seat restraints and released to my mother and father-in-law. I was helicoptered to a nearby trauma hospital, because the medical team didn't want me moving due to the massive internal bleeding. Was intubated by the time my wife and her friend arrived at the hospital. The doctors told her, we'll do everything we can. I was out for close to 2 weeks. I contracted a bloodborne staph infection while unconscious. For the first week, they didn't think I'd be able to pull through. Now, I simply don't remember much of what happened between the time we hit the pole and the time I finally stopped bleeding internally and woke up a couple of weeks later. That said, I vividly remember a sort of dream. In the dream, I was driving, my daughter was in the back seat, and there was this beautiful, just striking, Black girl in the front passenger seat. That's all I remember. The three of us were driving down the road. Whether it was right after we hit the pole or while I was unconscious, I have no idea when I had this dream, but I still remember it vividly. It was as clear as day. For days after coming out of the medically induced coma, I asked my wife about my daughter and the girl in the passenger seat. My wife actually began to fear that I'd sustained permanent neurological damage because I kept asking about this girl, although, on multiple occasions, she told me that there was nobody in the car except for my daughter and me. I finally decided it was a dream or something and stopped asking. It took about a month for me to heal up and to get my strength back to the point where I could walk again, after which I was discharged from the hospital and sent home with a visiting nurse. I'd been home for about a week before I finally felt strong enough to go outside, and my wife drove me down the road to look at the scene of the accident. My wife told me that a man who lived near the scene had heard the impact, called 911 to report the accident, and was probably responsible for saving our lives. There wasn't much to see at the scene of the accident. The utility pole had a bit of an impact scar. Those things are sturdy as hell, and I found some broken glass, but that was about it. So my wife drove me to the house of the man who called 911 so that I could thank him for what he'd done. He was a genuinely lovely man, very gracious and kind. I really didn't do anything but make a phone call. "I'm just glad you're all okay," he said. I thanked him again and again and assured him that my daughter and I were indeed okay. Then he asked about the girl in the front passenger seat. No shit. He asked about her. I asked him to hold on a second, called my wife out of her car into the guy's front door, and asked him to repeat the question. The guy said, "Listen, I heard the crash. I looked out the window and thought I'd seen a woman get out of the passenger seat and walk down the road, so I wanted to know if she was okay. Maybe I was wrong," he said. Yeah, maybe he was wrong. The closest I ever came was during the emergency C-section I had given birth to my son. At this point, I had been in labor for 70 hours, and 40 of those hours were hard labor. It was Labor Day weekend, and everyone loved making that joke. My son was a big baby, 9 pounds, 8 ounces, and 21.5 inches long. My body just couldn't get him out, and the doctor on call refused to do anything but leave me in labor. He argued with my family and would come in and actually yell at me for making too much noise during the contractions. The epidural was not placed correctly and made my legs and the top of my belly numb, but left my entire midsection in full pain. Finally, on the third morning of this, a new doctor comes on duty. He comes in to do his rounds and finds me delirious in pain with failing kidneys and my baby's heart rate dropping. I heard him cuss, step out, and yell at the nursing staff. Suddenly, the room that had been dark and quiet became packed with a flurry. I was rolled on my side, so some of the pressure would come off my baby. The epidural was corrected, and we were on our way to surgery. I remember being so scared, so angry, and so worried about my baby. Then, in the middle of the procedure, I just felt tired. It was the deepest exhaustion I've ever felt. I wanted to be awake and hear my baby's first cries, but I was just so tired. I closed my eyes and decided I could just sleep through the procedure. I started hearing my name, but it was very distant. Hands were starting to tap and nudge me. I didn't care. The black, cool peacefulness felt so good.
You've got
Then
mail.
suddenly, a slap to my face from the anesthesiologist brought me rushing back. He made me keep eye contact with him while he made some adjustments to the machine he was using. He said my blood pressure was dropping dangerously low. He kept me talking. Soon my baby was out, but there were no sounds. The attention went off of me and onto him. They worked and worked on it, and thankfully, he came around. 15 years later, and he and I are fine. Except he's got a permanent scar on the top of his head from being pressed against my pelvic bone for so long. The doctor responsible was brought up in front of a group of his peers, and he had to answer for what he did. It was an army hospital a long time ago. I did not experience nothingness. It was more like everything. It was as if all my life's memories washed over me as pure love, even the bad experiences. It was as if every moment were like waking up from a dream. That moment you awake and realize your dream was a dream. Only it was every moment of the life I lived, as if I could simultaneously experience them all. Every person within my memories was a reflection of me, as if I were each of them existing in that pure love. Every interaction with another was me interacting with a part of myself, and I could feel being everything. But it was free from ego. I could feel myself just about to settle into that everythingness, but I felt a sudden end. In that moment, I heard voices say, "She's not ready for it yet. Turn it down." And then I came back to life, realizing I was gasping for breath. Looking back on the experience, my human brain would call it terrifying. But it was far from it. It was the most beautiful thing my proverbial heart could ever experience. When I died on the operating table of a stroke, it felt relaxing passive. It was confusing and painful dying almost euphoric. The sensation of little nothing. No worries, sensations, or concerns. But then I remember coming back, the sudden sensation of touches, and drowning. I was in a tunnel, swimming forward with what seemed like thousands of hands grasping at me. I finally reached an end with what my mind said was the destination. There were two individuals relaxing, one leaning against the air and the other lying down on what appeared to be a horizontal wall. Both acknowledged me, and the one laying down acted surprised and said something to the effect of, "How in the hell did you get here? You're here way too early." He put his hand on my forehead, pushed, and said, "Back you go." The next thing I remember was waking up on the operating table screaming incoherently and pulling out my force. The staff came running, pinned me down, and put me in a coma for over a week.
Greetings.
The coma might have been the worst part, since it felt like my imagination was toying with me for what felt like forever. But that's a whole other story. I drowned in a river when I was 9 or 10. I remember that after so long, I just kind of stopped panicking, relaxed, and floated with the river. I remember feeling so at peace, like that's where I belong. I was part of the river now. Like the leaves floating above me and the rocks below me, I was part of the river. And that was exactly how it was supposed to be.
How may I
It was so
help you?
peaceful, serene, and right, deep under the waves. On top of that, every shitty detail of my short life was suddenly deeply understood and forgiven. Everything suddenly made sense. I remember watching myself floating in the water and seeing my dad dive in the gravity stop. I remember seeing him pull me out by the ankle and hold me upside down. I didn't see the blows to my back, though I felt them. I had come back, and I was so goddamn disappointed. That death felt like fate, and I wasn't meant to be brought back. My first conscious thought was that I was actually kind of angry with my father for saving me. Now, I fear death a little less. But one day, I'll die in a hospital, surrounded by my loved ones. I'm still afraid of that. I'm a...
Yeah, I've been taking care of this field for 20 years. There we go. Now, and for 20 years, I've asked myself the same question. Why do the field goalposts?
Welcome, everyone, to the Hurting Humanity channel. One thing I tell people to pay attention to, whenever a story is out there, is why is that story out there? Because nothing makes the news without them wanting it to make the news. And when the fires started in California, I talked about how Newsweek was covering all of these people in California losing their homeowners insurance. And now, obviously, over the last week or so, all the mainstream media outlets are talking about a quote-unquote insurance crisis, which means that they want you to know that these insurance companies dropped these people from having homeowners insurance before the fires came. Now, you would think that that would trigger something in their head that would make them think that the insurance companies knew ahead of time about the fire. And yet, maybe a small percentage, maybe 5% of people are thinking that way, that the insurance companies got told, hey, we're going to burn this area, we're going to burn here, we're going to put hurricanes over there. So you better make sure you remove homeowners insurance before we use our weaponized weather on these locations. But no, the majority of people are angry just about the fact that the insurance companies remove coverage for people in certain areas. They're not angry about the fact, or thinking the way they should be thinking, about the insurance companies knowing that the fires were coming in the first place because these were all planned out in advance. They want the insurance narrative out there. Now the question is why? Well, I'll explain it to you. And it all obviously starts with that whole notion of you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Because remember, in a World Economic Forum world, which is a New World Order reality, you won't own anything. In a global communist order, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, which means, of course, that you will not need homeowners insurance because you will own
You've got mail.
But we're a little ways away from people owning nothing and being happy. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have to occur. this is a start, obviously, when you burn people's homes to the ground, and then don't insure their homes, and they have nothing left, and then you put them in government FEMA camps and tell them that that's their new home, which they'll never own, which of course is government property, and then on that land you have to obey FEMA laws. That's what it all leads towards. But it's still going to take a little bit of time to make sure people don't own anything, and that's obviously going to come into effect with weather modification, people not getting insurance claims taken care of, and of course, what we'll see with the economy continue, with inflation, with prices going all over the place, and people no longer being able to afford their homes, and of course being replaced by computers, and artificial intelligence won't help anyone either. So in the meantime, what they're attempting to do is to get you to change your homes so that you will be picked up by homeowners insurance, which means going green. And I'll get into that in a second. But you may be feeling, if you're paying attention, there's a universal theme to insurance companies being bad. And of course, insurance companies are bad. I'm not on board with big insurance companies being able to screw people out of money, forcing us to have health insurance and homeowners insurance. And, there's insurance for pretty much every breath you take and every single thing that they can think of. They want you to pay insurance on. But as we move towards a new world order infrastructure, remember, the infrastructure has to be taken down, and that infrastructure will eventually include insurance companies existing. Now, the health insurance is another thing we've been hearing about, right? Luigi Mangione, the entire operation, the entire government operation, which I really believe is a psyop. I don't believe anyone was killed in the first place. Remember how conveniently, right after the shooting occurred, they showed you all this surveillance footage, which they would never show you, and never do show you anytime a real event occurs. The government holds on to that footage and makes sure that you don't actually see it. Oh, they released it within minutes, showing you that he was lying in wait. Of course, showing you how staged it looked out in the streets. And what was done since then? Well, he was made into a hero, right? The media, Bill Burr, unloads on insurance companies, praises Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione isn't the first accused killer America has loved, and he won't be the last. Luigi Mangione is a hit on Red Note, right? Our love and fascination with Luigi Mangione. Well, of course there's a love and fascination with him because the media, using psychological operations, has convinced people out there that he's a hero. They haven't convinced him that he's a murderer that murdered a man in the streets. Well, of course, he likely didn't murder anyone, but they've convinced him he's a hero. And what was his motive behind everything? The structure of the health insurance scam, right? Health insurance in general needs to be changed. And of course, when that occurred, I talked about that's what the plan is. They're getting people irate about health coverage, health insurance coverage, what they're covering, what they're not. And it's all done by design so they can bring in artificial intelligence healthcare, which will be, of course, healthcare inside of your body, using tech inside of your body to monitor your health. You've been trained with this, with things like the Fitbit and other technologies that people wear in their bodies that track and monitor their heart rate, their breathing, how they sleep at night. This is all moving us towards this tech being embedded in us, much like a pacemaker, just a lot more dangerous, a lot worse, but they'll tell you it's a lot better for you and a lot safer because they want it in your body so bad. So all these insurance agencies and companies have to fall, and it's done by design. These insurance companies, of course, people are supposed to think that, it's just an insurance company. It's an insurance company. They're all independent. State Farm and, whoever else is out there, United Healthcare. These are all government-run.
Okay, hold on, baby girl. Hold on.
The government. And
okay, hold on, Harley. Wait a second, baby girl.
But they're all on board
I love her.
with the plan.
Hold
so you hear
on.
all these stories about
Come
health insurance denial and
I'm not getting ready
getting
yet.
denied coverage by design.
It's daddy and daughter. Here, we gotta move this
out
down.
on television talking about how they lost everything because they were dropped from the insurance companies before the fires occurred. And now we have the mainstream media talking about the insurance crisis. Okay? And when they talk about the insurance crisis, they're doing it by design. The news isn't there to inform you. They want you to know for a reason, because they want you to ask for the solution. So they're talking about this homeowners insurance thing going on because they want you to be pissed off. They want you to be angry. And then they want to come in with the solution, which is coming. So let's look at what's airing across the mainstream media nationally in regards to an insurance crisis and how unfair it is.
These wildfires could be one of the most expensive natural disasters in U.S. history. The state facing an insurance crisis that has already left thousands of Californians struggling to find and keep affordable homeowners insurance. ABC's Christian Cordero in Pacific Palisades.
You've got mail.
Tonight, many homeowners affected by the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles taking their first step toward rebuilding their lives, filing an insurance claim. But as too many Americans know, getting compensated can be difficult.
You've got mail.
The system is facing a crisis years in the making. Insurance premiums soared after the Camp Fire in Northern California's Butte County in 2018, at the time the deadliest and most destructive wildfire in the state's history. Several major carriers have since restricted fire coverage or stopped writing new property insurance policies in California entirely. State Farm, California's largest provider of homeowners insurance, announcing in 2023 it would stop accepting new applications from California residents, citing, among other things, rapidly growing catastrophe exposure. With insurers pulling back, thousands of California homeowners have been left without
You've got mail.
These insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance.
Why did dogs live longer in the 1970s?
Back in the 1970s, a golden retriever's average lifespan was a full 16 to 17 years. Today, our beloved dogs are only living about half that many years. How can this be? There are undoubtedly a ton of factors at play, but one increasingly significant concern is right here.
Why do dogs lick their paws or eat grass? Why do dogs get itchy skin? Why do dogs get mushy poops and achy joints? Most importantly, why do so many dogs die before their time? There's a lot of reasons, but in my experience, almost every aspect of a dog's health can be influenced by two things. Adding the
California Insurance Commissioner issuing a one-year moratorium to protect homeowners.
I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started.
This problem isn't unique to California. An investigation by the Senate Budget Committee finding that climate change-driven extreme weather events are leading to increasing non-renewal rates and spiking premiums across the country, particularly in Florida, Louisiana, and North Carolina. The report suggesting the insurance crisis could lead to a housing one, with echoes of 2008, saying this is predicted to cascade into plunging property values in communities where insurance becomes impossible to find or prohibitively expensive. Climate change is no longer just an environmental problem, it's a looming economic threat.
A spokesperson for California's FAIR Plan, the state's private stopgap fire insurance program, says they are aware of misinformation spreading online about their ability to pay claims. But they want to reassure homeowners that they have prepared for disasters like this and intend to keep their commitments.
And again, it's obviously not fair. It's obviously the whole entire system is wrong. But the problem is that the resolution to the problem is going to be what they want all along, what the insurance companies want, what the government wants, which is universal everything, just like universal basic income. It's your freedoms that are removed, and you're going to think that these things are beneficial to you, so they're going to convince you of it so you don't become suspicious of it. Because remember, insurance companies only exist in a capitalist society for the most part. It's a very pro-capitalist thing, insurance companies. It's very anti-capitalism to not have insurance companies because it means that everything is universal and run by the state. So what am I getting at here? Well, what I'm getting at is before we own nothing and we're happy, which is supposed to be by 2030, which I guess I could see happening if they continue to wipe us off the face of the earth using weaponized weather and everything else that they're using on all of us and bioweapons, etc. But the plan for now, of course, is that they're telling you that insurance companies are more likely to offer you favorable coverage based on your carbon footprint. And that's what it's about. The World Economic Forum has been putting things out. Insurance, not enough to offset financial risks of climate change, according to analysts. And of course, what does that mean? Well, it means upgrading to smart features, don't you know, right? You see, the insurance companies are denying people coverage, and they're going to start telling you that they're going to deny you coverage unless you switch over to green, unless you switch over to smart tech, so that they can track the data of what you're doing in your home, and they can decide whether or not you're a risk because of the stuff going on with the weather. Does it sound insane? Oh yeah, it does, because it is insane. But what's even more insane is that our government is murdering us using weather modification. So here's a little tidbit from the article. Numerous smart home features exist that add value and functionality to homes. These can reduce energy costs as well. Smart thermostats are a common example. They automate the heating and cooling of the home, reducing energy use by by learning over time when and how much climate control you need. Another increasingly popular feature is smart lighting with programmable LED lights that can change color, let your insurance agent know what type of investment you've made. The more expensive the smart home features are, the more important it is to ensure your policy will cover damage to them during a covered incident. Do this for all smart home features, even non-energy related items like home security systems, smoke and fire alarms, water damage detection, sensors, and doorbell cameras. So in other words, you start turning your home into a smart home, the insurance companies will make sure they cover you. Now, they're not going to tell you that they'll have, obviously, turned your home into a prison for you by giving over the power and the remote to all of these things, such as your camera on your doorbell, which is just an insane notion that we're living in a world where this is now normal and accepted, that people are so desensitized that it's no big deal anymore to see a camera on someone's doorbell. Them talking about this is openly their way of saying, look, you didn't do enough over time to turn your home into a prison, so we're going to make you do it. And this is how. The next time...
There's more to my story than my relapsing MS. I love cooking at home and game nights with family and friends. I didn't want to miss out because of MS treatment that constantly weakened my immune system. I researched and learned that Mavenclad suppresses your immune system temporarily. Its convenient, short-course dosing schedule allows the affected immune cells to recover after each treatment course.
Mavenclad may increase risk of cancer and birth defects. Do not take Mavenclad if you have cancer, are pregnant, have HIV or active infections, including TB and hepatitis B or C, are allergic to cladribine, or are breastfeeding. You will be monitored before, during, and after treatment. Do not become pregnant or impregnate during or within 6 months after each treatment course. Report pregnancy to your doctor right away. Serious side effects can occur, including low blood cell counts, serious infections, some fatal, liver problems, allergic reactions, or heart failure. PML hasn't been seen in MS patients taking Mavenclad, but may happen.
If you're concerned about your MS treatment constantly weakening your immune system, talk to your doctor about Mavenclad today.
Attention all seniors. You can now get up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, starting at less than $1 a day. Call 800-291-4349 now.
Happy to see you out of the hospital. Back at it.
Sure. But my big health scare got me really thinking about the future. With my girl set to take over the family business, I want to make sure I don't lose that money like that.
We're just happy to have you back here.
Now see, that's why I made a call and found out I'm eligible for $50,000 for my funeral and other funding.
Just got out of the hospital? Didn't you have to take a medical exam or something?
No, there was no medical exam, and I was able to get coverage right over the phone. Plus, my rates can never be increased, my benefits can never be decreased, and my coverage can never be canceled.
I'm glad you made that call.
Call 800-291-4349
My coverage can never be canceled.
See if you qualify for up to
Bro, I wish when this comes on again, I'm gonna make a video about that. They just cancel those people's fire insurance. That's a lot. Wow, they did them people dirty, bro. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. That's evil. That is straight up evil.
Right over the phone, starting at less than $1 a day. Call 800-291-4349. That's 800-291-4349.
We call you about your homeowner's insurance. It's going to be a phone call like this. Look, we're going to drop you from coverage. Hear all those stories about fires in LA? Hear those stories about hurricanes in Florida? Yeah, Carolinas? Well, we're not going to cover you anymore because you're a liability. You might say, well, wait a minute. What can I do to not be a threat to the insurance company anymore. I mean, I can't lose my homeowner's insurance because if something happens to my home, I lose everything. I bought the house for $150,000, $200,000, and if something wipes it out, I need to be able to get it back or get my money back. I want insurance. Well, here's what we'll do. You start upgrading your home into a smart home where it's more green dependent, where you're helping the climate, and we'll make sure we insure you. And the people won't be suspicious of it. They'll say, well, what do I have to do? They'll say, well, you get a smart thermostat, it's $50. Go to Best Buy, go pick one up. All right, what else can I do? Well, you got one of those rings on your own? I do. Great, great. You're doing your part already. What else can I do? Well, you have a smart meter. I don't. Well, go and get one of those smart meters and slap it on the side of your home, too. Okay, what else can I do? Everything's smart. The more smart your home is, the lower your insurance policy price monthly will be. Really? Yeah, and we won't drop you from coverage. Those are the stories that are quietly out there. Even the World Economic Forum talking about how the insurance companies, the policy holders must do their part in their risk consulting relationships and engage in mitigation and preparation with their insurance partner. Insurers can also broaden their value through risk education. What's the risk education? The whole education is that you need to reduce your carbon footprint. You're a threat to society based on your carbon footprint. You're also a danger to the insurance company. So they will back your home in the event that it gets lit on fire by a government match, unless, of course, you decide to transfer everything over to green energy, which means as well, time to get those solar panels on your roof. And then when we start blocking the sun, don't become suspicious as to why your electricity doesn't work all the time, right? Make sure you have those smart meters on your water well and your gas well, or your gas pump, your gas tank as well. That's what we're headed towards here. This is behavioral control. This is them conditioning you to want the removal of insurance in general, which eventually it will. Eventually, when this is under communist dictatorship, there won't be insurance, and you'll be cheering for it until you realize that you have universal basic income and universal health care, and all of a sudden, things aren't the same that they used to be. And when you were complaining about having to pay for health insurance, well, now, I mean, it couldn't be worse because you're making $5 a week, and so is the guy next to you, and so is everybody else, and you pretty much lead a pathetic, helpless life that depends on the government to be fed. You have to obviously feed yourself and have water, even though it's going to be all real food. It's going to be created in a petri dish. But when the government decides to feed you, it's all going to be based on your behavior. Are you behaving properly? And that means, are you questioning the government, or are you just pretending to smile while they kick you in the nuts? And that's what it's really about. And they showed a clip in that ABC News report, which is important to keep an eye on, where they're showing the non-renewal rate, that's back from 2023, of insurance companies where they're dropping coverage of people. Well, it might as well just be a map showing us places that will be targeted with weather modification. Now, we can only go off the accuracy of it, we can't take it too legitimately, right? Because anything they tell us, they don't have to tell you. They don't have to tell you that people have been dropped from the insurance companies. Even if these people were online screaming in the Palisades that they had their fire insurance dropped, it wouldn't make national news unless they wanted it to. Take a look at what's happening in the Carolinas. Take a look at how many people have been screaming about this, screaming about that. It never made national news. You can only find people who are uploading it to their social media accounts, and then, of course, social media platforms are removing it. But they're certainly not boosting it so that you can see what's really happening in a lot of these places, right? So they want the narrative out there. Any narrative that's out there, they want out there. I made that very clear with the stuff. A perfect example is the stuff with Diddy, is the stuff with Jeffrey and his island. They tell you this stuff. You wouldn't even know that Jeffrey existed in the first place. They feed you the stories and then pull you into their rabbit holes. This is the same exact thing. They're feeding you this. They want you angry at the insurance companies. They created the PSYOP around the United Healthcare guy to make people say we need to change the infrastructure. We need to change the system because they're already prepared for it. Because AI governance is the infrastructure change. And healthcare, as you know, it changes. Homeowners insurance, those types of things change as we know it. Because eventually, like I said, you'll own nothing and be happy. But for the time being, of course, you better switch your home over to a more green, energy efficient home and help out the environment if you want the homeowner's insurance to cover your home, which means get that smart meter on, get those smart appliances in, and make sure you turn your home into a prison for Big Brother. I thank everybody for being here. Hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your families as always.
Hey, you guys ever wonder why we wear these foam pieces of cheese on our heads? No. Don't you think that there's something else going on? What? Maybe to get people to crave cheese and pizza during football games?
Do I look like a fool to you? I think I'd know if I was being used to sell cheese and pizza.
What am I saying? It's not like wearing triangle-shaped cheese on our heads makes us walking billboards for
Cheesy pizza! Buy one, get one from Little Caesars. Only on Uber Eats.
Bamboo HR is
You
easy
got
for
two babies.
How about a head of culture named Kate something with hundreds of employees? Yes,
You want
super
to be
easy.
daddy?
Sorry. So I know you. Easy starts at bamboohr.com.
One second. Let's see the baby.
Good job, Logan.
Got two babies. Make room for Joker. Sweet babies.
What is going on? It is Black and I'm coming back with another video. Y'all. Alright. Now, as y'all can tell by the title and the title, today we are going to do part 2 of fires, right? So, a good bit of y'all may have seen it by now.
You got a custom.
So Mel Gibson was also recently on the Joe Rogan podcast where they talk about a bunch of different things. But the clip that we have in particular today for this video aired on Fox, and as usual, Mel Gibson shared his opinion since this film was obviously about it. He shared his opinion about LA, what he thought the fires actually were, and how he felt that it was possibly done on purpose. Now, we also got a very interesting clip with Eddie Griffin. A lot of y'all may know Eddie Griffin's been outspoken his entire career. He's touched on a lot of different stuff. I guess he's similar to Cat Williams, if I'm not mistaken. Cat Williams never really said anything about Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin's kind of like one of those solid ones that there's not much out there about him, but just what it is, you know. In the clip that we have where he talks about the LA fire, he definitely tells you what it is, or at least most of what we've already been talking about and thinking ourselves, especially some of it that we've already covered in part 1, right? So y'all already know, man, I thought this would be another good video to go ahead and down the rabbit hole of the LA fires until the truth comes out, right? So these clips will be pretty interesting, and as usual, without me doing too much talking in this intro, y'all will go ahead and get into the clip with Mel Gibson. We're going to come back and talk a little bit more. So with that being said, y'all.
I met Jen after she was ghosted by an ex. It took her years to get over it, and he just popped back into her life. Looking for answers, she found my advisor profile on Purple Garden. Everything was telling me he was bad news. I could feel his energy like a dark cloud hanging over her path to real love. My tarot cards confirmed it. He was a storm ready to wreck her peace again. Despite knowing better, he couldn't escape that attraction. Weeks later, he disappeared again, but she was ready to let him go this time. She finally had the clarity, confidence, and support she needed to move on. The truth was harsh but necessary. Sometimes personal growth means facing the uncomfortable together. We didn't just find insight into her relationship, we discovered so much more about the person she is. Being part of Jen's transformation and
a lot of people say a lot of things about these fires. Obviously, the winds were horrific, but they were predicted. I know you know that last weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they said this could be tragic with these winds if any fire starts.
Sure.
Do you believe, in what you know so far, anything could have happened like this?
Yeah, well, one always suspects that this might happen, but one thinks that the resources, like the capabilities of the men and women will be on standby, that they'll be able to cope with any situation that comes up. But apparently, some people were asleep on the job, mainly our leaders there. But, that's something they have to live with. And but that's something the community has to live with. It's pretty sad. I mean, I have many friends that are, looking for a place to put a roof over their heads, and kids, and they're traumatized. So someone should answer for it, but we'll see. I think we know who the culprits are. In fact, my son he's a member of the volunteer fire brigade. He sort of interfaces between LA County Fire and people, and they assist them where they can during, before, and after the blaze. And apparently the residents in Corral Canyon caught an arsonist down there. And the guy was all tooled up with fire gear and equipment and stuff like that, ready to go, and he had been lighting fires. But they corralled the guy in Corral Canyon and gave him to the police. So.
Yeah, apparently
around looking for these conditions.
Yeah, apparently, Mel, that individual was never charged. It's a very confusing set of facts because apparently he was reportedly trying to light things on fire, but it's not the fires, I guess, that they. I mean, it all seems very bizarre. But they have not ruled out that arson could have started the first fire. They're obviously still investigating this, and at the same time, Mel, there are numerous complaints, as you alluded to, that the fire hydrants did not have water or water pressure, and the LA fire chief herself reacted. Watch this.
My stance on this is when a firefighter comes up to a hydrant, we expect there to be water. We don't control the water supply. Our firefighters are there to protect lives and property and to make sure that we're properly trained and equipped. That's my position on this. So if there's no water, I don't know how the water gets to the hydrants.
Mel, react.
Well, I know they were messing with the water, letting reserves go for one reason or another. They've been doing that a while. California has a lot of problems that sort of baffle the mind as far as why they do things. And then in the events like this, you sort of look, is it on purpose? Which it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not there is a purpose in mind. What could it be? Do they want the state empty?
Well, Mel, there's already talk, and we played a couple of sound bites of reimagining the way rebuilding occurs, and obviously there's a great need for high-density housing in California and across the country. That's a big push by the climate folks, and you're already hearing rumblings of that. In this case, like goodbye single-family homes, hello high-density housing.
I can make all kinds of horrible theories up in my head, conspiracy theories and everything else, but it just seemed a little convenient that there was no water, and and that the wind conditions were right, and that there are people ready and willing and able to start fires. And are they commissioned to do so, or are they just acting on their own volition? I don't know. But they seem pretty well equipped, some of these people that they're catching.
So, in the beginning clip, you caught what he said. He said there were people actively going around looking for these conditions. So he could have meant during the fire to start more fires, or looking for them conditions of 100 miles per hour wind and starting a fire so it spreads everywhere. One of the two, basically, either or, just right. These people were looking for these conditions in the fire. They were well equipped people. One of them being turned into the policeman, not charged. It's highly questionable. But I think that pretty much, blows it open in a sense. By now, we know it was done on purpose. By now, people were placed, by commission to start more fires, keep it going so it can spread and do as much damage as possible, roast everything in sight there. I think we can come to agree to that by now. I guess what's the biggest theory is why. Mel Gibson comes off as like very nonchalant. He said, I feel, a lot more sorry for my neighbors than I do myself. And I took that as like he knows what's going on. Obviously he's on Fox. I don't think he's gonna just tell it all like it is. But you can tell he really knows what's going on. The way he's answering the question and taking those really deep breaths like, yeah, I know what's going on, but let me answer this question the way I need to on Fox, So he's kind of comes off as really nonchalant and almost like he's over it. I feel like that's why he said he feels more sorry for his neighbors, maybe because they're not the position that he's in. Maybe don't have the connections or see it the way that he does. And he's like, I know what's going on, but these normal people don't. See it as maybe a natural occurrence, and it really wasn't really had a big agenda at hand. And it could be the smart cities or the rebuilding that they were talking about, land grabs. There's a lot of, theories going around, especially some that we touched on in the last video, the underground tunnels and the trafficking and everything. There's a lot of stuff going around about why this may have really happened. But, listening to that clip and just listening to the details, it really tells you everything you need to know if you're actually questioning if the fires were a natural occurrence. It wasn't. Like you said, the conditions were just right. 100 mile per hour winds. Y'all already told me that. Does not happen. It just came out of nowhere. 100 mile per hour winds just spawned out of thin air. People walking around, setting more fires. I think there's enough proof now. This is not a natural occurrence, right? So we'll take this time to go into the next clip with Eddie Griffin. He talks about it a little bit more in his own way, kind of like a little bit of comedy mixed in with it, but I thought it was very interesting to add to this video. So we'll go ahead and check this clip out, y'all. Then I'm going to come back and wrap it. All right.
We've all been seeing all the news about what these celebrities have been doing at those crazy parties with the baby oil. Now, the news is telling us that they confiscated about 1,000 bottles and toys, and his lawyers...
A lot of people saying it's to cover up the pedophile trail, and all of a sudden the water ain't working, and... Hold on, 60% of the water rights is owned by this couple. What's their name? Yeah, the wonderful company is owned by this husband and wife team. They own pistachio, they own Fiji water. I stopped drinking any of this around the month ago. Let them go broke. Feeding the pistachio and the almonds, all that goddamn water. Meanwhile, people's houses burning down in Thurston. All these sons of... And the regulators who allowed them motherfuckers to own 60% of the goddamn water. Buy them motherfuckers too, goddammit. What the f*** y'all for? That is public water. We built the dam that's holding that water and all that with taxpayers' dollars. How the f*** y'all gonna sign it over to this goddamn couple? Sons of a... Let's pray for the motherfuckers out there that houses is burning down unless they pedophiles. If they pedophiles, let it get burned. Cause I know what you're doing. You're burning the evidence up, sons of... But we still gonna catch it. And somebody do some research. In the rich neighborhoods, who had already left their house and knew that the fire was coming? We'll be right back after this commercial break. Leave it in the comments. There's no water pressure because somebody in the state turned the power off. And when the power's turned off, the pumps that pump the water so that there is water pressure were turned off also. I wonder who that was. And the irony of it all, that the fire looks just like the fire in Maui. Let's check all the Crip neighborhoods, because if the Crip neighborhoods are still up because they blue, we know. I don't care if you blood, wear blue, play it safe, wear blue until this shit clears up. We'll be right back.
Oh, hey, what's up, bro? I'm actually still going through it. I fell asleep, or I had to go to sleep, but I'm more than halfway done on this server. But the reason I don't have more gold is because like these accounts it's been 25 days since I posted, and my gold was a little low, so I had to do 12 hours instead of 48, so that put your cells down a bit. Sorry, I was loving on Harley. I didn't see your message. Where the hell is this? Joker, did you knock him out? Oh, it's right here. You can't just cancel somebody's insurance. You have a contract to your insurance isn't supposed to cancel unless you cancel it when you renew it. You can't just cancel somebody's insurance. That's some demonic shit, man. I mean, I've been homeless 20 times, but like what they're dealing with in California is a different type of shit. Because you can get hotel insurance to cover housing until you get your home repaired. But obviously, building a whole home is different, I guess. But you can get your insurance money and buy a new home. People are fucking evil over fucking money. Doesn't make any damn sense. We're the richest country in the world, and we got shit like that going on. Shit pisses me off.
Janice Quinones, right? She's the chief executive officer, CEO, chief engineer, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, the nation's largest publicly owned water and power utility. She leads the organization of 111,000 employees, delivering water and power to 4 billion residents of Los Angeles. When she got her new position of chief engineer of water and power in LA, she skyrocketed to a whopping $750,000 salary.
Oh, I'm over there.
Her job, that's opposite of what happened.
Oh, shit.
There was no water pressure. There was no water. The guy at the end of that clip was water. A plastic bottle of water. I don't even know why he said that. You know, why I was going to get some water. We're going to throw some water bottles on the fire. No. These people are doing something you would never even think about. They're trying to throw a bottle of water on the fire. Desperate. Saying, wow, got them thinking out of this world. Like that would actually work because this lady couldn't even do her job. Now, the mayor was in Africa. She in a whole, the mayor was gone. She wasn't even there. This lady right here, she makes more than the mayor. The mayor doesn't even make $7.
This is a one processor computer, and this thing is so slow, it drives me nuts. Hella slow.
Sustainably caught salmon and everybody.
There's my mic on. Yeah, it's on. Okay.
The Bible says that the reason we're not making more of an impact on the world, why we're not shining this light, is because we haven't taken seriously the opportunity we have.
Both of them dropped the ball. You want to talk political, hit it on these people who are in charge. It's kind of like Mel Gibson said. He was like, we know the culprits. We know what you're supposed to do. They're not even been talking about these two. But, we're just speaking on the facts. This is absolutely insane.
You've got mail.
Everything adds up to this being strategic. And Eddie Griffin asked a good question. It's like, who in the rich neighborhoods moved out right before this happened? Now, I'm not sure. I couldn't verify if a bunch of firefighters got fired or laid off. Y'all remember they were talking about budget cuts, but I think the budget was actually increased by 50 million. So that was like, I don't really know if we got down to it. That was a good question to ask. Who knew about this stuff? Who started moving out? Blah, blah, blah. Because obviously, people, the vendor was in Africa. She knew what was about to happen. This one is, it's not a head scratcher. Maybe we won't know the exact reason until down the road, but we know this was not real. This was not nature. This is an agenda. In 2028, will let us know how they go about rebuilding. They actually do implement these smart cities. Or is this something even different? Who knows? I guess it was like, what? Coach State on? There's this one, I mean, it's a pretty deep rabbit hole. It was very political. It was staged. Tell us. At the same time, they actually did tell us that these fires were started by people. I mean, if you listen, they tell you what happened. It set people around in the area that were well equipped, fire gear on and everything, and they started these fires. There's really not much else to say. Like I said last week, all this stuff. Third part, we should cover it. Never had guys Friday. Kind of have a good weekend already. Won't be on this topic, but we got and as always, feel free to request whatever y'all want to see on the channel. Sure, that's done. So, stay tuned.
The trailer's open. Oh, my man's got another video. Stop playing with
Tell you your story, be so boom, watch this video to the end. We don't want the show. TikTok for entertainment purposes only. Let's go. Pay attention, guys. This is crazy. Look at this. Look. What the? No way. Come. What's that? What's that? What?
Oh, wow.
I'm playing with me, son. It's
That's wild.
Look for yourself. Yeah. Check your dollar bill.
I don't have a dollar bill. I don't have a dollar bill.
So I find it funny that they would say that we're in debt. How you're in debt if you could shh? Shut up. Don't you say it. Remember, they're in debt. Stop playing with me, son. TikTok. All you gotta do is pay attention. You can see the secrets that's right in front of you.
You've got mail.
Check your wallet. Check your savings account. Matter of fact, check all those savings you've been saving. It's not just a $1. I tell you what, if I ever see Everybody stay. You want $1? Ah! To tell y'all a true story, be so boom, watch this video to the end. Carne Garcia, I believe you. I know you're telling the truth. TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only. Let's go. What? What are you talking about?
And they have these things where in the water, if they nanotechnology in your water in your filter, so if you press a button, your stuff. I don't know.
You've got mail.
Weird, they have weird
Come on.
technology. I'm trying to expose everything right now.
I'm playing with me, son. What are you talking about, right? Are you serious? Because I believe you. I'm unplugged from the Matrix. We on the same team here. There's a lot of people that are not unplugged. Come on!
They do weird technology, all the food that you're eating right now,
Yeah.
there's little technology in there. So if they want to get you feeling sick, like if you really don't like feeling sick, they can press a button for the shit.
What?
They have nanotechnology, all the aliens are in the water. They're actually getting ready to come out with everything. It's fucking insane.
I'm playing with me, son. TikTok is for entertainment purposes only. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Carne Garcia, I know you come in. Listen, that's why there's a certain point in the ocean that we can't pass. No submarine, no man, nobody can go down there. It stops. And let's not forget, it gets real long down there. Remember they said that they found a lake in the Bruh. Come on.
We're in knots right now. I'm not even kidding. Guys, get right with Jesus. I'm not kidding. I promise you guys that we didn't lie. I'm not a weirdo. I'm safe.
Stop playing with me, son. This is insane. Carne Garcia, I believe, because in order for people to believe it, unplug from the matrix, the same system that they grew up in. The average person is going to look at this like, yo, this dude done went crazy. Have you been feeling it? Stop playing with me, son. It's not it. Now, those aliens are in the ocean, a.k.a. full of shh. What I'm talking about, they're down there. And some of them come beneath the surface sometimes. But let's not forget, they can never go back into the heavens. The Most High gave them out. Stop playing with me, son. It's not a game. If I ever see an alien come out the water while I'm in the water, I'm going to send them right back where they belong. Ah! I'll tell y'all a true story. Me, so Bruce watch this video to the end. Jimmy Fisher. You ain't that Fisher. But you're telling people that you're time traveling. I find it hard to believe. TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only. Let's go.
I'm in Western times. Let me show you something. Guys, I'm here in 1885 in a little town called Los Angeles before it became what it is today. This is my Hollywood guy.
You'll never pay for Netflix again after seeing this.
Netflix and Apple pray you never find out about this. This tiny device lets you stream movies from any premium platform or paid channel without the cost of...
Guys, stop. This proof. I'm clearly showing you the evidence. I'm in LA right now, guys. This is the hotel I'm staying in. That's the room that me and my Western wife are staying in. Those are her clothes.
Playing with me, son. You're not in no 18. That's straight cat. That's just a black and white filter from the Western times. And let's not forget, California is Mexico. So maybe you out in a deserted town where they didn't upgrade nothing yet. So we're trying to talk about time travel. You're in the same place for years. Stop playing with me, son. And Jim Fisher, like I said, Fisher, true stories. Come on.
I'm not lying.
Stuff, really.
All the letters are here.
Cat.
I came all the way to 1998 just so I could respond to that comment. I'm
Man,
here.
get the hell out of here, bro.
I'm going to show you something else that's going to
Cut it out.
blow your mind. 1998, check this out.
1998?
Yeah, right across the street from the Radio Shack.
Oh, please. Those are everywhere in Mexico.
Just like you wanted to see. These don't exist anymore.
Wow.
You've got
Now,
mail.
playing with me, son. TikTok is for entertainment purposes only. Because clearly, Jim Fisher's entertaining everybody. Straight time travel stories. You're in an old town in Mexico where nothing was upgraded. The true story with his officers. A man sent me this video. He told me what he had. But I tell you one thing. If I ever see Jim Fisher in the streets, and I ask him, yo, wasn't you back in 1700? He said, yeah, that's me. Say that one more time. Yeah. Let me tell y'all a true story. Lisa, who watched this video to the end. LeBron James, you lizard reptile. Shh. Did you see the video? TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes. Pay attention, guys. This is crazy. Now listen. His new name is LeBron Lizard Man James. This is crazy. This is what they call him now. Look at his eyes. Watch this. Look. What? I told you they out here. Not only did LeBron get CL, now he's being controlled by a lizard.
You've got mail.
Son. This is sick. Now, just to think that a lizard was the one running up and down the court, that's why he's the greatest of all time. That's why he's taking all these jump shots.
Oh, my back hurts. Ow. I ain't taking some weed.
Now,
you know what, Danny?
I want you to understand.
You've got mail.
When it comes to CLing,
hold on, baby. Give 1 second.
Come on. There you go.
You've got mail.
Who's gonna deny that? Say that's not real. That's real. He's a lizard. No.
Well met.
He's the one that you go to the pet shop and buy, but a bigger version. This is crazy. Stop playing with me, son. TikTok is an entertainment purpose. Like, you think why he got the shades on? You're in the limousine. His eyes keep flickering and keep going from human eyes to reptile eyes. I like that name. That's what we're going to call him. Now, let's get one thing straight. He's Lizard Man. Slash Shh. And he's word is they're real below beneath the surface. And as long as provide them with the things they need, they don't need to come onto the surface. I got some say too much. Stop playing with me, son. It's a game.
Oh, bro, you missed
if I
it.
ever see LeBron James.
My nose was bleeding really bad yesterday, and I couldn't get it to stop. And it was almost like, I got to go to the hospital, but I figured it out. I was digging at my nose too hard, and I popped a blood vessel. I'm good. But my towel was like full of blood.
LeBron Lizard Man James in public, and his eyes was flickering. I can fix that real quick.
I can fix it real quick. No, I know you.
This is for entertainment purposes. Everybody be asking me, man, does the Bluetooth actually work?
Bro, oh God, Bluetooth, come on, bro.
Get a month for free.
I'm just fucking. I'm just joking.
You can get 1 month. 1 month.
TD's
so you got nothing.
Things that you can't control.
Everything to get.
Try it, and you're gonna like it. First month is free. Get involved. How chewable, and you tell yourself if they work or not.
Joker, seriously, son? Alright. Well, keep your butt over there, then, little boy.
There are 3 generally accepted kinds of aliens: the Greys, insectoids, and the reptilians.
Joker, get off of that cap. I need that to put the codes in. Joker.
Are the Greys.
No, you know.
The other 2 together, especially the reptilians. I don't think those accounts are credible.
Stop playing with me, son. Stop playing with me, son. TikTok is for entertainment purposes only. Don't be scared yourself. Come to the hood with that. I heard you've been abducted. You stand a chance of my hood trying to abduct anybody. Or you will hear it's not a game. Come on.
The first thing we need to do is determine whether or not you actually are experiencing an encounter.
Is it a test?
Just a series of questions. Helps weed out the lunatics. Good. Let's do it.
Stop playing with me, son. Ready for these questions? Come on.
Have either of you seen any bright lights in the sky above your neighborhood that moved in an unusual way? Have you experienced any severe headaches or migraines? No. Either of you heard a ringing in your ear? ask me if I'm scared. Absolutely. Cool.
People think of aliens as these beings invading our planet in some great cataclysm, destroying monuments, stealing our natural resources. But it's not like that at all. The invasion already happened. No one knows exactly when. But they're here. They've been here.
I'm supposed to read the Bible, and you're supposed to read the Bible. Where's my Bible at? Don't stop me, I'll bite you.
Still so for aliens.
Yo te amo
If I ever see
mucho,
one of these aliens in public and they try to abduct me,
mijo, mi amor.
I tell y'all true story, these are buses for you to the end.
I said, I love you all the time, my son.
We got Marshall
You know Daddy loves you?
Eminem and Slim Shady. Take a look at this. Now, Marshall Mathers, you can tell he's CL. Stop playing! So we got the main Eminem.
Soy hablas un poquito español aquí, vámonos. Mamacita, en mi casa para ti. ¿Es bueno? Es bueno.
Four different kinds. Four different
The real Eminem has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a baby face, and he has no facial hair. Them other niggas is a clone. Straight up. So is Britney Spears. I saw Britney in concert in person. And whoever the hell that is, that ain't Britney. Crazy as hell. Idolatry is a hell of a thing. What happened to the... It gets some shady. What happened to that Eminem? Oh yeah, that's right.
If I ever see any of these evidence in public, you already know they're not the real one, bro. That's not how it's done.
This is the reason why you should cancel your doorbell camera subscription.
Well, I need to see if my conservative's ready.
Delivers more advanced security
My neighbor might be able to say.
home security systems without the need for costly installations or monthly fees.
Where's
It's
my
making
phone?
traditional home security
Where
cameras trivial in the past. A breakthrough mini Wi-Fi camera developed by Alex and Ben, former employees of a home security firm.
Hey sir, how about you get off on my TV screen? Because I hate ads and I hate ads. I just hate ads. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you want from me.
Unsolved Mysteries Lost Episode. On July 9th, 2024, one Reddit user made an extremely unsettling post on the RBI, or the Reddit Bureau of Investigation subreddit, which read, "Help finding a TV episode to possibly solve a murder. I've spent years and hours through Google trying to locate this, and was advised you guys might be able to
Oh,
help.
it's out of stock.
Trying to find what rerun
It
episode
said it was in progress.
aired on a specific date/location
Didn't surprise me.
that I'm convinced had a story of my ex-husband murdered.
I've been out of it for like a month. I hope my withdrawals ain't too bad, but I think I'll be alright.
On August 17th,
It's not like I really had a choice anyway.
I have no idea what station would have played it. I'm watching them talk about a situation where a smooth-talking stranger gets himself invited into their place, etc. I jokingly kept thinking to myself, yeah, I know someone smooth like that. This person ended up murdering the couple. Fast forward to the end, and they show a sketch. I literally sat up in the bed. It was my ex. Yes, he would have been capable of that, and I believe he would have been driving through that area around that time, angry that I just left him. The user also mentioned that they had already contacted the show, but hadn't received any answers from it. And despite years of looking online, they hadn't found any answers. Now, my first assumption when I came across this post was that it was nothing more than a hoax created by the user. After all, the idea of someone stumbling upon their ex-husband's involvement in a murder during a late-night rerun of a TV show feels almost too cinematic. Maybe they had a flair for dramatics, or maybe they were just a fan of lost media. So they crafted their own dark tale with a personal twist that would leave the readers yearning for an update that would never come. However, the more I looked into the case, the less plausible this theory seemed. For starters, I looked through their posts and comment history on Reddit and didn't find a particular interest in lost media, horror, or anything of that nature. The account was also created back in 2018, so it wasn't created recently to fabricate this bizarre story. More importantly, the details given in the post seem a bit too specific to be something the original poster just made up. I went through old TV schedule guides from around that time, and sure enough, a rerun of Unsolved Mysteries did air on the live channel on the 17th of August 2000 at around 8 p.m. But if the Reddit user is telling the truth, how did an entire episode of such a popular and well-documented TV show just vanish into thin air? Especially since the whole show is now available on YouTube, and yet there's no sign of an episode matching their description. The closest case I found was from a 1994 episode about the disappearance of Jonathan Francia. The investigators working on this case were able to create a sketch of the potential suspect, and it was a man with a long face and a cowboy hat. This did match the description the Reddit user gave in a comment about the sketch they saw on TV. However, this is where the similarities ended between the two cases. To make matters even more puzzling, another person claimed to remember something similar in a comment reading, I have a vague recollection of this episode as well.
You want
I'm going
that?
to go through the episodes I've watched on Unsolved Mysteries on YouTube and see if I recognize it.
You want to with Daddy?
Despite rewatching all of the
Here, I'll get you the chair.
I didn't find anything about the mysterious case.
Come here, baby.
Though it's entirely possible that Unsolved Mysteries changed
Come over here by Daddy, baby.
after its rerun in August
You want to be a family?
As
You want
Redditor Ross
Harley?
Friday mentions in their
Yeah, come on.
the
Right here by
reason why it
Daddy.
might be so hard to find and why you can't just watch old episodes to find it is the segment may have been changed from what was originally aired. Unsolved Mysteries used to edit segments as new information came forward, especially after a case was officially solved. If they caught the guy who did it, they may have removed a lot of the information from the case that made you think it was your ex, especially information that was completely speculative or a red herring. As an example, I remember they had a really good segment about a murder in a family who owned a U-Haul, and it went into a lot of the family infighting and drama, and there was at least an implication that a family member was most likely to blame. When they caught the guy and it turned out to be a random breaking and entering, they cut all the family drama stuff out of this segment and added an update that the case was solved. The only potential flaw in this theory is that if Unsolved Mysteries changed that episode because the case was quote-unquote solved, the Reddit user would likely learn about their ex and get arrested. But that didn't happen.
You are ruthless. I think it'd be a murder.
The most likely theory is that
My nigga has zero chance of survival. He won't let the string, he won't let the toy go so I can play with him. He's just like attacking, he's just like clamping it.
Despite scouring every episode of the show for its deception. However, if this turns out to be true, it would also make searching for what they saw on TV that night exponentially more difficult. Unfortunately, unless someone finds concrete evidence, we have no way of confirming or disproving any of these theories. That being said, if this lost media is ever uncovered by people on the internet, it could help authorities solve a decades-old crime and catch the suspect. Easily available explosive. During the 2016 Silicon Valley Comic-Con, one of the hosts of Mythbusters, Adam Savage, was doing a panel answering questions from fans of the show. Near the end of the panel, someone asked him about the biggest disaster he's experienced in Mythbusters.
gonna call Mama Linda right quick and check on them.
Now, this fan was likely expecting something tame, like a crew member spilling something, or one of the devices they built breaking before they could film the episode.
The Lord's telling me to call her.
However, no one could have anticipated the answer Adam gave for this simple question.
Come on, Mama Linda, answer the phone. She'll call me back in a second, I think. Let's see what. I already checked that up. Yeah, I checked that already. These are on 5 days, so the ones below this tune on the other servers should be 5 days too. So now I'm posting them out all at the same time, so I won't have to worry about them, oh shit, being weird. Or expiring, rather. I got all these chicks' numbers on my phone, and I don't even remember who most of them are. Talked to like 2 of them off and on. One of them messaged me, asked me how I was doing, but that's about it. I got other shit to do.
The material they discovered was so explosive and dangerous that they had to report it to DARPA, which is a research and development agency of the United States Department of Defense. Adam also quickly moved on to the next question, likely in an effort to avoid giving any hints about what this dangerous material could be. Following that panel, he refused to utter a single word about the last episode or the material that made them destroy the footage. That silence was held until the 20th of November 2023, when he uploaded a Q&A video on his YouTube channel titled, "These Mythbusters Stories Got Scrapped Due to Danger." The first question in this video was someone asking about footage that was destroyed outside of Adam's control. At first, he gave a predictable answer, explaining how network decisions, like cutting scenes to make room for advertisements, had led to some lost content. But before moving on to the next question, he brought up the commonly available explosive again. And while he was careful not to drop any hints about what the material could be, he did go into more detail about why they decided to erase the footage from existence.
We were looking at the purported explosive power of a commonly available material, and what we found was something so energetic when we executed it that we agreed to not talk about what we agreed. Yeah. It was common enough, easy enough to implement, easy enough to execute, that we were like, the world will not benefit from this knowledge. This is the reason we never saw a silencer episode from Mythbusters. Is a potato a good silencer? A pillow? A 2-liter bottle of soda? These are all really interesting questions. And silencers are fascinating technologically. But silenced rounds are not a benefit to humanity.
This makes total sense considering Mythbusters had tens of millions of viewers from around the world. The show built its reputation on demystifying myths and delivering facts, no matter how surprising or dangerous they might be. By withholding the episode, it may seem like they went against their own character. Some might even argue they had a responsibility to release the episode, both for the sake of scientific transparency and to educate the public about potential risks. Educating people about the potential dangers of a common material could have sparked important conversations about safety and regulation, potentially preventing accidents born out of ignorance. But here's the other side that's hard to ignore. Mythbusters wasn't just a science show, it was also entertainment. Publishing a step-by-step guide on how to weaponize an easily available material would have been, at best, irresponsible, and at worst, catastrophic. The world isn't short on people who might misuse such information, and the stakes were simply too high to ignore. So, the team's decision to shelve the episode was the responsible thing to do. That said, I did some digging online, and speculation about what this mysterious explosive could be is all over the place. Some claim that it's simply flour. For those who don't know, non-compacted flour is extremely flammable and can easily create a sizable explosion upon combustion. Another chemical that came up in multiple theories was tannerite. It's a binary explosive that is commonly used for long-range weapons practice. It's helpful for marking targets since it detonates visibly on the ground. More importantly, it's widely available online. Someone can easily buy tannerite online for relatively cheap without any permit or verification. However, here's the problem with both of these theories. Neither material creates an explosive dangerous enough to justify the drastic steps the MythBusters team took. For instance, while a tannerite explosion is certainly impressive, it's not nearly dangerous enough to
came back the very next day. Get off that porch, son. See, Negro? That's why you get in trouble when you're not allowed up here, son. You keep chewing on cords, Joker. You can't do that, you know. You gotta listen, Daddy. I'm the daddy and you're the baby, you understand? I'm the man of this house. You listen to your daddy, boy. Get it. And now stop. See, Negro? Now you're trying to chew on this cord, Joker. Now stop, son. Come here, you got crusties. Come here.
Ultimately, unless someone somewhere has a secret copy of that episode,
It's okay. No, but you got crusties. It's real quick. It's real quick. Joker. You got crusties, you know. You got crusties.
Told Mom to send her prescription to Amazon Pharmacy. She didn't. Now you're stuck behind this.
Got them crusties. Why you act like I'm trying to kill you,
She
son?
uses the pharmacy line to purchase at the store.
Ridiculous.
Including a ceramic dolphin figure. Without a price. All Mom had to do was use Amazon Pharmacy. And her meds would get delivered right to her door. What's your emergency? Excuse me? Find a description of that. A bear? Yes. A jungle bear in the jungle.
Joker, would you please pick somewhere to be, baby? You're doing a lot. Sure.
Jay Leno Blade Incident. On April 14th, 2022, an anonymous user on 4chan's TV board mentioned a disturbing incident they remembered from an old episode of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. They stated, one time Jay Leno had a magician on his show, and he was doing some sort of cut the lady in half trick. He starts the cut, and the lady starts yelling for him to stop, like she was actually getting cut, or about to get cut, and they start helping her out. I have never seen or heard anything since, and never been able to find the clip. The episode in question aired on the 21st
You've got mail.
And as the story goes, one of the guests on that episode was Arsenio Hall, who was going to perform a classic magic trick of cutting a person in half. However, while he was performing the trick, something went horribly wrong. He accidentally stabbed a woman who was volunteering for the trick. A notable thing about this episode was that Leno wanted to show solidarity
You've got mail.
with power outages. So he hosted his show in a set that was only illuminated by scattered candles and handheld flashlights given to the audience. Maybe the lack of visibility caused Arsenio to make a mistake and harm the woman. Unfortunately, a vast majority of old Tonight Show episodes barely exist in archives and therefore are considered lost media. The June 21st episode is among those lost to time. So there's no way for me to directly verify this incident. But I did find enough clues to piece together what might have happened, and there are three distinct possibilities. First is that such an incident never actually happened, and the 4chan poster was making it all up. However, this possibility doesn't hold up, because I found old forum posts from 2001 where people were actively discussing the incident online after watching it. Like this person named Dan, whose post gives more details about what exactly went down. Did anyone else watch The Tonight Show with Jay Leno Monday night? It was a repeat, the one where they turned out all the lights in the studio and had a blackout. Anyways, so Arsenio Hall was the guest, and he was going to do a magic trick where he was going to cut a woman in half. So the woman is lying in the box, and he's trying to shove the blade through, and all of a sudden the woman starts screaming and yelling and cut me. and like immediately they cut to a commercial. I was like, what? It has to be a joke. So then when they came back from commercial, Jay seemed flustered, and they didn't mention anything else about the trick for the rest of the night. Did anyone else see this? Does anyone know anything about what happened with this woman? It was so freaky. I also found someone on Reddit who also remembers the incident and mentioned it in the comments of a post discussing the incident, stating, "Holy, I thought I dreamed that episode. I've been wondering what happened to that lady for 20 years. So a woman did get stabbed on the Jay Leno show, or at least that's what it looked like to the audience. Which brings us to the second possibility. The woman did get hurt, and the incident was later covered up by the network to avoid backlash from the public. However, as much as some people would like to believe this is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. Because it turns out the Jay Leno show is not live. It's taped ahead of time. So if they wanted to cover it up, they would have edited that whole thing out long before the episode ever saw the light of day. Even knowing this, some claim that the showrunner simply forgot to edit this section out and only realized their mistake when it was too late, which is a bit of a stretch. Think of it this way, Jay Leno's show was getting upwards of 7 million viewers in 2001. So even if the network tried to bury the whole thing later, why didn't any of these millions of viewers cause any backlash? From what I've seen, the most plausible theory is that the incident did happen, but it was all part of a skit. And the people who thought it was somehow real were simply not paying enough attention or just didn't realize the dry humor of the scene. This would explain why there was no uproar from the public. And as for the episode becoming lost media, that wasn't a deliberate cover-up, but just a side effect of the pre-YouTube era when preserving TV episodes wasn't a priority. But who knows? If the speculation gains enough momentum, Jay Leno, Arsenio Hall, or someone else from the show's production team might come forward with the truth. Until then, all we have are educated guesses to piece together the mystery. Sharon Davis's Unsolved Mysteries episode. Sharon Eugene Davis was a 51-year-old school teacher living in Dallas, Texas. She lived with her two children, Autumn and Ronnie, and her husband of 21 years, Ron Davis, who she married back in 1980. Unfortunately, her relationship with Ron wasn't ideal. Just 5 years after their marriage in 1985, Sharon filed for divorce while describing her husband as controlling and ill-tempered. She withdrew cash from their mutual account and was planning to move to LA with her two children. However, soon after filing for divorce, she mysteriously changed her mind and returned to living with Ron. Fast forward to June 11, 2001, and Sharon once again found the courage to file for divorce. And this time, she was prepared to go through with the decision at any cost. She was planning to move out of her house in the 1900 block of Riverview Drive, all while her attorney was trying to obtain a temporary restraining order against Ron, her husband. However, just as everything seemed to be falling into place, tragedy struck. On June 13, 2001, at around 7 a.m., Sharon dropped her daughter at Rapid Transit Park and Ride Station, 2 miles from their home, and went on her way. She was scheduled to attend a training session at Stemmons Elementary, but she never arrived. Even after her children asked their father to report their mother missing, he refused to contact the authorities until a day later, starting a citywide search for Sharon. And after 4 days of searching, investigators finally found her car abandoned in a parking lot near the Southwest Mall in Eau Claire. The car had a broken window and was also wiped clean with fingerprints. And while all of this was highly suspicious, the lack of evidence meant that Sharon's disappearance was filed as a missing person case. Ron and her two children were called in for interviews multiple times.
You've got mail.
Investigators weren't able to find any leads from either of them. Sharon's mysterious disappearance 2 days after her filing for divorce also made Ron a prime suspect in multiple times. However, the complete lack of evidence prevented authorities from treating him as a potential perpetrator. When asked about it, and this is what the lead officer had to say, "We've had a lot of people ask us if you knew Ron Davis is a suspect. This is a missing person case. There are no suspects at this time.
You've got mail.
We don't have any criminal evidence, although we fear foul play has occurred. Right now, Mr. Davis is a witness, uncooperative witness." And after months without any leads, Sharon's case got the attention of the producer of Unsolved Mysteries.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
They produced the segment in mid to late 2001, and it was scheduled for broadcast sometime in spring of 2002. The last thing they needed was an interview from Ron. However, when the producers approached him, he denied their request and was quite stern about it. But when they wanted to air the segment without Ron's interview, he objected again and sent an accusatory letter to the producers telling them not to air the segment on Sharon. And that's where the lost media aspect of this story comes into play. The showrunners complied with Ron's request/threat and scraped the whole thing. And as far as I'm aware, the footage has never seen the light of day. It's entirely possible that a witness could have come forward with critical information after seeing Sharon's story on TV. However, Ron's refusal closed the door on any potential leads that could have changed the course of the investigation. This obviously put a lot more attention on Ron. He was even given nicknames like the most guilty, non-guilty man. But it's been 22 years without any updates to Sharon's case. Game in the Sand. Game in the Sand is the name of a shocking short film by the German director Werner Herzog. If you've ever heard of him, you'll know he's famous for pushing boundaries, and not always in a good way. His sets are very well known for being chaotic, and there have even been injuries and deaths during his productions. And apparently he's been this way since the very beginning. You see, Game in the Sand was the second film he ever created back in 1964. However, after completing the film, Werner was so horrified by the footage that he decided to never release it to the public. The only thing we know about the short movie is that it featured 2 children, a rooster, and a cardboard box. It was also filmed in a sandy area, hence the name, and according to Werner, things flowed not out of hand during shooting. The premise of the movie is also a complete mystery. The only thing Werner has talked about is a scene where the rooster was buried in sand under its neck. Everything else we know about the film comes from speculation, and given Werner's reputation, people online have come up with some pretty wild theories over the years. Some think the rooster suffocated after being buried, forcing the children to watch it slowly die. Others suggest the kids might have killed the rooster in a brutal way, either on their own or under Werner's instructions. This could explain why it was buried in the first place. Some have also speculated the opposite. Maybe the rooster injured the children with his sharp beak or claws, and Werner captured that on film. The problem with these theories, however, is that none of this comes even close to the stuff that's been released under Werner's other productions, like deaths being shown. What could have gone so wrong during the filming of Game in the Sand that was worse than this? Of course, there's the possibility that Game in the Sand isn't real at all, just something Werner made up to add an air of mystery or create hype for his future projects. Unfortunately, we'll probably never know the truth. The identities of the children involved were never made public, and the film's composer, Uwe Brandner, someone who might have been able to shed some light on what really happened, passed away in 2018. So even if the short film is real, I highly doubt Werner would have a change of heart 60 years later and release it to the public. The Skyway Man. Ormer Locklear was an American daredevil stunt pilot who became popular in the early 20th century after doing the craziest plane stunt of his time. After footage of his stunt went viral across the country, Ormer was hired for a role in a pseudo-documentary film about stunt flights called The Skyway Man in April of 1920. Put simply, the film was like a collection of the craziest stunts Ormer could successfully pull off in a plane. Filming for the movie began on June 11, 1920 in the LA and San Francisco area. However, the stunts featured in the film were quite tough, including a church steeple being toppled by Locklear's aircraft and an aircraft-to-train transfer, both of which nearly ended in disaster. But despite the many close calls, Ormer and the other stunt pilots remained unharmed. It was soon time to record the last stunt of the film, which was relatively safe compared to what Ormer had done before. It was going to be a simple spin move that was filmed during the day, with special camera filters to make it look like the whole thing was filmed at night. However, when Ormer learned that the studio wasn't going to extend his contract beyond one film, he demanded to perform the stunt at night, likely as a desperate attempt to impress the producers. Unfortunately, this is where his luck ran out. On the 2nd of August, 1920, Ormer and his longtime flying partner Milton Elliott took flight at night. To make the plane visible to the camera in the dark, the production crew illuminated it with massive arc lights. However, these lights were a bit too bright, so the crew was going to turn them off after the stunts, just so Ormer wouldn't be blinded and he could land safely. Maybe it was negligence or simply bad luck, but the crew forgot to turn off the lights. And to everyone's horror, the plane crashed into the ground, killing both Ormer and Milton on impact. However, unlike today, where such an accident would shut down even the biggest film productions, at the time, Ormer's death became the selling point of the film. People flocked to the theater to see the breathtaking stunts, and more importantly, the uncut neck footage of the lead stuntman. Unfortunately, the film has since been lost to time. We do have some evidence which proves that it was real, like a memorial for Ormer and Milton in the November 1920 issue of Screenlit magazine. I also found a short review for the film from the same magazine issue, which reads, Ormer Locklear's Last Picture, directed by James Hogan. Louise Lovely, now a Fox star, furnishes delightful support, full of thrills and mid-air stunts, the best picture we've had. Fox Company is giving 10% of the profits of this picture to the families of Locklear and Elliot, who were killed while filming the final scene. As for the film itself, it's become lost media in the truest sense of the word. Over the last century, there have been multiple attempts to locate a copy. All have been unsuccessful.
Picture this. It's perfect out, but you're staying
You've got mail.
because with the right furniture, this is the perfect way to spend the day. At Value City Furniture, you don't have to picture. You can see.
On August 15, 1989, a family of three was driving along Interstate 205 near Stockton, California, when their car began to overheat.
May the eternal
Forced to pull over, the father popped the hood to check the damage. It didn't take long to realize they needed professional help. Leaving the mother behind to stay with the car, the father and his young son set out on foot to find a payphone. As they watched, the boy noticed something unusual. A camouflage jacket discarded by the side of the road. This piqued his curiosity, and he went over to take a closer look, only to find an unmarked VHS tape sticking out from one of its pockets. The boy picked up the tape and later brought it back to his home. By this point, his parents were also curious about what they'd find on this seemingly abandoned tape. So they inserted it in their home VHS player and pressed play. However, the contents of the tape were far darker than what they could have imagined. Now, the original unedited video has never been made available online. But there are different pieces from various sources that I've done my best to put together. It opened with the camera pointed at a massive fire at night, with what I can only assume is the cameraman saying some ominous stuff. A bit into the video, the camera refocused and the source of the fire became clear. It was a single-story home that looked like it was still under construction before it caught fire. Meanwhile, the cameraman kept talking, and the longer he spoke, the more unsettling it became. Later in the video, you can also hear fire trucks arriving at the scene, and the cameraman commenting on it before ending the video with a direct threat to the The tape then abruptly cut to the scene from the 1984 horror film A Nightmare on Elm Street. It wasn't clear if the fire video was taped on top of the movie or if this was a deliberate edit. However, one thing was clear. The frightening video was filmed by the person who set the house on fire. The family handed over the tape to the police and told them exactly where and how they found it. Detectives went back to the location, and sure enough, the family's story checked out. The jacket was still there. But the detectives also found many other items near the jacket, including a wooden pestle, a glove, a cassette of metal music, and a ceramic skull. They also watched the video itself, and it was unlike anything they had seen before.
Ever run across anything as eerie as this tape? Frightening me, as a matter of fact.
Unfortunately, the poor filming conditions and shaky nature of the footage prevented them from extracting any meaningful clues about the location of this fire. Despite a frame-by-frame analysis, investigators were unable to match the tape with any reported fires in the state of California. For all they knew, the fire could have happened anywhere in the U.S. As for the motive behind this action, the constant talk of hell and evil led the investigators to believe that it had something to do with Satanism. And while this might sound a bit far-fetched today, you have to remember that back in the 1980s, major acts of evil from devil worshippers was a real concern for many people. But without any leads, this was nothing more than a theory. So, after exhausting all other options, investigators decided to enlist the help of the media and featured the story on the popular TV show Unsolved Mysteries in September of 1990. And this worked better than the cops could have ever imagined. Within 2 hours of the episode airing, investigators received over 1,000 calls from viewers with potential leads. Among these 1,000-plus callers was a man named Ed Tarantino, who got shaken to his core after seeing the found footage on TV, because he lived next to the burning house in Redwood City, California, some 80 miles west to where the tape was originally found. More importantly, the show also led the investigators to the owner of the under-construction home that was burning in the video, Bill Otherwhite, who described the incident as the act of a crazy person.
Turned up it's my house that's on the videotape. And then you heard the voice of this individual. You know, this guy ain't playing with a full deck.
This was an extremely expensive loss for him.
Greetings.
The fire had completely destroyed his under-construction home, costing him $900,000, which is about $2.5 million in today's money. Meanwhile, the Redwood City Fire Department also confirmed the incident. As it turns out, the fire department had captured their own footage of the incident for use in future training, and parts of this fire department footage matched the mysterious tape. Cross-referencing the two videos also revealed that the arsonist was just about 50 feet away from the fireman when he recorded his video.
Well met.
Now, all that remained was to capture the culprit. But that wasn't going to be easy. According to the owner of the fire department reports, the arson attack happened in August of 1988, which is an entire year before the tape was found on the side of the road. The only lead the investigators had on the suspect was the name he mentioned in the video, Omar.
Okay, Omar. This is what I've been doing. Weeks vacation. I said all done. I said all done.
It wasn't much, and for a while it seemed like a dead end. That is, until the police received a new tip from Doris Lance, another person who saw the Unsolved Mysteries episode on TV. She suspected that the Omar mentioned in the video was referring to a 17-year-old boy who lived in the area, and when the police brought him in for questioning, he cracked almost immediately and told them everything. Omar claimed that he was silently standing off camera when the video was filmed, and that it was his 19-year-old friend who started the fire and recorded the video. The investigators were finally getting close to the perpetrator, but they needed more evidence before making their move, so they started tailing the alleged arsonist, observing him from a distance. However, he likely caught wind of the police because soon after the monitoring started,
you've got mail.
At that point, the police had no choice but to act. On September 27, 1990, they confronted the 19-year-old friend. And just like Omar, he folded without much of a fight and confessed to everything. One thing I should point out is that the authorities never publicly revealed the identities of the two boys, so I'll call the arsonist John for the sake of convenience. After going through John's home, investigators also found tons of incriminating evidence that linked them to not only the Redwood City fire, but similar arson attacks on 11 other structures and 15 grass fires. This evidence included things like a picture of graffiti on a wall stating, "Please no more houses," and a news clipping pinned to the wall about recent arsons which the two boys likely caused. But that wasn't all. In the burnt-down garage, they discovered bloody knives and mutilated animal parts. They also found tapes containing disturbing footage of John dressing up as a satanic vampire and threatening a humanoid sculpture with a knife.
How you doing, Father? I hope you got me good.
But not all of the footage was so theatrical. One of the most notable clips showed the two boys running around in an open field. That field, as it turned out, was being transformed into a housing development. It's likely the boys were furious about the changes and decided to take matters into their own hands by torching under-construction business-like developments. This would also explain the eerie graffiti I mentioned earlier. However, since both of them were minors when they started those fires, they were tried as juveniles despite the severity of their crimes. Omar was sent to juvenile detention, while John was deemed mentally unwell and was admitted to a mental institute. What happened to the two after that, we don't know. I've seen some claims that John was released from the mental institute and died in a car accident in 2017. And while there's no direct evidence to back this claim, I did find a news report of a hit and run in Redwood City from January of 2017. The victim of this incident was 45 years old, which aligns perfectly with the age John would have been in 2017. But if this is completely unrelated and John is still alive, I seriously doubt he'd reveal himself now just to satisfy the curiosity of randoms on the internet. As for the tape itself, it's still unclear how it found its way on the side of the interstate.
Hello, Fresh. Let's have something light today.
If you're thinking of selling your home soon, you don't want to miss out on this. Not only will I buy your house fast, I can also pay your next month's rent, mortgage, or cover your moving costs. I'll buy your home as is, in any condition, no matter the price. You can leave anything behind and you don't have to click.
On August 23, 1987, a pair of backpackers were hiking south of the Junco Lake trailhead in the mountains near the tiny town of Tabernash, Colorado. However, what might have seemed like an ordinary hike quickly turned into an unforgettable experience that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. The two came across the wreckage of a crashed plane with parts scattered everywhere. They informed the authorities about the find, prompting a complete search of the area for evidence of what happened to this plane and when. While Dale Wood, a Colorado deputy sheriff, was investigating the area, his attention was drawn to a VHS tape hanging from a tree. Most of the tape's insides had come out and were tangled in the branches, but he recovered everything he could and brought it back for restoration to a somewhat playable condition. And the footage was disturbing to say the least. The VHS contained the last moments of two men who went missing 3 years ago. The 36-year-old James Jeb Connell and a similarly aged passenger Ronald. On August 10, 1984, the two flew from the Granby Airport to Jet Airport to their destination, a small Cessna plane. However, they never arrived at this destination. Multiple search parties were deployed to their approximate route, but none were able to find any evidence of what happened.
Here is the
What made their
hero I
disappearance
spoke
even more
of.
mysterious was the fact that the plane had an emergency locator tracker, a device that would broadcast its location in the case of a crash. However, the authorities never received a signal from this device, and their case remained cold for almost 3 years. That is until the pair of backpackers found the wreckage, which in turn led to the discovery of the VHS.
Greetings.
The footage starts off quite normal, with the pilot commenting on things he sees from the cockpit.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Look at that down there.
However, around 5 minutes into the footage, things start to go wrong, as the ground starts coming closer and closer. Experts analyzed this footage to find out what went wrong, and apparently the pilot failed to account for density altitude before taking off. For those that aren't familiar with aviation lingo, think of density altitude as the thickness of the air. When it's high, humid, or at high altitude, the air becomes thinner, making it harder for planes to fly. Higher peak density altitude means higher planes to form, and how much runway they need or how much weight they can carry. On the day of the crash, the density altitude around cabin reached to 13,000 feet. In other words, the air was as thin as it would be at an altitude of 13,000 feet. When his plane came across rapidly rising mountains around 10,200 feet, it wasn't until the final to the city. But footage showed how it tried to quickly turn back, but stalled the plane's engine in the process, resulting in it turning over and crashing into the trees. The footage also explained why the emergency locator transmitter didn't work. The plane flipped upside down just before the crash, which damaged the transmitter, preventing it from signaling for help. It was an unfortunate incident all around. The only potentially good thing that came out of this is that James Connell's family authorized this found footage to be used in flight instructor training. So maybe somebody's life was spared because they saw this footage and remembered to adjust for density altitude before taking off. On the 31st of May 2013, the loud noise of a tornado siren was echoing through the streets of El Reno, Oklahoma. Meteorologists were predicting a potential multiple vortex tornado that might touch down in the area. And while this was bad news for the residents of El Reno, the rarity of such an event also attracted a lot of storm chasers from around the United States. This also included a three-man crew of storm chasing experts: the 55-year-old Tim Samaras, his 24-year-old son Paul Samaras, and their partner 45-year-old Carl. The three had extensive experience in safely chasing twisters and gathering valuable data from them. They were also part of the Discovery Channel's Storm Chasers and were heavily involved in the show from seasons 3 to 5. In May of 2013, the trio had actually arrived in the stormy area many days earlier to thoroughly analyze the storm before giving chase.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the May 31st twister wasn't something they could have predicted, even with their vast knowledge and experience. It started around 6 p.m. when an EF3 tornado touched down in the chase. However, it wasn't long before the tornado started becoming more volatile.
The rain is behind us. Oh my God.
What was supposed to be a category EF3 quickly turned into an EF5, which is the most intense a tornado can get. But even the title of EF5 cannot fully demonstrate the terrifying scale of this particular twister. By the time it stopped growing, the El Reno tornado had a radius of 2.6 miles, the largest in recorded history. It also had a wind speed of 313 miles per hour, or over 500 kilometers per hour. Carl and the Samaras brothers were attempting to ride parallel to the tornado to observe from a safe distance. Unfortunately, the twister made an unexpected turn and started coming towards their car. They tried everything in their power to escape safely, but sadly, it was too late. The tornado flung the car into the air, sending it barreling across the El Reno region. After the storm had passed, the search parties found their car, which was reduced to 60% of its original size. And while Tim's body was found strapped to the side of the vehicle, all of Carl's bodies were found half a mile east and west of the car. All three had tragically passed away in the incident. After some more searching, authorities also found a camera, which was miraculously still recording. And after reviewing the footage, it became clear that it had recorded Tim, Paul, and Carl's final moments. Now, as far as I could tell, the raw footage from this camera has not been released to the public, and no one has leaked it anywhere on the internet. But a select few people have seen the footage, including the crew's close friend, Gabe Garfield. According to him, he could hear Carl talking about how nearly Carl Paramount had become moments before their end. To which Tim replied, "Actually, we're in a bad spot. We're uttering his final words. We're going to die." To this day, the story of Tim, Paul, and Carl serves as a stark warning to aspiring storm chasers, highlighting the immense danger of their pursuit. Even a team of industry-leading veterans couldn't withstand the unpredictable fury of the twister.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the mutual actually work?
Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month. 1 month for free. So you got nothing to lose. You got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it.
Work with the stream, get involved, opportunity, and you tell yourself if they work or not.
Introducing the Cup 357, America's most futuristic handgun. Now available for purchase without any paperwork waiting.
Just watch this video to buy one. This classic model is compact and portable, easily fitting in your pocket. In emergencies, it can be drawn in a second for self-defense. With an effective range of up to 20 meters, it's capable of rapid firing, safe to use, and easy to aim, making it ideal even for women. The latest upgrade features military-grade plastic, 20 times more durable than steel, lasting over 100 years. It passes through security checks unnoticed, perfect for personal protection. To ensure your safety, we're offering it at cost price, with the lowest price ever from the manufacturer, including free shipping and 12 bullets. Only 100 left in stock. Grab yours before they're gone.
Goodbye. How may I aid you? Go inside.
On the 1st of June 2024, a YouTube channel by the name of Found Memories uploaded a video titled Tape 92, Found Footage, Jason Sleeping. The video is timestamped for 9:27 p.m. on April 22nd, 2007, and opens with the cameraman placing the camera in a way that faces a sleeping child. Aside from the sleeping child turning a few times, nothing happens for the rest of this nearly 30-minute video. There's not even any unusual sound in the background or anything. Now, despite the footage being completely uneventful, something about this whole thing is inherently unsettling. The lack of context and the uncomfortable silence can easily turn this into nightmare fuel if you have an active enough imagination. According to the description of the video, the original tape was simply labeled as Jason Sleeping. The uploader also gave an explanation for where they found the footage, stating, "Found in a box full of abandoned camcorder videos, uploading to archive the footage. Perhaps one day someone connected to the video will see it and appreciate it." And while this provides some much-needed context, it still leaves the biggest question unanswered. Why would anyone record 30 minutes of a child sleeping? So I decided to dig a bit further. The first thing that came to mind is that this is just another one of those staged, artsy, analog horror type videos. However, after going through the channel that posted this video, I don't think that's the case. The channel, Found Memories, was created fairly recently in April of 2024. The About section of the channel reads, "Uploading media I've found to archive, and maybe one day the original owners will find it and appreciate it. I've acquired thousands of videotapes and media over the years from various places. Pawn shops, private sellers, auctions, and thrift stores to name a few. I recently had the idea to start this channel as a way to start archiving them and actually do something with them. Maybe one day someone connected to them will find them." And this seems to be the truth. At the time of writing, this channel has uploaded over 180 different videos, and almost all of them are extremely unique in some way, from children opening their Christmas presents in 1991 to a whole wedding. However, almost none of these random videos are creepy or scary, with the sole exception of Jason sleeping. I highly doubt the owner of this channel filmed or acquired hundreds of random tapes just to sneak in one obscure horror video. So they're likely telling the truth about finding the tape. But if it's not an artsy horror flick, what is it? Now, while it might be easy to drum up some stalker story, the real explanation might be a lot simpler. More specifically, this was likely reported by a parent who wanted to observe the sleeping of a child, maybe to see if they sleepwalk or talk during their sleep. Many comments under the video also agree with this explanation, with one commenter even providing a personal anecdote to validate this theory, stating, "I'm sure they recorded to catch him sleepwalking or talking. When I was 9, I woke up in my mom's
got mail.
My mom about had a heart attack when she opened the door and asked me why I was there. I said, I don't know. She thought I was lying, so one night she videotaped me. But I didn't do it. It was a one-time thing for me. Also, could be paranormal reasons. Kid been waking up with scratches.
You've got
bites,
mail.
Could be anything. 9 times out of 10, there's really no creepy reason parents are recording kids.
Not saying it doesn't happen now, but just way less likely. But at the end of the day, we really don't know and can't know the motives of this unnerving film footage. Maybe the channel owner's wish will come true one day, and Jason, or the person who recorded this footage, will find this video and reveal the truth in the comments. In August of 2021, YouTuber Rich Aloha was filming one of his signature diving videos in a pool under a waterfall in Foster Falls State Park, Tennessee. He was excited to jump in the water in hopes of finding some treasure like a drone or an iPhone. But what he uncovered instead was a lot more disturbing. After looking around on the lake floor for some time, he saw something unusual sticking under the ground, which turned out to be a GoPro camera. The GoPro had clearly been in there for a while. Plus, the outer shell had massive cracks, which allowed water to get in and fry every electronic component. But before Rich threw the broken GoPro away, he decided to remove its SD card and plug it in, just in case it somehow survived the months underwater. And to his surprise, it was actually fully functional and had the footage of the adventures of a young man. This turned out to be 22-year-old Richard Lagway, who tragically lost his life 2 years earlier, drowning while swimming beneath that very waterfall. In fact, the footage Rich uncovered had Richard's final moments in water. We can actually see him getting visibly exhausted and struggling to stay afloat near the end. The camera likely recorded his final breaths as well. However, from my research, the complete footage isn't available anywhere online, and even if it was, it wouldn't be something I could show here on YouTube. Rich likely never released the complete recording out of respect for Richard and his family, which I fully understand. And while the death of such an upbeat young man is sad, at least his family got to see his last happy moments on this planet, thanks to Rich finding the footage. On the 30th of September 2019, at 4:06 p.m., the police in Anchorage, Alaska received a call from a woman claiming to have found evidence of a horrific crime. The woman who called the police was 47-year-old Valerie Kastler. She claimed that she was walking around Fairbanks Street when she found an SD card lying on the ground. She picked it up and saw the words "Homicide at Midtown Marriott" written on it, and thought that it might be the title of some obscure horror movie. However, nothing could have prepared her for the horrifying content that came up when she plugged in the card to view its contents. According to the reports, the card had 39 images and 12 videos, all from the same crime scene of horrible things being done to a woman in a hotel. The person behind the gruesome footage stayed off camera, but his unmistakable voice and distinct accent were clear in the videos. And while these videos were never released to the public, the person recording them would have sounded something like this.
Is it like a heart surgeon or brain surgeon or something? There's the other neighbors, and there's the tree in front of the house, and there's the other neighbors.
This is the voice of Brian Stephen Smith, who quickly became the #1 suspect in the case. Apparently, he had called the Anchorage Police Department a few days before the SD card was found and complained about someone stealing his stuff. So when the cops were reviewing the footage, someone from the station recognized his voice. The person who found the SD card also recognized the carpet pattern of the hotel in the pictures. It was the Town Place Suites by Marriott, which was located just a 5-minute walk from where the card was found. Cops went to this hotel, and sure enough, Brian was checked into the hotel on the day the horrific pictures and videos were taken. Further investigation into Brian revealed that he was an immigrant from South Africa and received U.S. citizenship less than a year earlier. He was also working as the manager of a different Marriott hotel in Anchorage. The police also found the discarded remains of his victim during this time. Unfortunately, he had gone on vacation with his wife the day the SD card was found. However, he was arrested seconds after landing at the airport in Alaska and charged with over 13 felonies for his unspeakable crimes. Police also revealed the identity of his victim, the 30-year-old Alaskan native named Kathleen Jo Henry. Brian pled not guilty, but the evidence against him was too substantial for him to walk free. However, just as he was about to face justice, Valerie Kastler gave a testimony that could have complicated this case even further. If you remember, she originally claimed to have found the SD card lying on the road. In reality, she was hired by Brian as an escort. On her way out, she stole his phone. When she went through his phone, likely to clear it, she came across evidence of his monstrous deeds. But she did not want to get involved in such a massive case, so she copied the files to an SD card and came up with the entire found footage storyline. Fortunately, the case against Brian was already strong enough to withstand this revelation, and he was finally sentenced to 226 years in prison in July of this year. And while this would not undo the pain and suffering Kathleen went through, at least now her family can rest easy knowing that the monster who did this to her is rotting in prison.
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll take a look at the top 100 scariest videos that I featured on my channel this year. So without further ado, let's begin. A TikTok user known as Parallel posted the following video that was filmed on a nanny cam. The adorable footage shows the dad playing a game of hide and seek with his wife and child. However, instead of finding one of them, he ends up finding something much more unsettling. Take a look. Right about here, you see the closet door open by itself, and the disembodied voice can be heard saying the word hi. The father is then shown on camera investigating the closet, but is unable to find the source of the voice, nor why the door opened all by itself. The video then ends abruptly, leaving us to wonder what happened next. This would surely be quite a traumatic experience for not only the father and mother here, but also for the child who will probably never want to play a game of hide and seek ever again in fear of this happening again. It's sad to think that one incident can ruin a child's perception of fun this way, but this video is just a stark reminder that our world that we live in is a strange one, and isn't as carefree and easygoing as we would all like to think it is. The following video that we'll be taking a look at is one that's rather sad, but it's just as creepy at the same time. It was posted to Reddit in the Ghost subreddit by a user known as RedditFan. In the video, we watch as the uploader is sitting inside of a trauma ambulance after he unfortunately was shot in the eye with a BB gun. The man was able to put on a brave face on the way to the hospital, but sadly for him, he wasn't entirely alone in the back of the vehicle. You hear them. Towards the end of the video, if you listen closely enough, you can make out what sounds like some kind of strange, otherworldly spirit saying the words, "It's fine, I'm ready." Interestingly, it appears as if the uploader didn't notice any kind of voice at the time of the recording, because as soon as those words are mysteriously spoken, he shows no reaction. I cannot even begin to imagine just how terrifying this must have been for him to play back later on. Hear that terrifying voice say those words. If it turns out that this video is indeed real, then it definitely brings up a lot of questions. Who or what was saying that? And perhaps most importantly, why is it saying it's fine? And why does it say that it's ready? Ready for what? Whoever's in charge of that ambulance might have to do a paranormal investigation inside it to find out if it truly is haunted. Find Us Beavers History Seekers, a thrilling YouTube channel that follows the extraordinary journeys of two intrepid explorers, Matt and Andy. With an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, this dynamic duo embarks on exhilarating adventures across the UK and Europe, delving into the realms of mystery, history, and the supernatural. While a lot of their videos are filled with undeniably creepy moments that are guaranteed to keep you awake at night, there's one particular video in which they explore an abandoned care home that may take the cake being the creepiest of them all. According to Matt and Andy, the care home in question was shut down due to reports of abuse and terrible living conditions. While the vast majority of the video seems to be them wandering around the building with no problems, that doesn't stay that way for too long. At one point in the video, while making his way upstairs, Matt sees something or someone watching him from the top of the stairs. Take a look at the unsettling footage.
We went down to the basement, it's dome, mate. Total dome, mate. That paper's thick, aren't they? Wallpapering, it's like good quality wallpaper. I will say that. Yeah. But yeah, see, it doesn't forget. There we go. Hello?
You've got mail.
Hello?
You've got mail.
Right.
What in the world could this dark figure be, and what could it possibly want? Sadly, we don't ever get a good look at the entity's features, so it is quite difficult to come up with any theories here, other than it being a simple shadow figure. After a minute or two, the two men review the footage just to see the figure once again. They then explore the building and conduct a thorough investigation of the figure, but they are unable to find whoever or whatever it was.
Greetings, traveler.
So, and there's definitely 100%. We've had a good look now, and I don't know where to put it on. It can't fit through the hole where them trees were. Yeah. You can't get, we're up on one of the top floors, so there's no way of escape. Oh yeah, there's a window here, I'll show you. Yeah, so this seems like one of the only ways out, but if you look out this window, it's a right.
So what do you guys think is going on in this abandoned care home? You think that there could potentially be the ghosts of those who were mistreated there, looking to enact some revenge? Or do you think that there's something entirely different going on here? As always, let me know in the comments below. Hannah Vivaret has a popular TikTok account in which she frequently posts videos of herself doing various dance routines and exercises for her 500,000 followers to watch and enjoy. Of course, anyone with that huge of a following is bound to have some extremely creepy people following their account. However, sometimes a creep takes things way too far and invades the person's personal space quite literally, which is exactly what happened here. This video posted to Hannah's account in November 2020 showcases Hannah performing a dance routine while in her living room, trying to entertain and make her viewers happy. Things seem to be going perfectly well for the first little while of the video, but in just a few seconds, this seemingly fun and light-hearted video takes a seriously cynical turn that you won't expect.
No, we ain't asking her who are you.
Please get out of my apartment right now!
Oh.
Get out!
Hold up.
Get out!
Oh, she just cocked that thing. Yeah. Yeah, my nigga. There. Hold on.
Hello?
I just heard her call it racked it down, didn't she? I was not expecting that.
Alexa, off.
Am I your friend? Hell
Yes.
no.
Who are you? Please get out of my apartment right now. Please get out of my apartment right now. Get out. Get out.
You got your phone in your guy? I'm confused. You got 3 on it?
Hello?
No, see, that's a horror movie. You don't say hello. So you got 5 seconds to get the fuck out of here. That's what you say.
Out of nowhere, a creepy man proceeds to climb Hannah's second-story balcony to get inside of her house. When she notices the man inside of the plane, she is obviously extremely freaked out and demands the man to leave. But unfortunately, it is not that easy, and he doesn't obey. He even asks her if she's friends with him, at which point she clearly tells him no, and tells him once again that he needs to leave. Thankfully, the man does eventually leave, but it was not easy for him to actually listen to her. Sadly, it seemed as though this scary incident may have freaked Hannah out so much to the point where she stopped doing TikTok videos, something that she really loved doing up until this point. After this video, she only ever posted one more video a couple of months later, and that was back in January of 2021. It's just sad to think about the fact that there are people this scary in the world. Over on Reddit, a user known as Notel4117 posted a video to the Ghost subreddit in which he explains that he thinks he's seen something creepy in his house and wants to record it on camera for proof. In the video, the uploader proceeds to walk into his aunt's son's room, which, as you can tell, is completely empty. There's nobody there. So far, so good. Then the uploader walks into the living room of the house and turns on the monitor for the nanny cam that's positioned inside the young boy's room. It's right here where things get terrifying.
So, if I'm seeing shit or tripping, but check this out. This is my aunt's son. Wait. No one in here. It doesn't look like someone standing. Right. Like I've checked, like went back and forth 3 times, and nothing. Right? So it's
some strange reason, it appears as though there's a person standing inside the young boy's room, despite the fact that just 20 or 30 seconds ago, the uploader shows us that the room is completely empty. The video ends a bit later with the uploader saying that he's completely positive that there's something or someone in the room that doesn't belong in there, but says that he's much too scared to go back in the room, and honestly, who can blame him? Especially since he's home alone. Although we'd all probably love to get answers from this video, the fact that it was posted over 2 years ago and no updates have been provided probably means that we'll never figure out the mystery here. Let me know if you guys have any thoughts or theories. This video was posted to the aforementioned Ghost subreddit by username Gambleplasma. It's a home security camera video that initially appears to be quite normal, but is actually anything but. In the video, we watch as the uploader's brother is taking stuff out of his vehicle in the middle of the day. So far so good, but then as he's doing so, something absolutely terrifying can be seen in the background. Prepare to change your pants once you see this.
Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure can be seen standing up and wandering around for a few seconds before disappearing entirely. The figure in question almost looks like some sort of naked ghost guy, like something you'd see straight out of the horror Hereditary. The uploader then went on to write saying that his brother allegedly never heard or saw anybody, and said that there would be no nearby visitors that would be walking on the property either. This is by far one of the most unsettling videos that I've seen in quite a long time, just because of how disturbingly real it all feels. What do you guys think? Do you think that the video is authentic? If so, what do you think is going on? Is there some sort of ghostly entity wandering around, or is something else entirely different going on here? Be sure to let me know in the comments below. This next video was published to the highly popular High Strangeness subreddit, which is essentially one big collection of all sorts of photos, videos, and stories relating to the paranormal, UFOs, ancient cultures, cryptozoology, anomalies, and other strange things. The post was made by a user known as ApprehensivBag5355, who says that their niece has this clip of her friend's kids playing at a beach in QLD, Australia. But she only now noticed that there is something in the background that definitely should not have been there. Let's take a look. At around the 9-second mark of the video, if you look carefully, you'll be able to see some kind of a strange humanoid creature right behind the girl's right shoulder. Talk about spooky. One of the most...
Hey sis, just give me a second. I'll call you back here shortly. What time are you going to sleep? Are you still sick from work, or are you back at work now?
Terrifying things about this particular creature is that it appears to have 4 legs and is crawling around on them in the video, which a lot of commenters agree is absolutely terrifying. However, what exactly this bizarre humanoid creature is and what it was doing on this beach late at night is a complete mystery. Next time you find yourself on the beach, just keep an eye out just to be safe. JM Codina posted a video to Reddit which shows him and his cousin at the dining room, filmed on a security camera that positioned in the main area of their house. All appears to be going perfectly fine for the first few seconds of the video. The uploader's cousin can be seen sitting down and simply going about the day, but things are just seconds away from taking a strange turn. Watch and see if he notices. At around the 45-second mark of the video, the uploader's cousin's hair seems to be moving all of his phone. It's almost like there's an unseen entity behind her that randomly decided to pull her hair. The cousin instantly feels something on her hair and proceeds to turn around, only to find that nobody is there. She definitely looks to be quite spooked afterwards, and it's not hard to see why at all. This creepy video just goes to show you that sometimes we aren't safe from getting messed around by ghosts, even in the comfort of our own homes. Imagine you're upstairs in your room sleeping like usual, when all of a sudden you hear an extremely strange and sudden knocking noise. But it's not coming from your bedroom door, but rather your garage. That's the exact situation that this Reddit user named Lone Butterfly found.
You've got mail.
Greetings,
He posted a video to the Paranormal Encounters subreddit, which showcases security camera footage that was filmed inside of his garage at 3 in the morning. The clip is only 5 seconds long and wastes no time at all getting right to the point.
You've got mail.
As you just heard, it definitely sounds like there was something knocking on the uploader's car. But what was it? A ghost? Something else entirely? The uploader says that the incident happened about a year ago. At first, he says
got
he thought
mail.
the strange ghostly shape you could see in the video was just some fog or smoke. But he quickly dismissed the theory after not smelling anything unusual around. He also states that the weather was not cold enough for anything like this to happen. So what could possibly have happened here? Let's just hope that this uploader won't have to worry about his sleep getting interrupted by this knocking ghost again.
You've got mail.
A YouTube channel called Creepy Outdoors frequently uploads videos in which the channel wanders around to various different places in the outdoors, and oftentimes he captures his truly surrounding stuff, as you would expect by the channel name. However, one particular video on this channel stands out from the rest. In the video that was published in October 2022, we watch as the uploader wanders around the forest in the middle of the night, seemingly equipped with nothing but a flashlight. As he makes his way through the forest, it truly seems as though there is nothing inherently scary about this forest, other than the fact that it looks quite spooky late at night. But then, this happens.
It's a skin
Oh, hi.
Here I'm going. Yeah, what's up and down?
I didn't know.
Why are you out there in the first place, bro? She tried to get your ass.
Okay.
Some white people is for my white people. Got it. Good God.
Out of nowhere, a voice coming from somewhere nearby yells, "I see you."
I see you.
Amazingly,
Oh,
though,
hell
the
no.
uploader continues on with this investigation, even despite what just happened. He continues walking for about 10 more minutes, but is unable to find anything of interest, so he decides to stop filming. Would you have continued walking around in the forest if you heard someone yell that at you? Heck, would you even wander into a dark forest late at night in the first place? Be sure to let me know in the comment section down below.
Exactly.
Over on TikTok, a woman known as Celestia posted a video to her account in which she's explaining that she's been experiencing something incredibly bizarre going on inside her house. The video then switches to security camera footage that was filmed inside of Celestia's house. At first, the footage seems to be innocent and boring, but things start to get quite weird in no time. Celestia's dog comes racing into frame, barking at something that we cannot see. It's clear from the way the dog is behaving that there's something inside of the room that's bothering it. But what exactly is it? Take a good look here and you'll see. A strange black shadow can be seen in the corner of the room. The dog continues to bark angrily for several seconds before it eventually gets too scared and runs away. What's eerie is that as soon as the dog runs out of the room, a chair can be seen moving immediately afterward. It's almost like whatever strange spirit was in this house was waiting for the dog to leave to move the chair. Sadly, to this day, this mystery has never been solved. But if I were in Celestia's shoes, I would be looking to moving out as soon as possible. This video just shows that dogs are almost always able to sense danger, even if we have a hard time sensing it ourselves. Over on TikTok, a user known as WTS Buffy posted a video to his account in which himself and a friend are shown playing some video games late at night, simply trying to enjoy the evening together. The two can be seen smiling and having fun, but in just a couple of seconds, those smiles are going to noticeably disappear and be replaced with a look of pure worry and concern. Watch this part at around the 18-second mark.
Oh, hell no. Nope. 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 It's time to go. Y'all gotta get the hell up out of there, bro. That thing about the grudge about to get y'all. She wants her house back. Get out.
Out of nowhere, the door opens all by itself, something that the one guy notices and is visibly freaked out by. However, the guy is able to brush it off after a few seconds and continues playing the game with his friend. At around the 1 minute mark, the guy stands up and is in which things once again get spooky. As you can see, one of the chairs in the room randomly moves all by itself, much to the horror of the two friends. The two stand there in complete shock for a few seconds before the video eventually ends. What would you guys do if you were to find yourself in a situation like this one? I think it's safe to say that we would all probably freak out and want to get out of that house as soon as possible. In February of 2021, a man named Joshua Dean posted a video to his TikTok account that has taken the internet by a frenzy, with people trying to figure out what exactly happened in the eerie clip. The video in question showcases home security camera footage inside Joshua's house. This particular camera is positioned to be in his young daughter's room to monitor her activity during the night. For the first few seconds of the clip, the daughter can be seen sleeping safely and soundly, but that all changes rather quickly. Have a look and see for yourself.
You've got mail.
Well met.
Out of nowhere, the young girl can be seen getting pulled under the bed by an unseen force. According to Joshua, he says that his wife believes that their daughter was perhaps simply crawling, but Joshua adamantly disagrees with her, stating that she was clearly being pulled by something. Do you agree with Joshua, or do you agree with his wife? There's clearly something odd going on here. If she was being pulled by an unseen force, what could it have possibly wanted with her? Let's hope that something like this never happens to her again. This footage also shows exactly why it's important to have security cameras set up. Imagine going onto your phone, checking the home security camera footage that was recorded overnight while you slept, only to be met with the terrifying sight of what looks to be something leaving your house. That's exactly the situation that a TikTok user named Miss Sandra 35 found herself in one night in early 2023. The video footage that was recorded on the doorbell camera in the middle of the night shows something genuinely bizarre, baffling, making an exit from her front door in the middle of the night, much to her utter confusion and pure terror. Let's have a look. As you can see, some kind of small white ghost or creature is seen seemingly moving through the house. The woman jokes that it almost looks like the popular kids ghost Casper in the video. which certainly lightens the mood. But if this ghost wasn't creepy enough, something else happens at around the 25-second mark in the video that is guaranteed to make you feel uneasy. Watch this. Some kind of a dark figure in a dress can be seen very quickly moving into frame before the video ends abruptly just a couple of seconds later, meaning that we never get a closer look at it. To this day, the upload has absolutely no idea as to what was going on here, and it's unlikely that she ever will, unless, of course, somebody comments a theory that helps her crack the case. A Reddit username FederalSwim9423 posted a creepy piece of home security camera footage to their account just a couple of days ago. They write that the footage came from their camera after they got a notification that motion was detected. Take a look and see the footage for yourself. Strangely, a mysterious ghost-like entity can be seen moving around with the basketball hoop before disappearing just seconds later. The uploader is completely perplexed by the footage, stating that they have no idea what it is, but says that it looks like a person, which certainly seems to be the case, albeit a ghostly one. The ghost in question also appears to be the exact same size as the basketball hoop. In other words, it's a massive ghost. That's even what it is. Do you guys think that perhaps this ghostly apparition was simply trying to get a game of basketball because it was fall? Or do you think there was something else going on here? Let me know your thoughts. This video was posted to TikTok by a woman named Maddie in February of this year, and shows something genuinely eerie that absolutely nobody would once have recorded on their home security camera system overnight. The video in question is security camera footage of the inside of her infant's room. As you can see, all appears to initially be well, but things take a rapid change for the worse when this happens. Out of nowhere, a creepy face and hands can be seen appearing in the window, much to the horror of the uploader, who just wanted to have her youngster in a safe and caring environment. The video is even creepier when you zoom in on the window to get a better look at whatever was outside that night. Mandy also states that there is a child lock on the window, so that's absolutely no way that the window could be open. Also, to make things even creepier, at one point in the video, you can actually see the lights in the room randomly turn off, which Mandy says was not her doing. So it begs the question, what in the world was going on here? This feels like a scene ripped straight out of a horror movie. Let's just hope that if her house is truly haunted or being targeted by someone or something, that Mandy leaves her and her youngling out of there before it's too late.
Bro, the first month is free. Just try it. It's all done online. It gets delivered straight to your door. Your partner is gonna love it. Stop playing, bro. First one free.
Big bite, it's a big life. Zoom, zoom, live fast, big move. Big plans and a bigger attitude. Life short, so you gotta live it up until the limit, 'cause it's just a visit if you think you miss it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, big bite, it's a big life.
A woman on TikTok named Sierra typically posts wholesome and lighthearted videos to her account of her daily life and her exciting adventures. But 2 videos in particular on her account stand out like sore thumbs. In the first video, Sierra says that she was home alone filming a vlog about the brand new house that she just purchased, when all of a sudden, she began to experience something quite strange. Sierra is shown standing on a ladder trying to do something with a closet door, when out of nowhere, this happens.
There's no way that this is a thing. Get away. She said, unlock that. Open it. Shut it. And lock it. How are you doing it?
Randomly, her dog was outside trying to get back inside, but Sierra did not put the dog outside in the first place. A few moments later, she proceeds to continue with what she was doing before, but again, the same thing happens. She goes to check the back door, and shockingly, her dog is once again locked outside. But how did the poor dog get outside in the first place? It's a mystery that is obviously quite baffling for Sierra. It's possible that there is some strange spirit that is messing around with her and putting her dogs outside to give her a good scare. If so, what is the motive behind it, if any? In a second video from Sierra's account, she states that her sister and her fiancé were trying to paint a nursery when randomly out of nowhere, this happened. The door to the room that they are painting in closes without any explanation, much to the confusion of everyone. A couple seconds go by, and Sierra's sister decides to go investigate, and then, shortly thereafter, the door closes once again before the video ends. What could possibly be going on inside of Sierra's home, and why is this stuff happening if the home is brand new? It's not as though the house is decades old and there were previous tenants there. It's quite a baffling case, so I'm curious if you guys have any theories on this story. If you do, please feel free to share them in the comments down below. UFO sightings have long fascinated and puzzled people worldwide, often sparking debates about extraterrestrial life and the mysteries of our universe. These sightings can be incredibly unique due to their varied descriptions and contexts. The one that we'll be taking a look at in a moment is definitely one of the most fascinating UFO sightings you'll see in a long time. The upload states that the video was shot at 9:45 p.m. on the 26th of November 2011, wooded section of I-10 in the Panhandle of Florida, just north of Panama City. Upon seeing the crash, the videographer jumped out of their truck and began shooting video. The craft fried the camera, but the memory card remained intact. The craft was flying low to the ground and emitted a strange glow. Let's take a look at the video and see what's up. Just by taking a look at the footage, it almost seems like something you'd see ripped straight out of a horror movie. There's just something so off-putting about the video that feels so chilling. This is undoubtedly a fascinating piece of footage, and one that UFO enthusiasts will likely find themselves rewatching over and over again. You've probably all heard of the Bermuda Triangle, but there's something just as fascinating that most people likely haven't heard of, and it's called the Alaskan Triangle. 20,000 individuals are thought to have disappeared in this isolated area close to Juneau, Alaska, during the 1970s. This thinly inhabited area has acquired its mysterious reputation with an average yearly disappearance rate of about 2,250 people. The video that we're going to be taking a look at was posted to YouTube on December 9, 2020, and was uploaded by a man known as Capital T. Capital T and his brother went out to Fairbanks, Alaska, near the Alaskan Triangle, and proceeded to hear some truly strange noises. It was at this point that the brothers decided to pull out their phones and start recording. The following is what they ended up capturing on camera.
Weird sound coming out of it. Sounds like something there. Sounds like every direction.
As you can hear, a plethora of bizarre noises are coming from every single direction, almost as if whatever is making the eerie noises is surrounding the two brothers, encompassing them. The good news is that it seems the brothers didn't get harmed in any way that night. They managed to get out of there. The worst could happen. Unfortunately though, this was the first and only video that would ever be posted to Capital T's YouTube channel. Rain sounds in the sky are nothing new. The sky conference and similar phenomena have been reported for many years. Let's hope we find out one day what the cause of these sounds is. The following video was published on January 3rd, 2010, to Young C's YouTube channel known as Everlasting Love. and showcases her and a friend attempting to make contact with the spirit. What ended up happening shocked them both. At around the 2-minute mark in the video, the girls asked the ghost 3 times if it would not. At first, it seems as though the spirit is not going to listen to the girl's request, but then this happens.
If there's a ghost in here, knock twice. Knock. Yeah, knock twice. Oh my god! I think I'm gonna leave. Can I go to leave?
Sure enough, what sounds like a small knocking noise can be heard coming from somewhere nearby, much to the amazement of the 2 friends who also appear to be equally freaked out, which makes sense. The friends then proceed to continue trying to talk to the spirit when out of nowhere, something startles them.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I got a book. Oh my god! Oh my god! That was a book. The book just fell off the shelf. The book just fell off the shelf. I swear to god. Oh my god! It sounds like there's something wrong with it. What is it? I can't see it. Wait, where's this? Oh my god! That's the ground. That's the book. Oh my god!
The book can be seen falling to the ground, and you can see that it moves closer to the girls a few times throughout the video for some creepy reason. Before the girls end the video though, they get one last scare from the spirit, perhaps trying to tell them to stop bothering it. Watch this. Because this video is so old, I can't help but wonder what these 2 friends are doing these days, and whether or not they've ever attempted to do something like this again. We'll likely never know. Over on Reddit, a user known as TruthIsFishing19 posted a video to his account that showcases what at first appears to be just a standard, uneventful video that was taken somewhere in the woods. However, as you're about to see in just a minute, this video is anything but ordinary. The footage you're watching is stabilized footage that was filmed in a forest. Take a good long look and see if you notice anything.
You've got mail.
If you see it, at one point in the video, you can make out what appears to be some kind of a tall, hairy creature stalking its way through the forest. As a result of this, lots of people have speculated that this may indeed be the elusive Bigfoot. Of course, that's just one theory, and the video is entirely up to interpretation. Some in the comments think the entity is walking in a very human-like manner, whereas others are totally convinced that this record captured legitimate footage of Bigfoot's existence. What do you guys think? Be sure to leave your theories in the comments. A post over on the Ghost subreddit submitted by user Thrash6 has been blowing up in the community for the past few weeks, and it's not hard to see why once you watch the footage. The video in question seems to have been filmed on some sort of surveillance camera, and was filmed inside of a business that conducts paranormal investigations. In the clip, we see a group of guys huddled around in a circle, trying to talk to a spirit that may be in the room with them. As I'm sure you can expect, it doesn't take long at all for these guys to make contact. Out of nowhere, a metal rod can be seen lifting upward right behind one of the guys. The uploader says that everyone in the room then proceeds to run upstairs to review the footage, and sure enough, the bomb was definitely reinstalled by itself. As for how exactly, nobody knows for sure. It's quite a mysterious and freaky video. Was this entity upset that these guys were trying to communicate with it? If so, hopefully they learned their lesson and don't disturb the spirit again before it's too late. A drunk person can often be perceived as funny because alcohol in moderation has the effect of loosening inhibitions, leading to unfiltered thoughts, exaggerated behavior, and unexpected antics that may seem amusing to onlookers. This TikTok video posted back in 2021 by a user simply known as Opal Ghosts. We watch as she films her drunk friend fooling around and having a fun time. It seems like a funny and perfectly normal video, but as I'm sure you can anticipate, that changes rather quickly. Opal's friend is dancing around while an adorable pet dog is wandering around in the room, perhaps confused as to what is going on. It's all fun and games for Opal's friend until this happens.
What? What are you doing? You don't hear that? No.
Out of nowhere, the mirror positioned inside of Opal's room begins to shake all by itself, something that her friend notices instantly, even in her drunken state. She then looks visibly freaked out by the incident, and it's not hard to see why. A second video posted by Opal a bit later shows her proving that it wasn't her friend jumping around that caused the mirror to shake the way that it did. Someone in the comments said that maybe her friend's hand accidentally hit the mirror, but reviewing the footage, it doesn't seem likely. What do you guys think about this eerie video? Either way, I think it's safe to say that Opal is probably going to keep a watchful eye on the mirror in the future. A YouTuber named Jared Backreal, Taxi Vlogs, frequently uploads videos of exactly that. Typically on his channel, you can find videos of him recording himself while working his job as a taxi driver in the Philippines. Most of his videos seem to be actually pretty relaxing for the most part, but there is, however, one video in particular on his channel that is not only not relaxing, but it's downright terrifying. The video in question was published to Jarek's channel on September 4, 2023, and showcases footage of him driving around the Philippines, simply doing his best at work, like all of us. However, things take a seriously sinister turn when this happens completely out of nowhere. As you can see, Jarek's door opens all by itself at one point in the video, and he then proceeds to talk as if there is a person actually sitting in the car with him. But obviously, that doesn't appear to be. There's also a part where dash cam recording showed that nobody was standing on the side of the road, meaning that the door should definitely not have opened, and yet somehow it did. This whole story is really similar to that of the vanishing hitchhiker urban legend. It is a legend in which people traveling by vehicle meet with or are accompanied by a hitchhiker, who subsequently vanishes without explanation, often from a moving vehicle. So if we are to assume that this video is 100% genuine, then it seems as though Jared has just experienced this urban legend come to life and managed to capture it on camera in the process. One thing's for sure too, Jared will have quite a mind-blowing story to tell his friends and family. It's just a good thing that he has video proof of it happening, because most people probably wouldn't have believed it otherwise. Over on TikTok, a woman named Daviela Munoz posted a video that shows a toy shelf inside of a child's bedroom. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary at first, as Daviela pans the camera around and showcases all of the different toys that the room holds. While a lot of the toys look cute and fun to play with for a child, there is one toy in particular that, as you'll see in just a moment, stands out like a sore thumb, and not in a good way. Watch this. For some strange and unsettling reason, this toy right here seems to be moving all on its own. Amazingly, Daviela sounds more amused than frightened in the video, something that a lot of us would not be, especially in the heat of the moment. In this follow-up video posted by Daviela, we don't see any additional movement from the toy, but she gives us a good look at the shelf in which the toy was on, just to further prove that she was not pulling any sort of strings and that there was absolutely no trickery involved. Whoever the kid is that these toys belong to might just have a phobia of dolls from here on out. A Reddit user known as Emergency Row 4953 uploaded the following evil video to the Under the Ghost subreddit just about 2 weeks ago, and it has already sparked quite the discussion online. While metal detecting at an abandoned retirement village, the uploader entered the building to look around. Everything was seemingly going perfectly fine and well until this randomly happened. Suddenly, one of the doors nearby slammed shut for no apparent reason. This room was located inside a much larger building, and there was no breeze or wind whatsoever. According to the uploader, the retirement home allegedly has a dark history of mistreatment of the elderly, and the uploader says that the negative energy in the place was palpable. Unfortunately, we don't get to actually see the door closing all by itself, because the camera pans the opposite way, but you can definitely hear it. Then, we can see that the door is more closed when the uploader closes the door again. Some people in the comment section of this video believe that this is a 100% genuine video of some kind of paranormal entity closing the door inside the retirement home, whereas others aren't entirely convinced, mainly because we never actually see the door closing. What do you guys think? Do you think this Reddit user managed to record something creepy on camera, or was this all a big setup? Be sure to let me know in the comments. The first 2 videos we'll be taking a look at today both come to us from a TikTok account run by a woman named Rosanna, whose house is allegedly quite haunted by some strange spirits. Throughout the duration of the first video, it is clear that there's something wrong happening
How
inside
may I aid you?
house. Take a look at the eerie footage for yourself.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
As you can see, for some bizarre reason, lights inside her home continuously turn on and off, all the while a child's rocking chair can be seen moving back and forth all by itself. A second video that Rosanna posted a little while later is even more creepy than the first. In the footage, we watch as Rosanna's adorable pet cat seems to be curious about something inside the house. It is then seen wandering off somewhere down the hallway to investigate, but is suddenly scared by something that we cannot see. Take a look and watch the horrors unfold.
Hey! Hey!
The cat lets out a frightened scream while Rosanna quickly hurries over to the aid of her beloved pet. Sadly, the video ends before we get to see any more corners of the house, leaving us to wonder what exactly is inside Rosanna's home and why it is scaring both her and her cat. The only one that she has, mind you. Let's just hope that she's able to figure this mystery out and go back to living in peace with her pet friend. The following post you're about to see was uploaded to the popular paranormal subreddit by a user named Saib7, who says the video in question was sent to him by his mother. He writes that she is fostering children, and she thought that one was sitting on the chair, but it disappeared, and you can't even see any legs. Very strange and eerie indeed. Let's have a look, shall we? Just by taking a look at the video, there's definitely something creepy going on here. The uploader also went on to say in this original post that the flashing light that's seen in the video is from a TV that was turned on. He also states that the house in which this incident occurred was built just 1 year ago, meaning that there shouldn't be any vengeful spirits roaming around the place. So, why exactly is this happening, and perhaps a better question, what exactly is happening here? Perhaps it's constructed atop an ancient burial ground, disturbing restless spirits, or maybe dark energies were unintentionally harnessed during construction, creating a paranormal presence. Alternatively, traumatic events within the family could imprint emotional energy, making the house susceptible to haunting. But this is purely speculation. While we don't know exactly what this video shows, let's just hope that this house and its inhabitants can go back to resuming a normal life. A man named Alex Shaw posted 2 videos to his TikTok account in April of 2024, in which he showcases some security camera videos that were filmed on his property that seem to suggest that someone that tried to rob his house may have also been a time traveler. Let's back up though. In the first video, Alec explains that his security camera positioned outside his house shows the intruder wandering around his backyard, seeming to look around for something. At one point in the video, the strange man proceeds to enter Alec's shed. Alec then explains that he fast-forwarded the footage, and it appears as though the intruder never leaves the shed whatsoever. Alec even proceeded to go on the camera's microphone to try to talk to the man, asking him why he's in the shed and what he wants with him, but doesn't get any response. It was at this point in which Alec called the police, and they then showed up, as you can see on the footage. The police wander around through the backyard and proceed
You've got
to the
mail.
shed, but the intruder is not there. In the second video that Alec posted, he shows footage that was filmed on the security camera system the next day. He says that he got a notification on his phone that there was somebody in his backyard. Then, out of nowhere, this guy can be seen leaving his shed, looking right at the camera as he walks by. The craziest part, however, is that the guy that leaves the shed looks almost identical to the guy that entered the shed in the previous video, just significantly older. A lot of people in the comments are suggesting that Alec installed a camera positioned somewhere hidden in the shed, which I think sounds like an excellent idea. If this video is indeed real, then it is one of the most baffling yet fascinating things I've seen. This little known video on YouTube that was posted back in April of 2020 by a man named Rob Wakefield is one of the most eerie videos that you'll watch all day, and will possibly make you afraid to go near a lake for a while. In the video, we watch Rob filming his dog outside near a misty lake in the middle of a bright spring day. At first, the video actually kind of seems calming and peaceful. Who wouldn't want to relax near a lake with their beloved pet? However, as I'm sure you can expect, the video takes a seriously strange turn within a matter of seconds. Take a look at the dog and the lake and see if you notice anything unusual. Did you see it? A strange ghost-like figure can be seen hovering above the water for a few seconds, perhaps scaring the dog away before the video then abruptly ends, leaving us all to wonder what we just saw. It's strange how this video only has a little over 200 views because it's a legitimately creepy video that seems to prove that even going on a relaxing lake trip with your dog can spell danger. The following post comes to us from the popular paranormal accounts of suffering, a place where users are encouraged to post and share their truthful accounts of paranormal sightings and experiences. The uploader of this post, user Octopus Funeral, says they lived in this house for 2 years. During that time, they encountered everything from saw blades sliding off tables to strange shadows moving in front of them, which is obviously very creepy. The whole house was active, but the worst was apparently the basement, where this video was taken. While doing laundry, the uploader felt a presence behind them, and every time they felt that, something crazy happened in the basement at least 90% of the time. In the video, the door on the back is a heavy, thick, 1¾ inch solid oak slat door with original 1930s hinges. The uploader describes themselves as a big person, and even they have trouble closing the door. They've experienced the door opening and closing on them all in their basement, and did not expect to catch it on camera. As you can see by watching the video, the incident is quite fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. It's the kind of video that's so simplistically creepy that it will likely cause you to lose a bit of sleep tonight and make you afraid to go inside your basement right now. This next video, uploaded to TikTok by a user going by the name of DreadLane21, is sure to give you the chills. In the footage, we watch as the woman recording simply lays down in bed with her adorable pet dog, just trying to enjoy the day. However, in just a matter of seconds, something absolutely terrifying shows up on camera that is guaranteed to make you lose some sleep tonight. Watch this. For some strange reason, the face of an unknown woman can be seen lying on the floor. It's presumed that the person who recorded the video has no idea who this strange woman is and what she's doing in the bedroom. What do you guys think was going on here? Was there perhaps some kind of a ghostly entity paying this woman a visit? If so, what do you think the reason was? We will likely never know. A Reddit user by the name of Fated47 posted this incredibly spooky clip to the Ghost subreddit and says that what he managed to capture on video this night is, quote, the scariest shit that has ever happened to me in my own house, end quote. The uploader wrote, quote, so the other night I heard what sounded like something was sliding around the floor. Just turn the volume up and prepare to shit yourself, end quote. Well, without further ado, let's have a look. While a large portion of the video is just a room surrounded by nothing but silence, in the middle of the video we can hear an extremely sudden sound that sounds exactly like glass shattering. Amazingly, upon hearing this, the uploader seems to be pretty calm and collected despite what just happened. A lot of people in the comments seem to be pretty freaked out by the video, and I don't blame them. Sadly though, we still don't really know what's going on in the clip, and we likely won't know for a while now. So, what do you guys think is going on in this clip? Do you think that there's some sort of paranormal entity somewhere in this house? If so, why did it simply knock a glass onto the ground? Perhaps it was an attempt to scare the homeowner. If so, then it definitely worked. Or was it simply a vibration from passing vehicles outside that made those objects fall by themselves in the kitchen? We may never know for sure. Over on Reddit, a user by the name of Entire Thought posted a video just a couple of days ago that is sure to get any UFO enthusiasts out there excited and fascinated at the same time. The video in question was filmed in the middle of an ocean during an absolutely beautiful sunset. This seemingly relaxing and carefree video takes a seriously strange turn, however, in just a couple of seconds when the cameraman pans the camera around and we see this.
Look, nothing in the sky at all. And all of a sudden, bam, what is that? Anybody know what that is? We're in the middle of the ocean. On a ferry. Nothing around. What? Nothing around. No land, no nothing.
The whole cluster of 14 luminous orbs can be seen hovering in the sky over the middle of the ocean, while the cameraman looks on in complete awe as he rides a ferry. Interestingly, one of the people in the comment section says that they saw something very similar to this way back in 2013 off the coast of Murals Inlet, located in South Carolina. The Redditor says that he was camping with some friends when he saw 3 lights with an orange hue at a similar altitude as what's seen in this video taken of the ocean. He says that at first he thought it was just some military flares of some sort, but eventually dismissed the theory after it was still in the sky after several minutes. So what do you guys make of this odd case? Do you think this guy captured authentic footage of these strange UFOs hovering above the ocean? Or was this something else entirely? Be sure to let me know in the comments below. Impersonate Media Addison uploaded a video to their YouTube channel in February of 2013 that showcases them outside in the middle of the night. What happens next is absolutely bone-chilling. So if you're someone that enjoys going for late-night walks, you might not want to watch this. In the video, Media is outside near the Umatilla Indian Reservation when all of a sudden they hear a bizarre and frightening noise coming from somewhere nearby. Take a look.
These guys are braver than me. I know, it's right over there. No!
It almost sounds like the Joker himself is laughing maniacally in the forest. But of course, that can't be true. A lot of people in the comment section seem to think that it could be a fox or a coyote, but the vast majority of people believe that there is something far more sinister at play here. Sadly though, to this day, the mystery of the strange laughing at the Umatilla Indian Reservation has never been solved. If any of you live near this area, would you dare to venture out there at night and see if you can hear the laughter for yourself? A guy on TikTok named Tristan has been plunged into a terrifying
You've got mail.
as he struggles with the disturbing notion that his home might be host to an otherworldly entity. Tristan proceeded to set out to discover the truth about the strange happenings in his house and placed a number of cameras in key locations. At first, the video footage simply shows the inside of Tristan's bedroom, with his door being slightly ajar. So far, so good. However, this seemingly innocent and random video is about to be transformed into something seriously creepy. Take a look. In the terrifying video, Tristan recoils in terror from his bed as the door trembles with an unnatural force, sending shivers down his spine, which is certainly an understandable reaction. Watching a video like this, it's not hard to imagine how any skeptics could brush it aside, since it certainly would be possible to fake. But that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a hoax. To this day, this video hasn't gotten any sort of concrete explanation given to it, so for now, We can only theorize as to what could possibly go on at Tristan's house. It certainly doesn't seem like anything good. This bone-chilling video was posted to the haunted subreddit by a user known as The Clownin, a subreddit that is dedicated to hosting paranormal news, strange occurrences, sightings, and other phenomena related to haunted places or ghostly experiences. The footage in question here was filmed on a home security camera in the middle of the day, and for the first couple of seconds, seems to be just a random, unexciting video of nothing going on inside of a typical home. However, it doesn't take long for this seemingly innocent video to be flipped on its head. Take a look at the door in particular right about here and see if you notice anything unusual. Out of nowhere, a mysterious shadow presence can be seen moving along the wall before it seemingly vanishes into thin air, just a couple of seconds after it can be seen on camera. The person who uploaded the video to Reddit says that the video was not filmed by him, but rather a trusted member of his family, which he says makes the whole thing a lot scarier. To this day, this strange video has not been solved, and the Reddit user doesn't have any theories as to what could be going on here either. Let's just hope that this family can come together and figure out this strange mystery before it gets the better of them. Over on the paranormal subreddit, a user writes about his experience with something ghostly recently, as well as an accompanying video that is guaranteed to make the hairs on your neck stand up.
This works on, okay? It's, well, see what I mean? It's, you can hear it. Mom, nope.
For additional backstory, the uploader's brother found himself alone at their mom's house, presumably checking on their dog Oscar, while their mom and stepdad were at work. The hallway light began flickering on and on, prompting the brother to start recording in hopes of capturing the strange phenomenon. Upon reviewing the footage multiple times, the uploader is left perplexed, believing that there might be something happening beyond their understanding. Despite living in the house for over 2 years, the uploader is to sensing strange vibes, but had never personally witnessed such occurrences. The hallway light is controlled by 2 switches, one near the brother and another at the end of the hallway. In the video, viewers can see the light toggling on and off, with the switch basically moving on 2 occasions. The first instance shows the switch moving halfway down, an occurrence deemed highly unusual by the uploader. The second instance is more pronounced, with the switch slamming down, prompting the brother to swiftly vacate the area. The uploader, seeking the opinions and thoughts of others on video, curious about their interpretations, especially since their mother still resides in the house and recounts similar eerie experiences. The video is quite weird and creepy indeed, and it's definitely something I would not want to experience in my house. In fact, if this were to happen to most people, I think it would be their sign to start looking for a new home to move into the very next day, and for good reason. Hopefully, if this place does turn out to be haunted by something, that the uploader will be able to get a new place to live, but he doesn't have to worry about being visited by this strange presence. Sleepovers are fun gatherings where people, often children or teenagers, stay overnight at someone else's house. They're a way for friends to spend extended time together, typically involving lots of fun activity. But you most certainly wouldn't expect to come across something paranormal when you're at a friend's house for a sleepover, would you? Well, this video by TikTok user BB1150 shows that actually you might want to be on the lookout for that. In the video, the upload can be heard getting audibly frightened by something, at which point he does his best to wake up a sleeping friend. Although it was difficult to do so, eventually the uploader gets his friend out of bed, and it's here in which some truly bizarre noises can be heard. Have a listen.
You've got mail.
toughest videos or drawings of the Mothman. It's super eerie, just how scary it looks. Unfortunately, there isn't any huge backstory behind this video, so we don't really know a whole lot about what was going on, but it's still
You've got mail.